Bienvenue, Swagat, Hoying, Bienvenidos. My name is George Seidel. I'm a professor at the Ross School of Business at the University of Michigan. Welcome to our course on successful negotiation. In this session, I'm going to provide a course overview. So let's start with the goal of the course. We all negotiate on a daily basis. We negotiate with our friends, our spouses, our parents, our children. We negotiate when we rent an apartment, when we buy a car, when we buy a house, or when we apply for a job. Negotiation is also the key to business success. No business can survive without profitable contracts, and negotiation skills are important to your career advancement. My goal in this course is simple. I want to help you become a successful negotiator in your personal life and also in your business transactions. A little bit about my background. I live and work in a state called Michigan. For those of you who are from outside the United States and perhaps unfamiliar with the geography, you might know where Chicago is located, right in the center of America, and Michigan is due east from Chicago. However, I was not born in Michigan. I was born south of the border in a state called Ohio. I spent the first 18 years of my life on a farm in Ohio. I finally escaped from the farm and went to a small college down the road called the College of Worcester. I didn't even have to turn to get from the farm to the college. I drove out the driveway, turned right on RFD 6, drove for 30 miles, and there was the College of Worcester. After graduating from college, I attended law school at the University of Michigan. And then I received a scholarship to do research at Cambridge University. After completing my research, I returned to the States. I practiced law for a couple of years and then began my teaching career. And I've spent most of my career in Ann Arbor, Michigan at the University of Michigan, although I have been a visiting professor at Harvard University, Stanford University, and I've gone back to Cambridge 3 times as a visiting fellow. During my career, I've been fortunate to have 2 unusual opportunities. First, I've had the opportunity to teach and lecture on negotiation in Europe, Asia, North America, South America, Australia, and Africa. For example, I currently teach annual courses in Italy and Eastern Europe. And for many years, I taught an annual seminar in Hong Kong. I've also had the opportunity to teach negotiation to undergraduates, MBA students, business leaders, lawyers, athletic directors, physicians, judges, and entrepreneurs. And I mention this because this course draws on my experience in 2 ways. First, the concepts are useful in all countries and cultures, whether you're in Beijing, Seoul, Venice, Sydney, Mumbai, Sao Paulo, etc. And second, the strategies and skills apply to all types of negotiators, whether you're buying your first car or you're negotiating a major business deal. Now, I should mention one other aspect of my background that's a little bit embarrassing, and I have never disclosed this publicly, so you are the first to know. My daughter recently purchased a DNA kit for me that enabled me to trace my ancestry. And what I discovered is that part of my ancestry is based in the British Isles. That's my mother's side. Part of my ancestry is based in Central Europe. The name Seidel comes from Alsace, which is a part of France, and it's been kicked back and forth between France and Germany over the years. I knew that. But what I didn't discover, and I didn't know until this DNA test, is that I am also 3.1% Neanderthal. Now, my friends and relatives probably realized that all along from my behaviors, but this was the first time that I learned about this type of my background. The bad news is that you are also probably partly Neanderthal. And so as fellow Neanderthals, we have to address our Neanderthal heritage, which is based on the flight or fight response. when we are suddenly confronted with a saber-toothed tiger, we either fight the tiger or we flee. Today, when we are confronted with a difficult negotiation, when we're confronted with a car salesman, we have the same tendency. We're fearful, we want to flee, or we fight. And one of the goals in this course is to give you the skills and strategies that us fellow Neanderthals need to overcome our common heritage. Okay, let's now take a look at the course game plan. And this is the big picture of what we'll be covering in the course. Of course, we start with this course overview. I'm then going to give you an introduction to the University of Michigan. You can either watch this or skip it. If you're from outside the United States, this segment might be of interest because it will also give you an insider's view of what a major university looks like. But if you're not interested in that segment, you can jump right to the course material. And the heart of the course focuses on the 4-stage negotiation process. In other words, we deal sequentially with the issues that you face in a real negotiation. So Unit 1 will focus on preparing for a negotiation. How do you conduct a negotiation analysis? How do you incorporate into your analysis your BATNA, your reservation price, your stretch goal, your zone of potential agreement? Then we move on to the second unit on negotiating and the tactics that you can use for success. In this unit, we'll look at the source of power in a negotiation and how you can increase your power. We'll also look at psychological tools that are very effective in negotiation. These tools also represent traps when used by the other side, so you have to be prepared to avoid the traps. Then we'll look at closing the deal and creating a contract. Basically, we'll look at the legal framework for negotiation. For example, you should be able to address this question. If a company makes a job offer to you, what are the legal dangers in making a counteroffer? And then finally, we'll look at performance, and we'll look at especially some processes that you can use when you face difficulties with performance. So after covering that process, you'll then have a chance to practice your negotiation skills with a negotiation called the House on Elm Street. And with this negotiation, you will find a partner, and you'll negotiate the House on Elm Street one-on-one with this person. This will be a test of your negotiation skills. It'll be a review of the course material. And then at the conclusion of the negotiation, you'll receive feedback from the other side. What do you do well as a negotiator? How can you improve as a negotiator? Where should you focus your future efforts in trying to improve? This feedback from the other side is one of the unique features of this course that you never obtain in real life. In real life, when you finish a negotiation, the other side never sits down with you and says to you, well, you did a pretty good job in this negotiation, but if you had done this, this, and this, you could have done a lot better. So please take advantage of this ability to test your negotiation skills and obtain feedback. My former students frequently send me emails telling me about the value of this feedback. Let me give you a couple of examples. Here's one. The email says, negotiation is a fundamental skill we need to learn how to use. I was a bit hesitant to join the class as I thought I had excellent negotiation skills. However, I soon realized there was a lot to learn. The key difference is that in class I got feedback and know what I did right and wrong, while in real life I really don't know if I could have done better. Further, the class gave me a scientific, conceptual framework which provided a significant level of discipline into what is stereotyped as an artistic skill. And here's just one other email. What a great learning experience. The course gave me the chance to test and evaluate myself outside the work environment. I find myself in business negotiations and discussions on a daily basis. Yet the ability to get feedback and actually debrief a negotiation is really powerful. I considered myself rather self-actualized, but some interesting things came to light. I've received, of course, a lot of other feedback. One piece that comes to mind was a student in the class. He was actually in one of my executive classes who headed labor relations for one of the largest companies in the world. And he liked this approach so much that when he prepared for his labor negotiations, he created what he called a huddle, which is where his negotiating team got together. They did simulations such as the one you're going to do, and then they used the same feedback mechanism. And he said they had their best negotiations ever as a result of this huddle process. Let's take a look at the course format. So here's the basic format. You're going to be watching a series of videos that last 5 to 20 minutes. These are short segments. I know you're very busy people and you can't sit down and watch, let's say, a 2.5-hour video in one chunk. So you can watch these short segments. You can do exercises while you watch the segments. You can do Tai Chi, yoga, but they are short and focused. They are also very interactive. I will frequently ask you questions as I do in class. And what you might want to do when I ask you a question, hit pause, write down your answer. Think about it, of course. Write down your answer, and then we'll discuss the solution. You can watch the segments weekly, which I recommend, but if necessary, you can also binge watch in the way you watch Breaking Bad or House of Cards or Game of Thrones. There are suggested readings for the course. However, the primary learning mechanism in the course will be the videos. And actually, what I suggest is doing the readings after the videos. The readings are going to summarize what is covered in the course. So you don't have to take a lot of notes in the course, but recommend that you save the readings and then that you also use the readings for future negotiations. These readings will be structured as a game plan that should be very useful to you in your future negotiations. Of course, we'll have the final negotiation as part of the course format. We've already talked about that. Because this is a short course, and because you have a chance to participate in this final negotiation, I hope that each and every one of you complete the course. And at the end of the course, if you're interested, you can take an exam that will test your negotiation literacy. So that's our course overview, and I, again, look forward to working with you in this course. We're now ready to begin our look at the 4-stage negotiation process. And we begin with preparing for a negotiation, planning your negotiation strategy. Most people, when they think of negotiation and when they take negotiation courses, focus on the second stage, which is actually negotiating, being in the room with another person, arguing, trying to persuade that other person. Often, the analogy is 2 gunfighters in the room, seeing who can draw the fastest, who has the best tools and techniques for persuading somebody else to do what you want. Now, of course, that's an important part of negotiation, but equally important and perhaps more important is, first of all, how you prepare for negotiation, and then after you've reached an agreement, how you bring that agreement to closure through forming a contract, and then finally, how you perform the contract. Sometimes people will ask, well, were you successful with your negotiation? And they'll respond, yes, I got the price I wanted, or I got the quantity and the quality of goods that I wanted from the supplier. But that's not the right answer. That's not the right question. Were you successful in the negotiation? The question should be, were you successful with performance of the contract? Were you successful with this whole process? So we're going to take a very holistic view of the negotiation process. And now we start with Unit 1 on preparing for negotiation. Perhaps the most important unit of the 4, and perhaps the most time-consuming. We're going to spend quite a bit of time on how you prepare for negotiation. Specifically, we're going to ask these 7 questions. And we start with a preliminary question that people don't often think about, and that is, should I even be negotiating? Here's a depiction, a simple depiction of your question, yes or no. Now, In my courses at the University of Michigan, I ask my students to do a real-life negotiation where they go into the city of Ann Arbor. They walk into retail stores, they walk into restaurants, they might walk into, for instance, a McDonald's, and their assignment is to try to negotiate a lower price on what they are purchasing. They can't go into a market where the price is normally negotiated. They have to go into a retail establishment where the price is fixed and try to negotiate a lower price. Now, I want you to estimate how many students, what percentage of my students do you think are successful in this attempt to negotiate a lower price? Do you think you would be successful if you went into a retail establishment like a McDonald's and attempted to negotiate a lower price? Please write down on a piece of paper, what percentage of my students do you think are successful in negotiating a lower price? Here's the data from the last time I ran this exercise. First of all, I asked my class the same question before they did the negotiations, and a large percentage of the class, over 90% of the class, predicted that most students would not be successful. What were the results? Well, you can see here 69% of the class was successful. They obtained discounts ranging from 6 to 100%. The 100% included students who, for example, negotiated for a free cup of coffee or a free breakfast. The average discount was 40%, and you can see here the total savings in the class was over $1,500. Now, in performing these negotiations, students used a variety of strategies. They used a BATNA strategy, stretch goals, relationship building. These are all strategies that we're going to cover in this course, and you're going to be very well versed in how to use these strategies. They also use some unconventional strategies that I don't teach and that I don't particularly recommend. Some people would put these in the category of tricks, but some people argued that they were poor and deserved a discount. Some people stretched the truth a little bit. They used a timing strategy. They used a sympathy strategy. Let me give you an example of the unconventional strategies used by one of the students. This student wanted to buy some sushi for his family. So he went into a sushi restaurant and he arrived late at night, 5 minutes before the restaurant was going to close, realizing that the restaurant had already prepared what are called bento boxes, which are little boxes of sushi and other Japanese food, and realizing that the restaurant might want to get rid of them at that time of the night. Before he walked into the negotiation, he put a $20 bill in one of his pockets and a $10 bill in the other pocket so that he could argue, depending on the amount that was being negotiated, he could pull out the 20 or the 10 and say, this is all the money I have. So he pled poverty, he stretched the truth a little bit, he used timing, and then finally he used sympathy. He told the person running the sushi restaurant that he had 3 hungry children at home and they loved sushi. End result, he negotiated a 50% discount off of the normal price of the bento boxes that he bought. He saved around $50 from this negotiation. Now again, those might fall into the category of tricks. I'm not going to teach tricks in this course. This course is more strategically oriented, and we're going to get to stretching the truth later in the course when we talk about ethics and some ethical standards that you should use in negotiation. How did my students feel about this experience? Well, as you can guess, there was a mixed bag of feelings. Many students felt about this experience the way that many people feel about negotiation in general. Some people are simply uncomfortable with negotiating in any situation, or they're embarrassed. Or some of my students were terrified, hesitant, guilty. They felt weird. It felt strange. Some felt it was a dreadful experience. And others enjoy the experience. And in fact, some students enjoy this experience so much that they continue to engage in this type of experience following the course, and they will send me emails about their negotiating experiences. Here's an example. Received an email from a student who had settled in San Francisco, and this is what he said in the email. Professor Seidel, just wanted to alert you that the negotiation skills I picked up in your class saved me $130 per month on an apartment in San Francisco. Every penny counts, but they failed to win me a free dessert at a restaurant last night. I'll keep trying. Here's another example. A student who sent me a message about the good news and bad news he had with his negotiating experience. The good news was, he said, I tremendously enjoy the tactics, especially for hotels. I always get a big discount and have frequently found I don't have a big enough stretch goal. So that was the good news. The bad news is my wife won't go with me anymore to the front desk. And here's an international example, a student I taught in Europe. She said that the mafia stole her father's car, and a tactic used by the mafia after they steal a car is often to then sell it back to you at a lower price. Her father refused to deal with the mafia, and she wanted to test out her negotiation skills. She negotiated with the mafia and successfully got her father's car back. So some people thoroughly enjoy the experience. Now, if you decide to negotiate, there are some factors to consider. What do you think about this situation? Here we have a negotiation professor, in fact, one of the top negotiation professors in the country, buying a big screen TV. He does lots of research on different models and on dealer costs. He visits several dealers, and he bundles the price of the TV with installation, satellite dish, and other features. And he obtains a last price concession by mentioning a competitor's offer. And as a result, he saved $120. Now, what do you think about this? Would you call this a successful negotiation or not? Here's somebody who went down the path of negotiation. He decided to negotiate. But should he have negotiated? Is this successful? Write down yes or no, successful or not. Whether you call this successful or not depends a little bit on your personality. But what happened, the aftermath of this case was, he went home, he proudly announced to his wife that he had saved $120. And she asked him this question. She said, well, congratulations. How much time did you spend on this negotiation? He thought for a second. He said, well, 20 hours. And she said, is your time really worth $6 an hour? So I think we all have to make this kind of decision in deciding whether to negotiate. Some people love to negotiate. Some people have no problem with this. Other people might ask, is this the way we want to spend our brief time on earth? Do we want to spend time engaged in negotiations like this? Or would we rather spend time with our family and friends? Would we rather spend time in other pursuits? If you enjoy this, if this is what turns you on, then I would call this a success because you enjoy it. But I think it's also important to think of the costs and the benefits, especially the costs in pulling you away from other opportunities. Here's one final example of somebody who decided to negotiate. This happened very recently and created quite a buzz in the United States. We have a college offering a job to a professor, and she replies by email. Granting some of the following provisions would make my decision whether to accept your job offer easier. Let me know what you think. For example, she wondered if they would consider a higher salary. and she wondered if they would consider no more than 3 new class preparations per year for the first 3 years. Well, the college search committee received her email and replied immediately, "We have decided to withdraw the offer of employment to you." Now, later on in the course, we're going to talk about contract negotiations and whether the search committee in this case, for example, could legally withdraw the job offer after it was made. But here's another factor in considering whether or not to negotiate. You have to consider the risks and balance those against the benefits. So bottom line, in answering this first preliminary question, should I negotiate, you have to consider not only your feelings about negotiating in general, but also the risks as illustrated by the professor case, and do a cost-benefit analysis of the rewards as illustrated by the TV negotiation. So that concludes our look at the first question of whether you should negotiate at all before you dive into additional preparation. As mentioned earlier, preparation for negotiation is critical, probably takes up more time than any other aspect of the whole negotiation process. And there are 7 key questions to ask, and we're now at question number 2, which is to try to step back from the negotiation and decide whether the negotiation is a position-based negotiation or an interest-based negotiation. So in other words, once you get on this path of yes, you're going to negotiate, your next question is it position-based or interest-based? Traditionally, negotiations were very much positional. I take one position, I want a high price, you take the other position, low price. And then we fight over whether the price is a high price or low price, or maybe something in the middle. Sometimes people confuse positional negotiation with being happy or not. Often people can leave a positional negotiation pleased with the results. You might think of the old story about, let's say, a couple of kids dividing a pizza. Let's say you and I want to divide a pizza, and it's an anchovy pizza. And I want the pizza and you want the pizza. So we each have a position. Who's going to be the winner? Who's going to be the loser? So what's a way to resolve the dispute? Well, as any parent knows, one possibility is to ask you to cut the pizza in half, and then I get to pick which half I want. And we might leave that negotiation feeling very pleased or happy. I've talked with people from very large corporations, from consulting firms, who work with these companies on negotiation. And basically, they think of win-win negotiation as each side leaving happy. However, I think we have to distinguish positional bargaining from interest-based bargaining, which developed in the 1980s, especially with the publication of a classic book on negotiation called Getting to Yes. And in Getting to Yes, the authors emphasized moving beyond positions and trying to ask, what are the underlying interests that the people negotiating are interested in? In other words, don't ask somebody else, what do you want? What's your position? Instead, ask, why do you want it? What is your underlying interest? And so in the pizza negotiation, let's say that, for instance, we're negotiating over an anchovy pizza. And again, a positional result might be to cut the pizza in half, and one person cuts, the other person chooses. With an interest-based negotiation, we would ask both sides, why do you want the pizza? So if I asked you why you want the pizza, maybe it's because you love the anchovies that are on the pizza. But as it turns out, you just want the center of the pizza. you don't want the crust. You ask me, why do I want the pizza? Well, I want the crust. As it turns out, pizza crust is excellent for converting into breadcrumbs and adding to pasta. I've seen some great recipes, by the way, for this pizza crust addition to pasta. Doesn't sound especially good to me, but I know it's very popular. But by asking why, by identifying the interests, we've created a real win-win situation because I get what I want without taking away what you want. Now, this gets a little complicated when you start with this basic strategy. One side dividing the pizza, that's positional bargaining. The other side trying to build a larger pie that benefits both sides. On the surface, that looks simple. There are two types of negotiation. But it gets complicated because of the terminology used by negotiators, by teachers, and in negotiation books. For example, dividing the pie is often referred to by academics as distributive negotiation. You're taking the fixed pie and distributing the pieces of the pie versus enlarging the pie, which is called integrative negotiation, where you try to find the interests of the parties, integrate those interests, and build a larger pie. Dividing is sometimes referred to as competitive as opposed to cooperative. Win-lose versus win-win. Zero-sum negotiation versus non-zero-sum. Adversarial negotiation versus problem-solving. Position-based, as we've just discussed, versus interest-based. My personal favorite is dividing the pie could be called claiming value as opposed to enlarging the pizza, which is creating value. And so somehow you have to cut through all this verbiage and keep in mind the central issue, which is what type of negotiation am I involved with? Is it dividing the pie or enlarging the pie? And that will help shape your strategy. If it's a negotiation that creates opportunities for building a larger pizza, then you'll want to spend a lot more time searching for mutual interests that enable you to do this. Now, when I've taught negotiation around the world, I've discovered that some people love the concept of focusing on interests and trying to build a larger pizza. Another group of people, often very experienced business people, say, well, that's interesting. There's no harm in searching for underlying interests, but in most negotiations, it's simply a waste of time. How can I build a larger pie when I'm selling you my car and we're fighting over price? How can I build a larger pie when I'm a manufacturer and I'm selling goods and I want a high price and you want to pay a low price? They argue that most negotiations are positional negotiations. So again, two groups. One group very enthusiastic about interest-based negotiation, the other group very skeptical. Well, who's right? I would argue that both are right, because with any negotiation, you're probably going to start from a position. Then I would argue you should always search for underlying interests. You should always ask, why do you want what you're requesting? What's the reason for your position? Now, what's going to happen at that point? Well, either you are not going to be able to identify interests and build a larger pie, in which case you return to positional bargaining, or you are able to identify interests and build a larger pie, in which case you're also going to return to positional bargaining because you still have to argue, how big of a piece of this larger pie am I going to get? So bottom line, I think both sides are correct, and I think that the key takeaway here is, regardless of whether a negotiation appears to be position-based or interest-based, always try to search for the underlying interests in an attempt to build a larger pie. But always be ready for positional bargaining. even when you are able to build a larger pie. So that concludes our look at this very important question of determining at the outset whether the negotiation is position-based or interest-based. We now continue with our look at preparing for negotiation by asking the question, is this a dispute resolution type negotiation or a deal-making type negotiation? So in other words, once you've decided to go down the path of yes, you're going to negotiate, it's important to step back and ask, am I negotiating the resolution of a dispute or am I making a deal? A while ago, there was an article published by Frank Sander and Jeff Rubin called The Janus Quality of Negotiations, which gave a very clear perspective on the difference between dispute resolution negotiation and deal-making negotiation. Frank Sander, by the way, was one of the fathers of alternative dispute resolution, ADR, which we're going to be talking about in a few minutes. He's a friend of mine who teaches at the Harvard Law School. In fact, he invited me to teach for a week in his course once. And he is a true pioneer in the field of dispute resolution. And Frank and Jeff, in their article, clearly noted that when you're making a deal, you tend to be forward-looking. It's the face of the Roman god Janus that's looking to the future. You're forward-looking. You tend to be focused on interests of the parties, or at least you should be, and on problem solving. Whereas if you're the face of the god Janus looking toward the past and trying to resolve a dispute, you're looking backward, you're more positional, and the negotiations tend to be more adversarial. So it's very important from the outset to think about this distinction. However, even when you're dealing with a dispute resolution negotiation, you should be thinking, how can I focus on the interests of the parties to make a larger pie, to develop a solution that benefits both sides? For example, in my course in Ann Arbor at the University of Michigan, I give my students a scenario involving a real-life conflict between a software company and a licensee who had acquired a license to some of the company's software and then tried to develop the software and sell it on their own. So basically, it was an intellectual property dispute and a very contentious dispute. Well, what many students discovered in wrestling with this dispute is that actually there was an opportunity for the licensee and the software company to form a joint venture, which was beneficial to both sides. And so even though you're in the dispute resolution side, try to think of opportunities for an interest-based negotiation. Now, if you are on the dispute side, you're trying to resolve a dispute, there are a number of processes that you can use in addition to negotiation for resolving the dispute. And let's take a look at some of these processes. Here's an example of a recent dispute at my university. Students at my university love basketball. And when there's an important game, they will wait in line for many hours to try to obtain tickets. And so recently, on a February morning, a line of students developed. They began forming the line at 4 a.m. in the morning on a very cold morning. Around 7 a.m., another line of students developed, and there was an argument as to which line was in the right place. And the students who arrived at 7 argued that the students who were waiting since 4 had to go to the back of the other line. And this led to a big dispute. They had to call in university police. Here's the basic scenario. 4 a.m., the students began forming the line. 7 a.m., other students formed a second line. And my question to you is, when we have this type of dispute, what processes do we as human beings use to resolve this type of dispute? Please hit pause, think about this for a second, and write down a list of processes that might be possible for resolving this dispute or any personal dispute or any business dispute. I'll give you a hint. There are 6 main processes. Try to see if you can come up with at least 5 of those 6. So hit pause, and then we'll continue. Here's a spectrum showing the 6 main processes. You can start on the right-hand side, avoidance. One line of students might simply say to the other line of students, okay, you win, we're not going to challenge you, we'll move to the back of your line. That's avoidance. A second, of course, is negotiation, which is used for both deal-making and dispute resolution. A third process is mediation, which involves bringing in a third party to mediate the dispute. A mediation is a negotiation, but it is a negotiation assisted by a third party. A fourth possibility is arbitration. Bring in a third party, but in this case, the third party has the right to decide the dispute, which is also true of litigation. So arbitration and litigation are very similar. And later in this course, we're going to look at them in more detail, especially arbitration. I'll show you a video clip of an arbitration. But for now, think of arbitration as simply a private form of litigation. And then finally, we've got the power option. The students could begin fighting with each other, pushing back and forth to determine who would be at the head of the line. In this particular case, what happened is that they used a combination of mediation and arbitration. First of all, the police came in and as arbitrators ordered the students from one line, the students waiting since 4 o'clock, to the back of the other line. Then a representative of the athletic department came out and acted as a mediator, trying to mediate a resolution, and actually came up with some additional tickets to satisfy both sides. And then the following day, the students met in a negotiation to try to prevent this from happening again. So they actually used 3 processes in resolving this dispute. Now, you can look at these dispute resolution processes through a variety of lenses. And let's take a look at 3 of those lenses, the first of which is called alternative dispute resolution, or shorthand is ADR. Several years ago, people in business began to become concerned about the high cost of litigation. And they started to ask this question: why is it that when we are involved in a business dispute, we outsource the dispute to lawyers and to the legal system? We have the business skills to resolve disputes. Why aren't we using those skills? And so they started to develop alternatives to litigation. I remember when this happened in the mid-'80s, because the CEO of a large corporation called Citicorp called in a group of us from 10 leading business schools for lunch. We had a long lunch and a long meeting, and at the meeting, his name was Walter Wriston. At the meeting, Mr. Wriston basically challenged us. He said, why aren't you teaching ADR in business schools? Litigation is costly in terms of time and money to businesses. You should be teaching future business leaders how to use ADR. And the 10 of us went back to our campuses and we began developing courses on negotiation and dispute resolution. So my question for you is, look at this spectrum. Which of these processes would you call alternatives to litigation? Litigation is the enemy. Which are alternatives? Write down your answer. And the alternatives you should have written down are arbitration, mediation, and negotiation. And we're going to explore these later in the course, and I'm going to give you some tools that you can use for avoiding litigation later on. A second lens that you can use in looking at the spectrum of processes is the so-called third-party lens. When you read the newspaper, often you'll read that a business was involved in a dispute or in litigation, and they used a third-party process to resolve the dispute. Which of these processes would you call third-party processes? Please write down your answer. And you should have written down, based on our earlier discussion, litigation, the third party is a judge, arbitration, which involves bringing in an arbitrator, and mediation, which is assisted negotiation, where a mediator helps the parties resolve the dispute. Now, in thinking about these third-party processes, you can think about your external disputes, your disputes with other parties, where you bring in the third parties. But there are also internal third-party processes where you as a manager or as a leader in a company will play the role of an arbitrator or a mediator in resolving a dispute. And so later, when we look at a film clip of a mediation, you will see some techniques and tools that you can use as a business leader for resolving disputes within your company. The third lens I'd like to look at is an academic lens called power, rights, and interests. Academics love this framework. Of course, power is obvious, but which of these processes relate to rights? That is, to determining who's right and wrong. And which of these processes relate to finding the underlying interests of the parties and trying to build something that benefits both sides? Think about that for a second. Write down your answer. Which of these processes are rights-oriented, and which of these processes are interests-oriented? And what you should have written down is that the rights processes are litigation and arbitration, where the judge or arbitrator decides who's right or wrong, usually based on a legal rule. The interest option are mediation and negotiation. Again, mediation is simply a form of negotiation assisted by a third party. Now, even though this is an academic construct, power, rights, and interests, I personally think it's a very practical tool for giving you options when you are faced with a dispute. And in fact, some companies use this as a tool. Here's an example. I won't identify the company, but it's from an internal company document, and I paraphrased. But what they say in the document, if you are involved in a dispute involving our company, here are your choices. First of all, you can use a power option. You can force the other side to do what we want. Let's say we're in an argument with a supplier. We're powerful, and regardless of whether we're right or wrong, we can force them to do what we want. Second, we can try a rights option. We can go to a judge or arbitrator who will decide who is right or wrong. Third, we can use avoidance. We can withdraw from the dispute, let them have what they want. Let's say we're in a dispute with a key customer, and we don't want to lose the customer. Even though we're sure we're right, we'll let them have what they want. And then finally, there's the interest option. Try to negotiate an agreement based on our needs. So those are the three lenses. Now, there's an additional final perspective for looking at this spectrum, and that is, can these processes be used for deal making instead of dispute resolution? All of these processes can be used for resolving disputes. But what if you're doing a deal? Traditionally, with deal making, the focus is on negotiation, whereas the other processes relate to dispute resolution. However, there has been a major change over the last decade where some of these processes, such as arbitration and mediation, are used for deal making as well as for dispute resolution. And I'll give you some detailed examples later in the course. But for the time being, here's a quick example. A few years ago, I was teaching a negotiation course in Hong Kong. And one of the participants came up to me during a coffee break, and he said, that he was a negotiation consultant. He was working with a large power company in Hong Kong, and that he was negotiating, and let me get the exact number here, he was trying to negotiate a contract that was worth $10 billion that would run over 25 years. The power company wanted to purchase gas, basically. And they had been negotiating for months, and they were stalled. They were not making any progress. And so he wanted my advice on how to move things forward. Now, I'm thinking to myself, now let me get this straight. You're a negotiation consultant. You're a professional consultant. You've been working on this for months, and you want me to solve this problem during a 15-minute coffee break. That was my first thought, which I didn't say to the other person. But then I started to ask this person a couple of questions that I'm sure you would ask, especially after you finish this course. Number one, have you completed all of your fact-finding? Have you presented all possible facts to the other side that might change their perspective? And he said, yes, we've completely explored facts. Okay, I said, second, have you explored all of your BATNA options? Now, that's not going to mean anything to you right now, but it will shortly. BATNA is a critical concept. And his basic answer was, yes, we've thoroughly looked at all BATNA possibilities. So I was running out of questions, but then I asked a final question. Have you thought about bringing in a third party, an arbitrator or a mediator, to help you with the more difficult aspects of this negotiation? And at that point, the light went on. He had not thought about using arbitration or mediation for deal making as opposed to dispute resolution, and he left with that takeaway idea. So we're going to get into this in more detail later, but think of these two processes, arbitration and mediation, as useful not only for deal making, but also for dispute resolution. So, in conclusion, when you think about the distinctions between dispute resolution and deal making, I encourage you to search for interests even when you're in a dispute resolution negotiation. It's important to understand the 6 types of dispute resolution and the 3 lenses that you can use for looking at these types, the ADR lens, the third-party processes lens, and the power, rights, and interest lens. And finally, consider using dispute resolution processes for deal making, such as mediation and arbitration. We now continue our look at preparing for negotiation and planning your negotiation strategy by looking at an especially important question that will apply to virtually every negotiation, and that is, how can I conduct a negotiation analysis? How should I analyze a negotiation? This question is so important that I'm breaking the discussion into 3 segments. First of all, what questions should I ask to complete an analysis? Second, what is my BATNA in a dispute resolution negotiation? And finally, how can I use an especially valuable tool called a decision tree to complete a BATNA analysis, regardless of whether it's a dispute resolution negotiation or a deal-making negotiation? So let's start with this first question. What questions should I ask to complete a negotiation analysis? In order to give a framework for our discussion, let's take this simple negotiation. Let's assume that you're preparing to negotiate the sale of your car to a possible buyer, Pooja. Pooja is the only person who responded to an ad that you posted a week ago. You need at least $4,000 from the sale to finance the purchase of a truck that you have ordered. You want to keep your car for 3 more weeks, which is when the truck will arrive. The reasonable value of the car is $5,000. You've done a lot of research on this. You've looked at a lot of online calculators in coming up with this value. If you can't find a buyer willing to pay at least $4,500, you'll sell the car to a friend, Tommaso, for $4,000. You know that Tommaso will let you keep your car for the next 3 weeks. So Those are the facts. Now, what I'd like you to do is to hit pause and think about this situation. If this was you, what would be your strategy going into this negotiation with Pooja? Just jot down a few points that you would use as your negotiation strategy. When I ask my students this question, when I give them a negotiation similar to this and ask, what is your strategy going into the negotiation? Often a response I get is something like this. Well, my basic strategy going into the negotiation is to try to ask Pooja a lot of questions, try to find out what her position is, try to find out what she's willing to pay, find out about her interests, and then proceed. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, asking questions is very positive. The problem is that if that's your strategy, you have no way to measure the information that you're getting from Pooja. You need some kind of a framework for considering the answers that she gives you. To quote a famous philosopher, is actually a baseball player by the name of Yogi Berra, if you don't know where you're going, you might end up somewhere else. He comes up with these adages that cause people to scratch their heads, but there's also a lot of wisdom in these adages. If you don't know where you're going, if you don't have a framework for thinking about the negotiation, you might not end up where you want. A few years ago, I looked at the richest people in the world and tried to find out what their negotiation strategies are. And what I discovered, a common theme among these rich people, is they entered every negotiation knowing exactly where they wanted to be, and if they didn't get it, they walked away. So very important to have a framework for considering the information that you uncover during a negotiation. And what I would suggest is to focus on these key questions. First of all, what's your overall goal in reaching the negotiated agreement with Pooja? Second, what issues are most important to you in reaching that goal? And then the why question. Try to get to the interests behind your position. Why are these interests important? Third, and this one is especially important, what is your best alternative to a negotiated agreement? The acronym is BATNA. This is what gives you leverage. This is how you can measure the agreement that you're developing with Pooja. If that agreement that Pooja is willing to enter into with you is not as good as your best alternative, then walk away. Next, what is your reservation price? This is negotiation language for saying, in this negotiation, what's the lowest price that you will accept? What is your most likely price? What's a reasonable price that you would be happy with? And then finally, what is your stretch goal? Now, this last question is especially important because the negotiation research shows that the people who select the largest stretch goal are the most successful in negotiations overall. Now, because of a large stretch goal, they might lose out in individual negotiations, but when you look at their overall results, they are most successful. If that's true, then in this particular negotiation with Pooja, why not start your negotiation with a very large stretch goal? You think that you might end up with $5,000 for the car. Why not ask Pooja for $25,000? Think about that for a second. What answer would you come up with to that question? If stretch goals are so important, why not use a very large stretch goal such as $25,000? And I think you'll immediately respond, well, if I do that, I don't have any factual basis for $25,000 and I'm going to lose credibility. Pooja is simply going to walk away. And I think that's the risk. You want to pick a large stretch goal, but not so large that you lose credibility. I don't know if you've ever heard of an American athlete by the name of Michael Tyson. But Michael is a boxer. He is known especially for one fight where he chewed on the ear of another boxer named Evander Holyfield. I happened to be in Rome a few years ago and with my son, and we walked by Evander, and he's a very, very nice person. And I asked if I could take a picture with my son, and he graciously said yes. I was tempted to say, Evander, could you turn your head a little bit so we can see the ear, but I didn't. In any event, Mike Tyson is known for that fight. And Mike, a while ago, bought a little place in Farmington, Connecticut. 56,000 square feet, 18 bedrooms, 38 bathrooms. Wasn't large enough, so he added a 3,000 square foot nightclub with a 2-tier dance floor, 200 TV screens, etc. He bought the house in 1997 for $2.7 million. And the very next year, he put it on the market for $22 million. Not surprisingly, there were no takers on the house. And so he tried to backtrack a little bit the following year. 1999 lowered the price to $12.9 million. Still no takers. Obviously, he had lost credibility with that huge stretch goal. Next year, he lowered the price again to $5 million. Still no takers. And finally, he decided to take the house off the market. This is from an article in the Wall Street Journal entitled "No Bites on Tyson House." Here's another example, a very sad story that was written up in a book called A Civil Action, which was later turned into a movie starring John Travolta. The basic facts were that in the town of Woburn, Massachusetts, there was water contamination that led to a high number of leukemia cases. And parents in the town hired an attorney, played by Travolta in the movie version, and he sued 2 large companies. At one point in the film and in real life, they held a settlement meeting to try to negotiate a settlement to the lawsuits. And at this meeting, it was clear, as depicted in the movie, it was clear that the companies would probably settle the case for $25 million. However, the attorney ratcheted up the demand to $320 million, huge stretch goal. And so basically, the other attorneys walked out of the settlement conference. They thought that was a ridiculous stretch goal. And the end result was the case against one of the companies was dismissed. The other company settled for $8 million, far less than probably what they would have paid initially. And the attorney ended up filing for bankruptcy. And of course, the parents were deprived of a larger settlement for their loss. So those are examples of the impact of becoming too greedy with a large stretch goal. So let's go back to the case involving Pooja. And what I'd like you to do is to look at the facts in this case and try to answer the key questions that I posed earlier. So please take a pencil and paper and let's go down the list of questions. And the first one is, what is your overall goal in the negotiation? Please write that down. Second, what issues are most important to you and why are these issues important? Write down your answers. Third, what's your BATNA? Very important question. Often probably the very first question you always want to ask in preparing for any negotiation. What's your BATNA? What's your reservation price? What is your most likely price? And finally, what is your stretch goal? Now, you have data for all questions except for the last one, stretch goal, and you're going to have to be creative in coming up with the answer to that question. So, again, these are the questions, and let's look at the answers to those questions. What's your overall goal? Well, you want to sell the car. What issues are important to you? Why are they important? Price is an important issue, and the reason is that you need the money to buy a truck. The transfer date is important because you need the car for the next 3 weeks. What's your best alternative? What's your BATNA? Selling the car to your friend Tommaso. What's your reservation price? The lowest price you'll accept from Puja, $4,500. Your most likely price is $5,000. And stretch goal, probably a lot of variation here, but let's assume that the stretch goal is $6,000. Now, in answering those questions, it's often useful to try to diagram your answers. So this is what your analysis might look like. You have your BATNA on the left side, your reservation price of $4,500, your most likely, and your stretch goal. Now, this is a critical part of the analysis, and you can complete this part fairly easily. What becomes more difficult is trying to look at how this negotiation looks from the perspective of the other side. This is the way a very famous negotiator put it. I find it helpful to try to figure out in advance where the other person would like to end up, at what point he will do the deal and still feel like he's coming away with something. As we'll talk about later when we get to the psychology of negotiation, this is one of the landmarks of successful negotiators. They always look at the deal from the perspective of the other side. Now, of course, it's often difficult to obtain details of what the deal looks like from the other side. You might have to guess before you go into the room, and then once you go into the negotiating room and start negotiating, you probably will want to revise your figures. But let's say that the other side's figures look something like this. Let's say that Puja's reservation price is $5,500. Puja is willing to pay that much for the car. Puja thinks that probably she'll be able to get the car for $4,500. And let's say her stretch goal is $3,500. She'd like to get you to agree to a low price of $3,500. So we have the analysis from your side, we've got the analysis from Puja's side, and then there's one last key missing piece, which is called the zone of potential agreement, ZOPA. And that is, when you look at these numbers, try to determine where the deal can take place, between what number and what number. Think about that for a second and write down the zone of potential agreement. The deal can take place between what number and what number. And the answer that you should have come up with is that the deal can take place between the two reservation prices. In other words, the price might be as low as $4,500, which is the lowest price that you're willing to take as the seller, or it might be as high as $5,500, which is the most that Puja is willing to pay as the buyer. This is the zone of potential agreement, the ZOPA. Now, a couple of years ago, I was teaching in Bulgaria to a group of students from pretty much around the world. And there were 3 Russian students in the front row. And we were talking about this concept of ZOPA. And I explained to the class that it's really great if you can go into a negotiation where there is a very large zone of potential agreement, very large ZOPA. And whenever I said this, the Russian students began to laugh. So finally I had to stop and say, what's so funny about ZOPA? Well, apparently in Russian, your ZOPA is your bottom. And so to them, I was saying it's great to go into a negotiation with a very large bottom. So that's one of the challenges in cross-cultural teaching. Okay, so that's the analysis. Conclusions. Basically, focus on these key questions in a negotiation. We've covered these in great detail. These questions, of course, focus on the numbers. And there are other issues that are likely to arise. And let's just conclude by a question about one of these other issues. We determined earlier that an issue that was very important to you was the date of transfer. You wanted to keep the car for 3 weeks. So let's say you're negotiating with Puja and you tell Puja that this is one of your demands, no transfer until 3 weeks. Now, think of how Puja can respond to that demand? Two basic responses. First of all, maybe that delivery date is not important to Pooja at all. So what is Pooja going to do? She's going to use that as a bargaining chip. She's going to try to get a lower price from you in exchange for delaying the delivery. She might pretend as though the issue is important, but it's just a bargaining tactic. The other issue is, or the other response from Pooja is that maybe this issue is very important to Pooja. Maybe she needs the car immediately. And so you are at a standstill. She demands the car immediately. You demand delaying transfer until 3 weeks. How can you respond? How can you resolve that standoff? Think about that for a second. The way to analyze the standoff is you each have a position. Your position is 3 weeks from now. Her position is immediately. Remember what to do when you're faced with positional bargaining. Ask why. Pooja, why do you need the car immediately? Her answer might be, for example, well, I just started a new job and I need the car to get to work. Well, once you focus on her interests, maybe you can think of ways to meet those interests. Maybe you could even give her a ride to work. Where does she work? Is it close to where you work? Where does she live? Is it close to where you live? You might be able to meet her interests in a way that also match your interests. So that concludes our look at this first phase of a negotiation analysis, and we're now going to look at two other aspects of negotiation analysis. We're now going to continue with our analysis of a negotiation, the analysis that you conduct in preparing for a negotiation. And as I mentioned earlier, there are three key questions. We already talked about the cluster of questions you should ask to complete the analysis. The second big question is, what is my BATNA when I'm involved in a dispute resolution negotiation? The analysis that we did earlier related to a deal-making negotiation. So how is a dispute resolution negotiation different? Please try to think about that for a second. If you're involved in a dispute with somebody, what is the alternative if your negotiation fails? Why don't you write down your answer? In a dispute resolution negotiation, the ultimate BATNA might be litigation or an arbitration, which is basically private litigation. And as a result, to analyze your litigation BATNA, especially in a global economy, you should understand some basic differences between the litigation process in the US and the litigation process in other countries. So please hit pause for a second and try to think of basic differences between the US and elsewhere and prepare a list. Here are the key differences between litigation in the US and elsewhere. 6 key differences, and let's go down the list, starting with contingency fees. In the United States, unlike many other countries, lawyers can be hired on a contingency fee basis. And what that means is that the lawyer's fee is contingent on the results in the litigation. Let's assume, for example, that you hire a lawyer on a 30% contingency. If the lawyer wins $10 million in a lawsuit, the lawyer's fee is 30% of the $10 million, or $3 million. If the lawyer loses the lawsuit, then the lawyer's fee is 30% of zero. The lawyer does not get paid. That's the contingency fee system used in the United States, adopted in a few other countries, perhaps spreading to other countries in the world. In the US, class actions have long been used in certain types of cases. Let's assume that a company cheats me by overcharging me $1 illegally. I'm probably not going to sue the company for that $1. It's not worth it. But let's assume that the company has overcharged 30 million customers. Now 30 million customers can join together in a class and sue the company for the 30 million. Guess who's the big winner in a class action? Given the contingency fee system, it's often the lawyers. The lawyers might take, let's say, 1/3 of the 30 million, $10 million. The other 2/3 might go to the customers. So I would end up with 2/3 of $1 or 66 cents, or perhaps a coupon to buy products from the company that cheated me in the first place. Third feature of the U.S. legal system that's quite different from elsewhere is discovery. There are a number of tools that lawyers can use to discover what kind of a case the other side has. And two of these are especially important. One is document discovery, where lawyers can sweep into your business, or if it's personal litigation, they can uncover personal documents and examine those documents and use them in court. So in other words, discovery affects everyone on the job every day and every minute. Every time you create a document, every time you use email, every time you text, use voicemail, all of those are subject to discovery. You always have to be thinking about the potential for litigation as a result of the information you create. That's one form of discovery. The other very powerful form of discovery is the deposition, where the attorneys will force you, the opposing attorneys will force you to testify under oath before a court reporter. And that's a very effective way for them to gain information about the litigation. If you're interested in seeing what a deposition looks like, I have a link here to a YouTube deposition of the president of a healthcare system. And he is being questioned about the pricing used in one of his hospitals. I highly recommend that you look at this deposition for a flavor of what goes on and try to put yourself into the CEO's position. How would you deal with the questions raised by the opposing attorney? It only takes about 5 or 6 minutes, but highly worthwhile. Jury trials are another distinction between the U.S. and other countries. A number of other countries use jury trials in criminal cases. The U.S. is one of a very few countries that use jury trials in civil cases. For example, business litigation. Punitive damages, another unique feature of the U.S. system. In almost every country of the world, if you injure me and I sue you, I can recover what are called compensatory damages, damages to compensate me for my loss. However, in the U.S., if your injury was caused by conduct that was malicious or intentional, then the court might tack on punitive damages to punish you for your outrageous conduct. This is sort of like a criminal fine in other countries. The difference is that the criminal fine goes to me, unless there's a local law that provides it should go elsewhere. And finally, in the United States, there is the so-called American rule regarding attorney's fees. And that rule provides that even if I win my case, you do not have to pay my attorney's fees. And this is different from the rule used in other countries, which is sometimes called the everywhere but American rule, sometimes called the loser pays rule, which provides that if you lose your case, then you have to pay the winner's attorney's fees. So those are the 6 key features, the 6 key distinctions between the U.S. and other countries. When you look at combinations of these features, you can see why litigation might be more popular in the U.S. than in other countries. For example, let's say that A sues B. They each have their attorneys. B immediately goes to court and has the case dismissed. So what does A have to pay? A, the loser, have to pay his own attorney under the contingency fee? Nothing. What does plaintiff A have to pay to cover attorney B's fees under the American rule? Nothing. So in other words, there's a very low barrier to entry into the U.S. legal system when you look at the contingency fee system in combination with the so-called American rule. So that lays out the basic distinctions between the U.S. and elsewhere that you need to think about in looking at your BATNA in a dispute resolution. And let's conclude this discussion by looking at an actual case. So here's the situation. We've got a grandfather driving a Dodge Caravan with a friend sitting in the passenger side. His daughter's in the back seat with his 8-month-old grandson, Jason, who's sitting in a car seat. A pickup truck speeding 70 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone crashes into the rear end of the Dodge Caravan. The passenger side seat in the front collapses back on top of baby Joshua, killing the baby. So those are the facts, and now we have litigation started by Joshua's parents. We can assume that they probably hired an attorney on a contingency fee. That isn't required, but that's typical for a case like this. And in their case, they asked for punitive damages, the second feature of the U.S. system. So they sued Daimler Chrysler, the manufacturer. They claimed that the Dodge Caravan seats were defective. Daimler Chrysler failed to warn consumers the seats were dangerous, and therefore the company should be liable for compensatory damages to compensate for the loss, but also for punitive damages because the company acted in an intentional, malicious, or reckless manner. So after starting the lawsuit, then the company has a chance to respond. And they basically said, look, our seats were designed to protect occupants of the front seat. We couldn't avoid the design we used. The seat design met industry standards, which was true. The seat design exceeded government regulations, which was also true. So we've got the filing of the case, we've got the response, and now it's time for discovery. Now, other countries, as well as the U.S., use discovery, but the United States is more liberal in allowing the parties into the records of other companies in searching for evidence. So in this case, the parents' attorneys searched the company's records and developed this evidence. First of all, they found an expert who testified that the current seat design was not necessary to protect occupants of the front seat, as the company claimed. And they found evidence that the company knew of their seat design problems for 20 years. The company had formed a minivan safety leadership team with employees from a variety of functions, and the team concluded that the seat design was unacceptable and inadequate to protect consumers. So what did the company do? They ordered the chair of the leadership team to destroy the minutes, and they disbanded the leadership team and fired the chair. So this is the evidence that then went to the jury, another feature of the U.S. legal system. And the questions faced by the jury were, number one, should the company be held liable for compensatory damages? Did they do something wrong? Number two, should they also be held liable for punitive damages to punish the company for conduct that was intentional, malicious, or reckless, especially if they knew of the design problem and didn't correct it? And then how much would you award in punitive damages? So let's assume you're sitting on the jury. You know the facts, the same facts that the jury had. Please write down your answers to these three questions. Do you think the company should be held liable at all for any damages? Yes or no? Do you think the company should also be held liable for punitive damages? Yes or no? And then if you were on the jury, how much would you award in punitive damages? These are the results in the case. The jury decided that the company and the pickup driver who rear-ended the Dodge Caravan should be liable for $5 million in compensatory damages, 50% each for the wrongful death. And in addition, the company should write a check for $98 million to the parents as punitive damages. After the jury verdict, the trial court reduced the punitive damages from $98 million to $13 million because of the very large discrepancy between the actual damages and the punitive damages. And then the case was appealed to the Tennessee Supreme Court. And this court decided in 2008 that the trial court was correct, that the parents were entitled to compensatory and punitive damages because the company covered up evidence of the deficiencies of its design seat while advertising the Caravan as a vehicle that put children's safety first. So this illustrates various features of the U.S. legal system that you need to consider, at least in the United States, when analyzing your BATNA. This particular case also applied the American rule, although it was not discussed in the case, which means that the winners, the parents, were not allowed to recover attorney's fees from the losers, which is Daimler Chrysler. So in conclusion, if you can't negotiate the settlement of a dispute, either directly or with the help of a mediator, your BATNA might be litigation or arbitration. And in analyzing your litigation BATNA, especially in a global economy, you should understand the basic elements of the litigation process and how they differ, especially the difference between the United States and other countries. We're looking at the unit on preparing for negotiation and at a very important question, which is how can I conduct a negotiation analysis? We looked at a list of questions that you should ask in completing any analysis. We then looked at a specific problem that arises with dispute resolution negotiation, and that is that your BATNA often is litigation or perhaps arbitration, and therefore it's important to understand what goes on in a litigation and some fundamental differences in a global economy between U.S.-style litigation and elsewhere. Now we're dealing with a final question relating to analysis of a negotiation, and that is, how can I use decision trees to complete my BATNA analysis? A decision tree is a very useful tool in doing the BATNA analysis and beyond. It's a very useful tool for making all sorts of business decisions. So I hope that this segment will be useful to you not only in negotiation, but also in other aspects of your personal life or your business life. So let's start with this example. This happens to be a dispute resolution example, but I'll look at a deal-making example in a few minutes. Let's say your company has sued a supplier for $4.6 million. There's a 50-50 chance your company will win. Future legal and other expenses to litigate the case total $400,000. During negotiations, the defendant has offered to settle the case for $2 million should your company accept the offer. Now think about that for a second. What does your intuition tell you? If you use pure logic in answering that question, you didn't use emotion, you didn't consider your attitude toward risk, pure logic, would it make sense for you to accept the $2 million offer or to continue on with your litigation where you might win $4.6 million? Okay, write down your answer. You would accept the settlement or continue with the litigation. Now, let's look at how you can analyze this question by using a decision tree. A decision tree looks very much like a tree on its side. And the decision in a decision tree is represented by a square or rectangle, as we have here. The decision is, do you continue with the litigation or do you settle? And then uncertainties in your decisions are represented by circles. And the uncertainty is, if you continue, will you win or lose? So you start your decision tree analysis with step 1 by drawing a picture of the decision. And this is a very useful tool, even if you never add numbers. It's very useful for clarifying your thinking. I use this tool constantly. If I'm in a meeting and the conversation is drifting in different directions and it's unclear what the decision is or what the uncertainties are, I find it very useful just in the back of an envelope to sketch out a decision tree to lay out the options. But in this case, we're going further than this. We're going to step 2, which is to add the numbers. So here are the numbers. There's a 50-50 chance of winning, so you plug in the probabilities. If you win, you will net $4.2 million after deducting attorney's fees. If you lose $400,000, whereas the settlement offer is $2 million. And then step 3, the final step, is to calculate weighted averages. So in this case, 50% of 4.2 is 2.1, minus 50% of 400,000 brings you to a weighted average of 1.9 million, which is the expected value of continuing. And you can see here that that's less than accepting the settlement offer. Therefore, logically, you should accept the settlement offer, absent other factors. So this gives you a nice tool for analyzing your BATNA in a dispute resolution type negotiation such as this. Decision tree analysis is also a very useful tool for doing a BATNA analysis when you're involved in negotiating a deal. And here's an example. Let's assume that you're making a decision. Should you acquire Company A, which has a $21 million value, or Company B, which has a $15 million value? The price is the same for both companies. Now, if you stop there, the decision would be easy. Of course, you would acquire Company A if the price is the same as for Company B because of the different valuation. However, the problem is that if you acquire Company A, there's a 90% chance the government will challenge the acquisition and a 60% chance the government will win. If the government wins, the value of A drops to $14 million because of legal fees plus sell-off costs. Even if the government loses, the value drops to $19 million because of legal fees. Whereas if you acquire Company B, there's not going to be a government challenge. We know that. So before you do a decision tree analysis, what would be your gut reaction? What does your intuition tell you about this decision? Would you negotiate to acquire Company A or negotiate to acquire Company B? Please write down A or B. When I ask this question in class, a large majority of the class usually picks Company B. Now let's try a decision tree analysis of this same decision. So you know now how to do a decision tree analysis. Remember, the decision is the square and the uncertainties are represented by circles. The decision tree looks like a tree on its side. So draw a picture of this decision, which is step 1. Plug in the numbers and calculate the weighted average. Please hit pause while you do this, and then we'll compare results. This is what my decision tree looks like for this decision. The decision is, do you acquire Company A or Company B? And if you acquire Company A, then you have 2 uncertainties. Will the government challenge the acquisition? And if the government does challenge, will the government win or lose? So that's the drawing of the tree. And then you plug in your numbers. 90% chance the government will challenge, 10% chance no challenge. 60% chance the government will win, 40% chance government loses. If the government wins, the value drops to $14 million. Even if the government loses, the value does drop a little to $19 million. Whereas if there's no government challenge, Company A is worth $21 million. So you plug in the numbers, and then you do your weighted average calculation. 60% of 14 plus 40% of 19 is 16. 90% of 16 plus 10% of 21 is 16.5. So the weighted average, or the so-called expected value of acquiring company A is 16.5 million, which is still quite a bit higher than the value of company B. So if you'd use just a decision tree analysis, forgetting about emotions, forgetting about attitude toward risk, the logical decision would be to acquire company A. So in conclusion, decision trees are valuable tools for analyzing your BATNA in both dispute resolution and deal-making negotiations. And this is a tool that you should also use for making other complex business decisions. We finished Unit 1, which talks about preparing for negotiation and planning your negotiation strategy. And now we're ready to move on to the actual negotiation itself and to look at some key tactics for success during the negotiation. In covering this unit, we're going to focus on three main aspects. First, the importance of getting to know the other side at the beginning of a negotiation. Second, the importance of understanding your power and where your power comes from. And then finally, and this is where we're going to spend most of our time, what negotiation tools, what psychological tools can you use for successful negotiation? And by the same token, what are the psychological traps that the other side might use and that you want to avoid? So let's start with getting to know the other side. Now, this ability or willingness to get to know the other side first is difficult for people from some cultures. It's often difficult for Americans, for example. Americans tend to be very time-oriented. Time is money. When we go into a different culture, often we'll set aside a set amount of time for the negotiation. And we want to get right down to business. We want to start talking about the deal immediately rather than spending the time to get to know the other side. However, it's not only Americans. Other cultures have similar traits. For example, a few years ago, I was teaching in an executive program, and one of the participants in the program was a lawyer from Singapore, and she was involved in the free trade negotiations between Singapore and other countries. And she explained to me that she felt Singaporeans were very similar to Americans, very linear, very task-oriented, very focused on moving right to the negotiations. And she gave an example. She said that when she and her team traveled to India to negotiate a free trade agreement, they completely struck out because the Indian style was so different. The Indian team wanted to get to know them as individuals, wanted to find out, are these people we can trust, before diving into the details of the negotiation. So their negotiation with the Indians completely failed. They went back to Singapore. They underwent cross-cultural negotiation training conducted by the former ambassador from Singapore to India, and then they returned and were successful. So it's not only the United States, it's other cultures as well that sometimes have difficulty with this notion of getting to know the other side. I had a little bit of personal experience with this. I was Associate Dean of the Michigan Business School and in charge of executive education. And I wanted to set up an executive center for Michigan in Paris. I learned that a new business school was being built near the Grand Arch in Paris, out in the La Défense area. And I very much wanted the new business school to give me a floor or a half a floor in their building to conduct executive education. And I knew this would be very expensive because this is an expensive part of Paris. Paris is an expensive city. So I was looking forward to some very difficult negotiations. So I flew over to Paris with 2 faculty members, and when we arrived, the president of the new university and the dean of the business school invited us out for dinner. And we went to a quaint little restaurant on the left bank, and we spent an evening in the restaurant talking not about the lease negotiations, but about other things. And as it turned out, the president of the university had done his doctoral dissertation on an obscure English poet and mystic by the name of William Blake. As it also turned out, one of the faculty members with me was a William Blake fanatic. He loved William Blake. And so they spent the entire evening rhapsodizing about how great William Blake is. The following morning, we walked into the negotiating room. We had a half day scheduled for the negotiation. The other school basically gave us the space we wanted. We didn't have to pay any rent. We had to pay a percentage of profits, which we knew we were going to have to do anyway. But we got a very good deal, and I think I owe that all to William Blake, even though that evening I was awfully tired of learning about William Blake. But it resulted in a very successful negotiation. So basic message here is try to spend time getting to know the other side. Very important in some cultures. In some cultures, there's less reliance on a formal legal contract as we rely on in the West. There's much more importance on trying to evaluate the quality of the other side, whether you're dealing with somebody you can trust, and often this occurs through the process of getting to know the other side. Even something as simple as a handshake at the beginning of a negotiation can have a positive impact. There was some recent research conducted by professors at Harvard and Chicago, which concluded that when people started the negotiation with a handshake, at least in the West, maybe not in all countries, that the results of the negotiation were more positive and that there was more cooperation between the two sides. This is one final consideration when you're getting to know the other side at the beginning of a negotiation, and that is try to develop your conversational intelligence. This is some advice from an article in the Wall Street Journal. It's not hardcore research, it's common sense, but yet it's common sense that many of us forget, including myself. And that is advice such as when you're meeting somebody, either socially or in business, try to avoid your favorite topic. You'll end up talking too much. Ask a lot of questions. People love to talk about themselves, and they'll think you're a great conversationalist if you talk about them. And finally, listening is critical. We're going to be talking more about listening, but here you have some cues from Mr. Ninan. Say things such as, so you think that, so what you're saying is, a conversation can go on indefinitely, as he points out. So again, just some common sense tips on getting to know, on conversation and intelligence when you're getting to know somebody at the beginning of a negotiation, or if you're in any social setting. In this unit, we're talking about tactics to use during the actual negotiation. And one very important tactic, one very important aspect of the negotiation is to understand your power. And let me start by asking you this question. What is your source of power in a negotiation? In any negotiation, where does your power come from? Please think about that for a second. Maybe jot down your answer. I think people generally agree that information represents your main source of power in a negotiation. And how do you get that information during the actual negotiation process? You ask a lot of questions. Some people, especially traditionalists, think of negotiation as a persuasion. you're trying to persuade somebody else to do what you want. When in fact, the best negotiators are the ones who, while they might be persuasive, are the ones who ask questions, harvest information, and then use that information to analyze your position and to analyze your interests. A friend of mine who used to conduct negotiation seminars with me used to explain to the class that not only should you ask questions, but it's very important to listen carefully to the answers and analyze the answers. That's why God gave us, in his view, 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we could spend more time listening than speaking. There's a cross-cultural element to the ability to ask questions and to listen carefully to the answers. For example, there have been some studies of German negotiators and Chinese negotiators, and the conclusion was that Chinese negotiators ask 3 times as many questions as German negotiators. And that means the Chinese negotiators are harvesting that much more information to use in the negotiation. The ability to ask questions and the ability to listen are important for more than just negotiation purposes. I worked for several years with a large international consulting firm. And one day I was having lunch with one of the leaders of the firm, somebody who's worked with leaders around the world. And I asked him, why is it that some people move to the top of an organization while other people become stranded at a middle level? Even though both people are very talented, both people are smart, articulate, but I explained to him that I've seen this often with my students. 2 students graduate from Michigan, and one moves to the top and the other remains more in a middle level position. And he didn't hesitate in giving me an answer. He said, really, it boils down to 2 factors. Number 1 is conceptual knowledge that comes from your experience in the business, understanding the business, building on your experience. And number 2, he said, is the importance of the ability to listen, the ability to hear. He asked me if we had any courses on listening in business schools, and I explained to him that no, not to my knowledge. Probably professors are the very worst people to teach courses on listening, but yet it's a very important tool in negotiation and for anyone who wants to move to a leadership position. Now, I do have some bad news for many of you who are participating in this course. And that is that many of you physically are unable to listen as well as other people. There have been some recent studies based on brain scans, so-called fMRIs, that indicate that males are able to listen with only half their brain. Now, this is something probably females could have told us a long time ago without the brain scans, but if you are male, then you have to work extra hard to develop your listening ability. So your power generally comes from information, and this information comes from asking questions and listening carefully to the answers. But there's a more specific aspect of power. There's a particular piece of information that is especially important in negotiation. We've already covered this piece of information in another context, but can you guess what that information is? If you could ask for one specific piece of information, what might that be in a negotiation? Think about that for a second and write down your answer. The specific piece of information that's especially valuable in a negotiation is information about the other side's BATNA. And the reason for that is that your BATNA gives you power and the other side's BATNA gives them power. the BATNA, the best alternative to a negotiated agreement, gives you leverage so that if your BATNA is strong, then you can negotiate much more from a much more powerful position. You have a lot greater strength because you have a great alternative. And so given the fact that your BATNA gives you power, one of the first things you want to do in a negotiation is to find out how powerful the other side is by trying to discover what their BATNA is. What is their alternative? And they're going to do the same thing to you. They're going to try to find out what your BATNA is. Question: will you tell the other side what your BATNA is? Think about that for a second and write down yes or no. Yes, I will disclose my BATNA. No, I will try to keep my BATNA secret. The best answer, in my opinion, is that it depends. If you have a weak BATNA, if your alternatives are weak, if you're negotiating from a position of weakness, then you definitely do not want the other side to know what your BATNA is. However, if your BATNA is strong, then you absolutely want them to know what your BATNA is, because they know that it will be easy for you to walk away and to pursue the alternative. I live in Ann Arbor, Michigan, which is close to Detroit, Michigan, where the major auto companies are based. And when a major auto company like Ford is negotiating with a supplier, I'm guessing they'll tell the supplier their BATNA before they even say good morning. They'll probably say to the supplier, look, we want you to cut your costs even further in this round of contract negotiations. And if you don't, I've got 5 other suppliers sitting in the waiting room who would be delighted to have our business. They'll let you know their BATNA up front. So whether you disclose or not depends on the strength of your BATNA. Once you find out their BATNA, then your next strategy in a negotiation is to try to weaken their power, try to weaken their alternative, weaken their BATNA. So for example, let's say you're a supplier negotiating with Ford, and they tell you that they have 5 other suppliers waiting in the waiting room. Well, what can you do in that situation? How can you weaken their view of their BATNA? Think about that for a second. You might even press pause and write down your answer. If I were a supplier, I would try to point out to Ford that, look, I've been supplying you for years. I've been very reliable with delivery. The quality has been high. I've partnered with you in developing new products, new components. You know you can count on me. Yes, my price might be a little bit higher, but you're getting much higher quality. Whereas if you take a chance with one of those other suppliers, then you might not get delivery on time. You might not get the same quality product. They're not going to be willing to work with you on new product development the way we are, and so on. That would be my pitch, to try to weaken their power, to weaken their BATNA. And the third and final piece of your BATNA strategy is to try to improve your power, improve your alternatives. This is something you'll actually probably do before the negotiation begins. You'll try to develop alternatives and use that as a source of strength. For example, you see quotes like this in the business press. Millennium Pharmaceuticals. Whenever we feel there's a possibility of a deal with someone, we immediately call 6 other people. It drives you nuts trying to juggle them all, but it will change the perception of the other side. Or this quote from AOL, you would never do a deal without talking to anyone else. Never. Now what they're saying in negotiation language is we want to strengthen our BATNA by talking with other parties. We always talk with other parties. We always develop alternatives to strengthen our position. So that basically represents your BATNA strategy during a negotiation. Find out the other side's BATNA, weaken their BATNA, and strengthen your own BATNA. There's one other aspect of power that I'd like to mention, and that is in some situations, you can develop a coalition as an alternative to the BATNA strategy. And here's an example involving a friend of mine, although I've, of course, changed the names and changed the facts, but this is the basic scenario. My friend was involved in discussion with a couple of other entrepreneurs about forming a tennis center. One of the possible partners in the tennis center was a very well-known retired professional tennis player. The second was less well-known, but known in the local community and sponsored a youth tennis program. The third possible partner, my friend, was not known at all but loves tennis and did some coaching. Now, in their discussions, they realized that the annual profits from this venture were estimated at around $1 million. And about 50% of those profits would result from Ash's involvement. He's the well-known retired pro. 30% would result from Billy's involvement. He's known locally. And 20% from Chris's involvement. So when my friend contacted me, they were negotiating over how the profits should be split. And let's assume that they need at least 2 of the 3 partners in order to form the business. Well, this is a classic coalition bargaining scenario where the traditional BATNA analysis doesn't work because the alternatives are too dynamic. You have too many combinations. There are a lot of different combinations of the 3 parties or 2 of the 3, Ash and Billy, Billy and Chris, Chris and Ash. And in those combinations, you have almost an infinite amount of profit sharing. So for example, Ash obviously is the most powerful party involved here. Ash and Billy might decide to form a separate partnership without Chris, which would give them 80% of the profits. But maybe Ash is very greedy and wants 80% of those profits. And so Chris could then enter the scene and say, hey, Billy, why don't you join with me? Our total profits will be less, but I'll give you a larger share of the profits than what Ash could. And so in a negotiation like this, you can go round and round. There's no mathematically precise solution. It's almost impossible to calculate a BATNA. So what becomes important in a coalition bargaining is developing trust from the other parties, treating the other parties fairly. And when I do this a simulation based on this scenario in class, I often find that Billy and Chris might form a coalition and squeeze out Ash because Ash became too greedy and wanted too large a share of the profits. So in other words, forming a coalition is another very powerful form of negotiation, even when on the surface it looks like you are less powerful than the other side. It looks here that Billy and Chris are less powerful than Chris, but by forming a coalition, they might actually squeeze Ash out of the deal. So that concludes our look at the use of power in negotiation. In this unit on negotiation, we've looked at the importance of getting to know the other side at the beginning of the negotiation. We've also discussed various concepts of power, and especially the role that the BATNA plays in establishing your leverage in a negotiation. We're now ready to look at some psychological tools that you can use during a negotiation But these are also traps that, when used by other parties, you want to avoid. In thinking about these tools and traps, we're going to be looking at some research by people who focus on decision making. And these people fall within two camps. Some of the researchers are prescriptive. They try to prescribe how we as human beings should make decisions. The other camp focuses more on descriptive research or behavioral research. They try to look at how we act as human beings, and then they build on that knowledge in providing advice for negotiators. We've already looked at an example of prescriptive, or sometimes called normative, decision making, and that's the use of decision trees. We looked, for example, at how you can use a decision tree in evaluating a decision as to whether to acquire company A or company B. So our focus is going to be on descriptive decision making or behavioral decision making. Now, researchers in this area have discovered that you and I as human beings use certain rules of thumb to simplify our decisions. These rules of thumb are called heuristics. Let me give you an example. This is from a great book by Max Bazerman called Judgment in Managerial Decision Making, which I've cited at the bottom. So here's the example. Let's assume that your company has decided to hire an MBA graduate to work in finance at your company. Your company has also decided that it is only going to recruit at the top 10 business schools. So that's your heuristic, that's your rule of thumb that you'll use in making this decision. If you had to criticize the use of that heuristic, what would your criticism be? You might want to hit pause and think about that for a second. What's wrong with recruiting only at the top 10 schools? Your answer might be, you could come up with a variety of reasons, but you might point out that by recruiting only at the top 10 schools, you might miss the very best candidate for your position. There are a number of very talented people who don't attend top 10 schools for a variety of reasons, and some of them might have experiences that would be a perfect fit for your company. So that's a problem with the heuristic. Now let me ask you, if you wanted to defend the heuristic, how might you defend it? Think about that for a second. Again, you might want to hit pause. In defending the heuristic, you might think of factors such as the cost of recruiting, the cost of visiting more than 10 campuses. You also might think of the quality of the candidates. As a general rule, the schools have already pre-screened the candidates for you, and generally the more talented people are going to be at the better schools. So all of us go through this kind of internal cost-benefit analysis in using heuristics, which help us navigate through a very complicated and uncertain world. And there's some good news and bad news with our use of heuristics. The good news is that these heuristics are mostly helpful in making decisions. The bad news is that occasionally they can result in serious error. And this is where we're going to focus. Where does our use of heuristics result in serious error that can cause problems during negotiation? It can cause you to fall into traps, or these errors can be beneficial when you're using them as a tool during your negotiations. So what we're going to do is to look deep into the human mind and try to determine how these errors can be used as tools to use or traps to avoid. Now, before we dive into these heuristics, let me ask you a trivia question. And the question is, who is probably the most successful investor in the world? And that answer is Warren Buffett. Now let me ask you a tougher trivia question. Over the years, when Buffett has faced serious financial decisions, there's always one person he goes to for advice. And who is that person? Tougher question. The answer to that is a man by the name of Charlie Munger. Mr. Munger attended the University of Michigan. He never graduated. He then talked his way into Harvard Law School. And after law school, he started a very successful law firm in Los Angeles. Over the last couple of years, it's been named the top law firm in the country. However, fairly early on, he decided that he wanted to focus on investments, and so he became Buffett's partner. Now, he hasn't been quite as successful as Buffett. He's only worth about $1 billion, but still he has been very successful. And somebody told me once that whenever Munger faces a difficult financial decision, he pulls a checklist out of his pocket and he goes through the list to make sure that he doesn't fall into any trap. I'm not sure that the story is true or not, but somebody relayed that to me. So when we're done with this session, you're going to have your own checklist that you can use. And this checklist of psychological tools and traps will be useful not only in negotiation, but also in financial decision-making, in leadership decision-making. So this session, I think, is possibly the most important in the whole course. As we go through the various tools and traps, I'm going to use actual experiments that were used by the decision researchers in coming up with these tools. So you'll have a chance to experience why and how these tools work. So let's start with something called the mythical fixed pie assumption. This is an assumption you and I make during a negotiation. We automatically assume that our interests are in direct conflict with the interests of the other side. Let's try a quick experiment. Let's assume that you are going to arm wrestle with someone else. And if you're in a room with somebody else, please try this. Otherwise, just think about what the results might be. So what I'm going to do is to ask you to arm wrestle for 10 seconds. And you will receive a point for every time you could push the other person's hand to the table. And I want you to try to score as many points as possible within 10 seconds. So if you're in a room with somebody, press pause and try this for 10 seconds, 10-second limit. And if you're not in a room, just think about this for a second. What do you think the score will be? When I do an exercise like this in class, what I discover is that for most of the students in the class, assuming they're paired up with somebody who's fairly equal physically, the scores tend to be 3-2 or 4-4 in that range. That's for most of the class. But for some of the students in the class, the scores turn out to be 20-20, 25-25, 30-30. So what's going on? How do you explain the difference between the scores? The difference is that most of the students in the class fell into the mythical fixed pie assumption trap. They assumed that this was a competition, and they tried to beat the other side. Did I say try to score more points than the other side? No. I said try to score as many points as possible. The people who scored the most points, and in fact built a larger pie, realized it was not a competition and that there was no conflict in interest, and so they would simply go back and forth and score a lot of points. So that's a physical illustration of this mythical fixed pie assumption that we all face in negotiation. Now, one piece of psychology that's related to the mythical fixed pie assumption is something called reactive devaluation. And these words mean pretty much what they say. During a negotiation, because we think of the other side as a competitor, we tend to react to their proposals by devaluing them. So, for instance, a few years ago, several years ago, a researcher did a study that went something like this. It was during the Cold War era, and this researcher took an arms reduction proposal to a group of subjects and said, this is an arms reduction proposal from President Gorbachev of Russia. What do you think of it? And these subjects, who were all Americans, basically said, that's a bad proposal. Then the researcher took the same proposal to another group of American subjects and said, this is an arms reduction proposal from President Reagan. What do you think of it? Oh, this is a very good proposal. Same proposal, but they reacted to it differently because one group devalued it, thinking it came from Russia. The other group accepted it as it was. So very important to keep in mind this tendency toward reactive devaluation. When you fall into this trap, you lose the opportunity to consider what might be a great proposal that would satisfy your interests. I see this especially when I do exercises involving dispute resolution. I do one exercise, for instance, where the students represent a plaintiff who has sued a licensee, and the licensee comes in with a pretty good settlement offer. And what's the reaction of the students who are playing the role of the plaintiff? Often they will not even consider that proposal. They think, well, this person must be making the proposal because of weakness in their case. They react to it by devaluing it because they consider the other side a competitor. Our next psychological tool relates to a concept called anchoring, which basically means that you and I anchor on an initial value when estimating the value of uncertain objects. Let's try an experiment. Please get your pencil and paper ready. Now, here's the experiment. Think of the last 3 digits of your phone number, add 400 to them, pull out a calculator if you need one, and write down the total. So you should have a number that's the last 3 digits of your phone number plus 400. Attila the Hun was one of the most feared conquerors in world history. He was eventually defeated, AD, and my question to you is, was he defeated before or after the number you wrote down? Assuming that number is an AD year, was he defeated before or after that number? So write down the word before or after. So you should have 2 things written down, last 3 digits plus 400, and the word before or the word after. And then finally, write down the year, again during the Common Era, in which Attila the Hun was defeated. No fair Googling to get the answer. Okay, when I do this in class, this experiment in class, I end up often with results that look like this. So on the left, you have ranges for the last 3 digits of the phone number plus 400. And on the right, you have an average date of defeat of Attila the Hun. Now, if you were a scientist looking at that data, sitting back and looking at that data, what does that data tell you? As you can see, as the phone numbers plus 400 increase, the dates of defeat of Attila the Hun also increase. In other words, the phone number influences the date that you chose for the defeat of Attila the Hun. By the way, the date of defeat was 451. See if you got it right. So this is what anchoring is all about. You can pick a completely random number. What does your phone number have to do with when Attila the Hun was defeated? Nothing. But yet we latch on to a number that's thrown out when we're trying to deal with an uncertain question, such as the date of defeat of Attila the Hun. And it's not just ordinary people who fall into this trap or tool. Specialists do as well. For example, you've got an experiment done with 2 sets of surgeons who specialize in lung disease. And so the researcher developed the symptoms of somebody who might have lung disease and went to one group of lung doctors and basically asked them, are the chances of this person having lung disease higher or lower than, and then the researcher picked a random probability, let's say higher or lower than 20%. And the doctors wrote down either higher or lower. And then the researcher asked the doctors to write down, what do you think the chances are of this person having lung disease? Okay. Then the researcher went to the second group of lung doctors, same symptoms, and asked them, do you think the person having lung disease, the chances of the person having lung disease are higher or lower, and then selected another random probability. And do you think the chances are higher or lower than this probability? They wrote higher or lower, and what do you think the chances are? Okay, well, guess what happened? The 2 separate groups of lung doctors anchored on that random probability. Let's say the first random probability was 25% that the researcher threw out. The answers were close to 25% when they had to predict the chance of the person having lung disease. With the second group, let's say the random probability was 50%. Then the probability that they selected clustered around 50%. So even with specialists, such as these physicians, the anchoring trap is common. Now, how does this relate to negotiation? Well, one of the most important questions that you face in any negotiation is, who throws out the first price? Think about that for a second. I don't know if you have business experience, but what's the conventional wisdom? Or what does your intuition tell you? If you're negotiating with me, do you want me to throw out the first price, or do you want to throw out the first price? Conventional wisdom says, always let the other side throw out the first price. What does anchoring say? Well, as you might guess, anchoring says you should throw out the first price and try to anchor the other side to your number. If you're the seller, you're going to throw out a high price. You want to anchor the other side to that high price. So we have a conflict. And who's right? Well, I think both sides are right. I think that you should follow the conventional wisdom when you are dealing with the sale of something where the value is very uncertain. Because if the other side throws out the first price, that's one way to obtain information about what the value actually is. But on the other hand, if you're selling something where you're fairly confident of the value, then you should throw out the first price and try to anchor the other side to your either high price or low price. The problem is, and my students often ask me about this dilemma, the problem is, what if both sides are pretty savvy and neither side wants to throw out the first price? You know, your first price choices are it's either you or the other side. Then what do you do when there's a stalemate? Well, you can try something in case of a stalemate that I'm calling an information exchange, which is basically neither side makes an offer or a counteroffer, but instead you try to bring in facts that might be relevant to the value of the thing being sold. This is a strategy that's commonly used by attorneys when they are negotiating the settlement of litigation. There was a study done a number of years ago And this was the conclusion from the study. In negotiations between lawyers, these negotiations might be less a series of offers and counteroffers and more a process of exchange of information. And so by exchanging information, in this case, by talking about the value of other similar cases, neither side is throwing out an offer, but eventually they're able to reach consensus. And so if you do reach the stalemate situation where neither side is willing to throw out the first offer, I suggest an information exchange. And so that concludes our look at anchoring. Our next psychological tool relates to a concept called overconfidence. And a simple statement of overconfidence is that you and I are overconfident that our judgments are correct. Let me give you an overconfidence test. And this is the nature of the test. I'm going to give you 10 questions. Here's an example. The first question: the year in which Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was born. And I want you to pick a range from X year to Y year so that you're 90% confident that the correct answer falls within the range. Now, why do I say 90%? Well, if I said 100%, that would be too easy, because then with every problem you could say from 0 to a billion and probably answer every question correctly. And so I want you to be 90% confident. That's going to force you to be a little more precise with your answers. So to be successful with this 10-part quiz, you will answer 9 out of the 10 questions correctly. So get your pencil and paper ready, and you can start with this first question. What's a range of years so that you're 90% confident that Mozart's year of birth falls within that range? Okay. Question 2, the length of the Nile River. The length of the Nile River. Again, write down a range so you're 90% confident that the correct answer falls within the range. You can use miles or kilometers. Question 3, the number of times lightning strikes the earth every minute. A range so you're 90% confident the correct answer falls within the range. The time it takes sunlight to reach the earth in seconds. The time it takes sunlight to reach the earth in seconds. The diameter of the moon. And here again, feel free to use miles or kilometers. And by that I mean a full moon. Okay, the number of knives, forks, and spoons in the White House. The number of actively spoken languages in the world. Again, not the specific number, but the range. Actively spoken languages in the world. The gestation period, that is the length of pregnancy, in days, of an Asian elephant. The number of conceptions, the number of pregnancies that take place every day over the world. And finally, the length of time a snail can sleep if it is not disturbed in days. If you don't have snails in your country, you may have seen pictures of them. They're little wormy-like creatures that carry their shell on their back. So how long can they sleep in days if not disturbed? Okay, so let's see how you did. Remember, to successfully complete this exercise, you will have answered 9 out of 10 of the questions correctly. Okay, so Mozart was born in 1756. The Nile River, 4,187 miles or 6,738 kilometers. The number of times lightning strikes the earth per minute, 6,000. It takes sunlight 492 seconds, or 8 minutes, 12 seconds, to reach the earth. The diameter of the moon is 2,160 miles. There are 13,092 knives, forks, and spoons in the White House. 6,000 actively spoken languages in the world. The gestation period, the length of pregnancy of an Asian elephant, is 645 days. The number of pregnancies, that's human pregnancies, not Asian elephant pregnancies, that occur daily throughout the world is 365,000. And a snail can sleep, if it is not disturbed, 1,095 days. So, again, you were successful if you answered 9 out of 10 correctly. When I do this in class, it's very rare for anyone to answer 9 out of 10 of these questions correctly. And that's because most of us are overconfident. That's the bad news. Most of us are overconfident. We choose ranges that are too narrow when we're faced with uncertainty, such as these questions. The good news is that virtually the only people who are not overconfident are clinically depressed. Now, overconfidence is something that is studied in a variety of disciplines. Finance professors in business schools love to study overconfidence because they relate it to trading in the stock market. And I think their basic conclusion is that because of overconfidence, people trade too much, and because of the overtrading and transaction costs, they basically lose more money than they should. Accounting professors love to study overconfidence. They look at, for instance, earnings projections by managers, and managers who are successful in making short-term earnings projections are often bad at making long-term projections because of the overconfidence that developed. And it relates to negotiation. I see this in the negotiations conducted by my students, where when they do the negotiation analysis and they try to predict what the ZOPA is, the zone of potential agreement, too often they predict zones that are too narrow, which then limits their ability to reach an agreement and be creative in coming up with a solution that satisfies both sides. So overconfidence pops up in a lot of different venues. Occasionally, especially when I'm teaching executives, I get this question. Well, isn't overconfidence really a good thing? Isn't it a good thing for a manager to be supremely confident so that he or she can persuade the staff to do more than they ever thought was possible? For instance, you see this kind of a statement in various readings. This happens to relate to entrepreneurs. Overconfidence by entrepreneurs may provide the vision necessary to convince potential hires and investors of the opportunity to get in on the ground floor of a growing startup. Optimism also leads founders to see the best in people and thus contribute to their social skills. So what's right? Is overconfidence a psychological problem, or is it something that's positive? Well, I think that it's both, but I think you also need to put it into context. When you're talking about decision making, that's when overconfidence is a problem. That's when you want to be a realist. That's when you want to search for disconfirming evidence. However, once you've made the decision and you're implementing the decision, then you can put on your optimist hat and try to persuade people to do more than they thought possible. The challenge in decision-making especially relates to searching for disconfirming evidence that challenges your thinking. We all fall into the trap of trying to find confirming evidence. So let me try this experiment with you. I'm thinking of 3 numbers. 2, 4, and 6. This is a sequence of numbers, and I have a rule in my head that I used in developing this sequence. And I want you to try to guess what rule is in my head. So think about this for a second. And if you were in class, I would allow you to add 3 numbers to this to test your theory. So you could add 3 numbers to my sequence. Now what happens in class when students volunteer is that, let's say a student thinks that my rule is the numbers increase by 2. So the students will add 3 numbers. They'll say 2, 4, 6, okay, 8, 10, 12. And then I'll tell them that's not my rule. Other students might say, well, you're adding the prior 2 numbers. So 2 plus 4 is 6, 6 plus 4 is 10 would be the next number, 10 plus 6 is 16 would be the next number, 16 plus 10 would be 26 would be the next number. So they give me those numbers because they think that's the rule. I say, no, that's not my rule. Now my rule is actually very simple. My rule is simply the numbers increase in value. But notice what the students do. When they come up with an idea of what they think is the rule, do they test it with evidence that confirms their rule or disconfirms their rule? They select evidence that confirms their rule. So the person who thought the numbers increased by 2 selected as the test 8, 10, and 12. And I said, well, yes, that meets my rule, but it does meet my rule, but then they make the wrong guess as to what the rule is when they think it increases by 2. What they should do is to select disconfirming evidence. That student should have selected, for example, 7, 8, and 9, where the numbers did not increase by 2, but still met my rule. If they had done that, then they would know that their guess was wrong. So it's very difficult for the human mind to focus on disconfirming evidence. We automatically gravitate toward confirming evidence, but yet I think we need more studies on this, but I think many great leaders are the ones who are surrounded by people who challenge their thinking and test their thinking rather than people who simply agree with whatever the leader proposes. So that concludes our look at overconfidence. Our next psychological tool or trap is framing. Framing relates to the way that options are framed. The way they are framed causes us to be either risk-averse, if there's a positive frame, or risk-seeking, if a negative frame. So let's try this experiment. And here's the deal. If you are sitting in a country outside the United States, I've got a special bonus for you, a special gift in appreciation for your participation in the course. Let me make it clear, this is a hypothetical. So in accepting this gift, you have to make a choice. Your gift will be either $250, which I'll send you in an envelope, or I'll send you another envelope, if you pick the other option, where 3 out of 4 of the envelopes will be empty, and 1 out of 4 will contain a $1,000 gift. So I want you to think about which of those options you'll select. If you select the option on the right, you definitely will receive in the mail an envelope containing $250. If you select the option on the left, 3/4 of you will receive an empty envelope. The other 1/4 will receive an envelope containing $1,000. So do you have your decision in mind? When I ask my class this question, probably 80 to 90% of the class select the $250 gift. Okay? Now, I've got another choice, and this choice is going to be for the people from the United States. Let's assume that I had to think of a way to pay for this gift. And so I've decided to charge you for taking this course. And you've got two choices in paying for the course. If you pick the option on the right, you are going to receive a bill for $250, which you have to pay for the course. And it's already too late to drop out. If you select the option on the left, you'll receive an envelope, and 3/4 of you will have the bill paid. You'll owe nothing. 1/4 of you will pay $1,000. So you have to pick one of these two options. Which option will it be? Will you pick the option where you're going to get the $250 bill, which you must pay, or the option where 3 out of 4 of you will receive the course for free and 1 out of 4 will receive a bill for $1,000? Select either the right option or the left option. When I do this one in class, the overwhelming majority pick the left side and decide to take a chance. Okay? So when you look at the two options side by side, what's the basic difference? Well, the option on the top is a positive choice, and the option on the bottom is a negative choice. And what the researchers have discovered is that when you and I are faced with a positive choice, we tend to be risk averse, in this case, going for the sure thing. When we're faced with a negative choice, we tend to be risk seeking, in this case, opting for the choice on the left. This relates to work done by a famous psychologist named Danny Kahneman, who was the only psychologist to ever win the Nobel Prize in economics. It's based on a theory called prospect theory. So let's try to apply this to a more realistic scenario. And here is the scenario. You're the director of a clinic. You're preparing for the outbreak of a disease, and this disease you think is going to kill 600 people in your area. You have 2 key staff members who are negotiating and arguing, disagreeing over which of the following 2 options you should choose. Which one would you choose? With Program A, you know that you will save 200 of the 600 people. There's no question you're going to save 200 of the 600. With Program B, there's a 1/3 chance you'll save all 600, but a 2/3 chance that you'll save nobody. So please make your selection, Program A or Program B. Okay, now let me give you 2 other options and see what you would decide. Instead of Program A and Program B, let's assume that these are your choices. You have to choose between Program C, where 400 people are going to die, and Program D, where there's a 1/3 chance nobody will die, and a 2/3 chance 600 will die. So now make your decision as the director of the clinic, Program C or Program D. This is based on a study by Kahneman and Tversky, and the results were that when people are faced with a choice between Program A and Program B, 3/4 of them pick Program A. And when people are faced with a choice between Program C and Program D, almost 90% pick Program D. But what's the difference between Program A and Program C? They're identical. It's just the way that the choice is framed. What's the difference between B and D? They're identical. The only difference is the way that the choice is framed. So this is a powerful illustration that the way you frame a choice is a positive choice as between Program A and Program B, or a negative choice as in the choice between C and D, can have a huge influence on the decision. With a positive choice between A and B, people become risk averse. They choose the sure thing, program A. With program C and D framed as a negative choice, then people pick the risk averse option, program D, even though it's the same as program B. So this is a very powerful tool for your negotiating kit. And that concludes our look at framing. Our next psychological tool is called availability. And what that means is that you and I are influenced by information that is most easily available. So let's try another experiment, a question that I have for you. Here's the question. Are there more deaths each year in the United States from motor vehicle accidents or from lung cancer? Please make your choice. When I asked this question in class, a fairly large percentage of students, around 80%, select motor vehicle accidents. Here's the actual data, the most recent data. In the most recent year, there were 34,000 deaths relating to motor vehicle accidents and 160,000 deaths related to cancer. So what's happening here? Why do most people select motor vehicle accidents? I teach negotiation every year, by the way, in a large metropolitan hospital to doctors who are taking leadership positions in the hospital. And I always expect the doctors to get this one correctly. And their scores are probably worse than anyone. About 95% of the doctors select motor vehicle accidents. So what's going on here? Why do you think that you selected motor vehicle accidents? My guess is, and this probably happened in just a split second, it happened so fast that you didn't realize it was happening. You retrieved information that led you to select motor vehicle accidents. And this information might be what you see in the nightly news when you see the wreckage from a car accident. It might be something you see in the newspaper. It might be something you see when you're surfing the net. You see the results, often gory results from motor vehicle accidents. Whereas when somebody dies from lung cancer, it's not newsworthy. It's not front page news. It might not even be mentioned in the person's obituary. So you were able to easily retrieve the information about motor vehicle accidents, which biased your decision, despite the dramatic evidence to the contrary. So availability is something that is useful in a variety of fronts. For instance, it's been used over the years by very successful investors. There was an investor by the name of Peter Lynch who ran a huge mutual fund called Magellan. And this was one of his key guides in making investment decisions. He did not want to be trapped by the availability concept. He wanted to avoid relying too much on information that was easily available. And he searched more for companies that were a little bit more bland and boring. It's something that can also be used in negotiation. For instance, several years ago, I was working with somebody from the aerospace industry. And he explained to me that his company was involved in negotiations with the government. They wanted to sell the government fighter planes. And of course, there were competitors who also wanted this business. This was big business, hundreds of millions of dollars. So as part of the negotiations, his company wanted to prepare videos showing what the fighter planes would look like in action. And he said they had two choices. One was a video showing the fighter plane flying above the clouds on a beautiful sunny day with light classical music playing in the background. The other was a video showing the fighter plane on a dark, stormy day, thunderstorm, lightning, loud hard rock music playing. And he wondered which of these two videos should be shown to the government. My thought, I'm not sure if you'll agree with this or not, but my thought is go with the second video, because the second video is the one that's going to be more memorable in the minds of the government decision makers when they make their decisions several months later. That one is more like the automobile accident. It's more dramatic, more memorable than the fighter plane flying above the clouds on a light sunny day. So that's the principle of availability. Our next psychological tool or trap relates to a concept called escalation. And the basic takeaway from this concept is that the most successful negotiators are able to look at the negotiations from the perspective of the other side. However, there is also another very important lesson from escalation that I want to mention. In teaching escalation, I use an exercise in class called the dollar auction, where basically I hold up a $20 bill, the meaning of life, and I explain to the class that I'm going to auction off the $20 bill to the highest bidder. They can bid in increments of $1. The highest bidder gets the 20. So if the highest bidder bids 12, that person pays me 12 and I give them the $20 bill. The only catch is that the second highest bidder also has to pay me. So if the second highest bidder bids 10, that person pays me 10 and receives nothing from me. So when I do this in class, what I've discovered is that at the beginning of the dollar auction, a lot of people participate. And then gradually, as you approach $20, most of them drop out. And so you're left with two bidders. Let's say, for instance, bidder A has bid 18, then bidder B comes in with 19. Now, if it stops right there, bidder B pays me 19 and receives the 20. Bidder A pays me 18 and gets nothing. So bidder A quickly figures out, well, if I jump to $20, then I'm going to pay 20, get 20 back, and I'll break even. So they bid 20. Then bidder B realizes, well, rather than paying 19 and get nothing back, I'll bid 21 and get 20 back, so I'm only out $1. So often the bidding will continue beyond 20 and move up into $30 or even $40 until finally the parties realized that this could go on indefinitely. And it did, not in my class, but in a class taught by a prominent professor at another university. And he explained that he did the dollar auction in his executive MBA class, and he explained very clearly to the students in the class that this wasn't just a game. They had to pay whatever they bid. So take the wildest guess possible as to what the winning bid was. The winning bid in his class, the person who won the $20, bid $15,000. The person who came in second bid $14,500. Now, of course, as the numbers got larger, he wasn't limited to $1 increases. He allowed $500 increases. And these two people had to write him a check for the $15,000 who got the $20 and the $14,500 person who didn't get anything. So he was very curious when this was over. What was going on? Why in the world would they bid so much money? Well, he asked the winning bidder, and she explained that she was a doctor. She liked to make donations to charity. She sort of guessed he was not going to keep the money. He was going to give it to charity. And so she decided to have fun with it and also make a charitable contribution with the $15,000. Then he asked the $14,500 person, why in the world would you bid that much? And this person explained that he just got caught up in the competition. He was a very competitive person. As I recall, he was an entrepreneur, and he just hated to lose. And so as a result, he was out $14,500 and did not even get the $20 back. Now, a lesson from this is something called competitive arousal that was written up in the Harvard Business Review. Competitive arousal occurs in a scenario like this, where there's intense rivalry, in this case a one-on-one competition, there's a lot of time pressure, and you're in the spotlight. In this case, they're bidding in front of the class. And so when you're in this situation, this article advises that you try to limit the role of someone who is especially intense, if you're involved in negotiations, for instance, try to manage time better, and try to spread responsibility so one person is not in the spotlight. If you're interested in this, you can look at this Harvard Business Review article called When Winning is Everything. Here's an example written up in the Times of India. Sunil Mittal, very successful entrepreneur. He desperately wanted to acquire MTN, and according to this article, he was in a state of competitive arousal. When a CEO is in this state, is more prone to make the sort of rash decisions he would not make otherwise. And so this is one lesson from the concept of escalation, that you want to avoid becoming so competitive that your decisions do not make sense. But there's another very important lesson from this, and that is always try to look at every deal, every negotiation, in this case, the auction scenario, from the perspective of the other side. When you start participating in a dollar auction, it looks like a great deal from your own perspective. You think, well, gosh, I could bid $12 and I might win $20. That looks like a good deal. But then think, you're in a class with 40 other people who are thinking the same way. And you realize how easily you can be trapped and how this can easily escalate if everyone is thinking the same way and not thinking about the perspective of the other side. So what the research shows is that what separates a good negotiator from a great negotiator is this ability to look at the deal from the other side. I had dinner a couple of years ago with one of the most successful graduates of my business school. He was the chief finance officer of IBM. He was on the Apple board of directors. He was involved in many complex financial deals. And over the course of the dinner, I asked him, I said, Jerry, you've been involved in a number of very complex negotiations. You've probably seen some of the best negotiators in the world. What is it that separates these negotiators from others? And he didn't hesitate a second. He said, it's the ability to look at the deal from the other side. Another friend who was on the Michigan Business School faculty was a senior advisor to President Clinton. He left our faculty for a while to serve in this position. And over lunch, he told me about President Clinton's negotiating style. He said that when President Clinton was visiting the prime minister of another country, my friend would have a half hour, very strict time limits, to brief the president on the issues relating to the other country. And so he told me in that half hour, he was told to give the president 4 main points, 4 main issues between the two countries. And then after that, he was asked, how do these issues relate to the concerns of the other country? And he said that it was amazing how quickly President Clinton grasped the initial 4 issues and understood the issues from the perspective of the other side, and then was able to reframe the U.S. issues so that they met the concerns of the, let's say, the prime minister of the other country. Let me test your ability to look at issues from the perspective of the other side with this story. We've got another president running for office by the name of Teddy Roosevelt. And it's in the final stages of a campaign. And Teddy Roosevelt has, let's say, 3 million pamphlets printed with a picture of him looking very presidential on the pamphlet. And he intends to take a train tour across America, give speeches, and distribute these pamphlets. Just before the tour begins, after the pamphlets are printed, he learns that a photography studio holds the copyright to these pictures, to the picture on the pamphlets. And the problem is, he has no money left in his campaign to pay for copyright permission. Copyright permission could run, let's say, $1 a pamphlet. That would be $3 million, and he has no money left. He doesn't want to use the pamphlets illegally. That could kill his campaign. But he needs these pamphlets to win the election. So he had a huge dilemma, didn't know what to do. So finally he called a friend on Wall Street who was a famous negotiator. And he asked, "What should I do? Help me." Now, if he had called you under these circumstances, what would you do? Again, you need these 3 million pamphlets to win the election. You don't want to use the picture illegally in violation of copyright, and you don't have any money to pay for copyright permission. And when I ask this question in class, students come up with some pretty good possibilities. Well, why not make this person the official White House photographer if you win the election? Or why not give the photographer the chance for publicity, the publicity that you're using his picture on the pamphlets? And those are very good suggestions. But this is what the famous negotiator did. He sent a cable to the photography studio that said, "We're planning to distribute millions of pamphlets with Roosevelt's picture on the cover. It will be great publicity for the studio whose photograph we use. How much will you pay us to use your photo? Respond immediately." And the photography studio responded, I forget the exact amount, I think it was around $250. They said, "We'll pay you $250 to use the photo." So there's a great negotiator, somebody who was able to look at the situation from the perspective of the other side, and instead of paying them, it ended up the studio paying Roosevelt. Let's try one other example, and this is a bit of a mind bender. I'll warn you in advance. I hope you're awake wherever you are in the world, because this is a challenging scenario. So here's the deal. You work on an acquisitions team for a company, and you're considering making an offer to buy another company. The value of the target company is uncertain because they're involved in oil exploration. They're not sure of the results. The value could be anywhere from $0 to $100 million. And all of those values are equally likely. In other words, it's equally likely that the value is 47 million as it is 97 million. You do know that you have very good management in your company, and that under your management, the target company will be worth 50% higher than its current value, whatever that value is. Now, the target company knows exactly what it's worth because it knows the results of the oil exploration. How much would you bid? You can only make one offer, take it or leave it. So take as long as you want with this. Before I move on to the next slide, you might even hit pause. But think, how much would you bid? And the correct answer is that you should bid nothing, because all the offers that you might make have a negative value. Let's take an example. Let's say that you bid $60 million. Now, the target company knows exactly what it's worth. So if it's worth more than 60, the target company is not going to accept your offer. It's only going to accept offers that range from 0 to 60. What's the average value of those offers? 30 million on average, because each value is equally likely. And you know that under your management, the company is going to be worth 50% more than the bid. So on average, your bid is worth 30 million. You add 50%, that brings it up to 45 million, which means that you have lost 15 million on your $60 million bid. Now, I promised that would be complicated, but there's a very simple underlying principle involved here, and that is always look at the deal from the perspective of the other side. If you had looked at it from the perspective of the target company, then these results should be clear. And that concludes our look at escalation. Let's now move on to another tool or a trap related to psychology, and that's the concept of reciprocation, or also called reciprocity. And basically what this means is that when somebody does something for us, we as human beings feel the need to repay what they've given us. According to anthropologist Richard Leakey, this is what really makes us human and separates us from other forms of animal life. When we first began to share food, to share tools, and to reciprocate with each other. Now, reciprocity is a tool that's especially useful in negotiation. And let me give you a personal example of reciprocity in a negotiation I was involved in India a few years ago. One of my former students invited me to participate in his wedding in Mumbai. So I flew out for the wedding and had a wonderful time participating in the wedding, but then had a couple of extra days to explore the city following the wedding. So one afternoon, I visited a beautiful area in Mumbai called the Hanging Gardens, a wonderful park. And as I approached the Hanging Gardens, a young girl who looked like she was probably 7 or 8 years old and perhaps lived on the street, walked up to me and offered to sell me a fan made out of peacock feathers. I said, absolutely not interested. So I then started to walk into the park, and as I walked into the park, she followed me, and as she followed me, she described various features of the park. She described the vegetation, the topiary, some buildings, the history of the park. In effect, she gave me a wonderful guided tour. Guess what I walked out of the park holding? A peacock fan. She may have been young, she may have lived on the street, but she was very smart, and she understood that if she did something good for me, I would feel the need to reciprocate. This is something that's very useful in negotiation where there are many issues involved, and where, for example, there's an issue that's important to the other side that maybe is less important to you. When you give in on that issue, then often they will feel the need to reciprocate and give in on another issue that's more important to you. So in trading off issues, reciprocity plays an important role. Let's now move on to the next tool or trap, which is called the contrast principle, which basically means that things look different when presented in sequence than when they do when presented in isolation. And let me give you another personal example of the contrast principle. When I bought my first house, I asked a real estate agent to show me some properties. So she first took me to a house that was probably the ugliest house I've ever seen. It was very run down, needed a lot of work, and it had a huge price. And I said, absolutely not interested. Then she took me to a second property that was an attractive house, but still very run down, needed a lot of work, and had a huge price. Said, not interested. Then she took me to a third property. This one was very attractive, very well maintained, and had a huge price. I said, I'll take it. Now, what had she done? Well, she used the contrast principle. She realized that that third house was going to look a lot different after I looked at the other two. It was going to look a lot different in contrast to the other two. In fact, realtors often call these properties, the first two properties, setup properties. They're setting me up for the third property, which looks different in contrast. Had she taken me to the third property first, I probably would have said, absolutely not interested, the price is way too high. But in contrast to the other two, it looked like a good deal. Let me read you a letter that has been on the internet for a number of years. It's a very touching story. It's a letter from a college student to her parents. And this is the way the letter reads. Dear Mom and Dad, it has been 3 months since I left for college. I'm very sorry for my thoughtlessness in not having written before. I will bring you up to date now, but before you read on, you better sit down, okay? I'm getting along pretty well now. The skull fracture and the concussion I got when I jumped out of my apartment window when it caught fire shortly after my arrival is pretty well healed now. I only spent 2 weeks in the hospital, and now I can see almost normally and only get those sick headaches once a day. Luckily, the fire in my apartment and my jump were witnessed by Roger, an attendant at a gas station, and he was the one who called the fire department. He also visited me in the hospital, and since I had nowhere to live, he was kind enough to invite me to share his apartment with him. He's a very fine man, and we are planning to get married. We haven't set the date yet, but it will be before my pregnancy begins to show. His divorce is final now, and he shares custody of his 3 children. The reason for the delay in our marriage is that Roger has a minor infection which prevents us from passing our premarital blood tests, and I carelessly caught the infection from him. This will soon clear up with the penicillin injections I am taking daily. Now that I've brought you up to date, I want to tell you that there was no fire in my apartment. I did not have a concussion or skull fracture. I was not in the hospital. I am not pregnant. I am not engaged. I do not have syphilis, and there is no divorced man in my life. However, I am getting a D in my art class and an F in biology. And I wanted you to see those grades in their proper perspective. Your loving daughter, Jane. Well, Jane might be having trouble with biology, but she certainly understands the contrast principle, and I'm sure she's going to do very well in her psychology classes. Okay, one last tool or trap, and that is looking at the big picture perspective. Very important in any negotiation not to get lost in the details. What I'd like you to do now is to hit pause and go to this website and watch this YouTube video. What you're going to see is a scene something like this. you're going to see two basketball teams, one team wearing white shirts and the other team wearing black shirts. Each team has a basketball, and they're passing the ball to their other team members. What I'd like you to do is to count the number of passes made by the team members wearing white shirts. This takes a lot of concentration to try to get an accurate count. This only takes, I'm not sure, maybe 15 seconds. So please stop, go to this website, watch the video, and see if you can answer the question correctly. How many passes made by the team members wearing white shirts? And what you'll find out when you finish is an illustration of the importance of not getting lost in the details and taking a look at the big picture. This was very well put recently by a lawyer. She's actually a Canadian lawyer working for the International Air Transport Association. When you negotiate, you need to always keep in mind the big picture of what your client wants to achieve and always come back to it to avoid the trap of being lost in the details. Well, this concludes our look at a number of psychological tools and traps. And as I suggested at the beginning, I recommend that you keep this checklist close at hand. Like Charlie Munger, who advises Warren Buffett, you might want to stuff it into your pocket, and whenever you're faced with a question, a dilemma, a challenge during negotiation, or maybe even when making financial decisions or leadership decisions, pull it out of your pocket to test your judgment. This concludes our look at the unit on negotiation. We're now ready to begin Unit 3 on closing the deal and creating a contract. And our plan in covering this unit is to divide it into 4 sections. First of all, we're going to talk about perspectives on contracts, general perspectives. We're going to take a quick look at the sources of contract law and the 2 key variables in determining the sources. And then we're going to spend most of our time on the key elements in creating a contract. And my goal there is to give you a checklist to stuff into your pocket for future negotiations when you're involved in contract negotiations. And then finally, we're going to take a look at the tension that can arise between your business objectives and your legal objectives and make some suggestions for dealing with those tensions. So let's start with the first section on some general perspectives on contracts and contract law. First of all, there's a very popular phrase that negotiation takes place in the shadow of the law. Now, actually, there are 2 shadows. One shadow we've already dealt with, and that is dispute resolution. And we've looked at litigation as the BATNA in dispute resolution negotiations. And in looking at that, we covered some of the basic differences in a global economy between the U.S. style litigation and litigation in other countries. And we also looked at how you can use decision trees to calculate settlement values, that is the value of your BATNA in a dispute resolution type negotiation. Now we're going to look at the other legal shadow over negotiation, and that's deal making and the legal framework for contract negotiation. Let's start with a simple definition of a contract. Basically, it has 2 elements. A contract is an agreement, number 1, enforceable by law. So you and I can enter into a number of agreements. We can agree it's a great day outside, but that's not enforceable by law. So our goal here is an agreement that will be held up in a court of law. And there are many different perspectives that you can use in looking at a contract. One perspective is a global perspective, and that's illustrated by this quote from the Wall Street Journal. In setting up market systems in former communist lands, one thing should be kept in mind. It can't be done without first creating a legal system that protects the right of all individuals to hold, buy, and sell property, without the legal protections for the contracts through which those transactions are conducted. A system of contract law and the means to enforce it are fundamental. And what this writer is basically talking about is what we refer to as the rule of law. Before you make any investment decisions relating to another country, probably your very first question is, will my contracts be enforced? Are they enforceable? Will the courts honor the contracts that are made? Otherwise, you're taking a great risk in making those investments. So you can take a global perspective in looking at contracts. You can also take a business perspective. And here's one way to look at contracts from a business perspective. Obtaining a contract is the primary goal of a business entity. In other words, when you look at any business and you scrape away all other activity, when you scrape away strategy, marketing, finance, HR, accounting, what's left at the core of any business entity? And that's its contracts. Without those contracts, the entity would not exist. We talk a lot in business about value creation. Well, contracting is where value creation takes place. And the business people who are the best negotiators are going to create the greatest value. So that's the business perspective on contracting. And then finally, there's a personal perspective. And that runs something like this. In the world of contracts, you as the writer control the script and produce the play. You and I, every day, enter into many contracts. It could range from a simple contract such as walking into a McDonald's and buying a hamburger, or it could be a more complex contract that relates to you personally. For instance, when you buy a house, probably the largest financial deal that most people make. Or it could relate to your personal work, the kinds of contracts that you make on behalf of your business. But the key message here is, regardless of where you make the contracts, you exercise a principle known as freedom of contract. The law gives you a lot of freedom in writing that contract to create your responsibilities and to also create your duties. And in exercising that freedom, there is a well laid out framework of legal principles that we're going to talk about, and that's, again, the checklist that you can use in future negotiations. So these are some perspectives to keep in mind before we dig in to the details of contract law. Let's look at another aspect of the contracting process, and that is determining the source of contract law. Let's say, for example, that you're negotiating with someone and you go to an attorney and you ask the attorney for advice. Where does the attorney go to find out the law that relates to the contract that you're making? Or more common today is the do-it-yourself contract, where you go online. There are a number of services that will help you form contracts. Where does the law come from that forms the basis for those online contracts that you are using? Well, basically there are two variables to determine the source of contract law. One variable depends on what type of legal system you are in. Fundamentally, the legal world is divided into two parts. Roughly half of the world is represented by the common law and half by so-called civil law. Common law developed in England originally, and it's based on precedents, which means that in addition to laws made by legislatures, in addition to constitutions, in addition to rules made by administrative agencies, courts look at prior decisions to decide particular cases. So in a common law country, which is basically England, where it originated, or countries that used to be owned by England, in common law countries, lawyers spend a lot of time reading and hunting for cases. They'll try to find cases that are very similar to the contract negotiation you're involved with in order to give you legal advice. Civil law countries, and the civil law originated on the European continent, civil law countries, rather than relying so heavily on precedents, use instead a so-called code, which is sort of an encyclopedia of law. And so a lawyer in a civil law country would go to the code, try to find the principles that govern your situation, and then use a deductive process in coming up with legal advice. Again, the civil law developed in Europe. A famous civil law code is the Napoleonic Code. Napoleon was once quoted as saying that he had won many wars in his lifetime, but his proudest achievement was the development of the Napoleonic Code. Now, what's the practical difference between negotiating in a civil law or common law country? Well, in many cases, the laws in the two countries overlap. But yet there are some practical differences that you'll encounter in your everyday negotiations. For example, in a civil law country, given the fact that there's a large encyclopedia of law, a code, the contracts tend to be a little bit shorter because they can incorporate the code by reference. Whereas in a common law country, the lawyers will spend more time thinking of every possible scenario that might occur and trying to cover all eventualities in the contract. Now, today in a global economy, in fact, when I talk to people in even civil law countries, they tell me that even their contracts are becoming much longer than they did in the past. But traditionally, you could probably generalize and say contracts in a civil law country were a bit shorter than those in a common law country. Another basic difference is that in some situations, there might be variance in law. So when we begin to talk about actual contract law, I'll point out a couple of situations where the civil law is different from the common law. But in most cases, the law in the two systems overlap, especially with the development of a uniform code that I'll be mentioning in a few minutes. So that's the first variable, the difference between common law and civil law. Just to wrap up our look at this variable, let me give you a quick quiz to test your knowledge of geography and history. So I'm going to ask you about 4 countries, and I'll ask you whether they are common law countries or civil law countries. So get your pencil and paper ready. So the first country is India, common law or civil law. Now remember, the test is, was this country originally, quote, owned by England, in which case it would be a common law country, or by a European country, in which case it would be civil law. And India's relationship was with England, and it is a common law country. Okay, question number 2, Brazil, common law or civil law. And Brazil's legal system is related to the continent, to Portugal, and that makes it a civil law country. Okay, next one, and I'll warn you in advance, this is a tough one. The United States, common law or civil law? In a way, this is a trick question because the United States was once owned by England. Therefore, you would immediately think common law, but yet it's a mixed system. It has a pocket of civil law because we bought Louisiana from the French, and Louisiana has retained a civil law tradition. So actually, the U.S. is mixed. And final question, Canada. Common law or civil law? Another trick question. Canada is also mixed. Most of the provinces are common law. Canada used to be owned by England, but Quebec has a civil law tradition. So again, as you travel around the world, you're going to encounter both common law and civil law countries. For the most part, they're the same, but there are some differences, which I'll refer to later. Now, the other variable in determining the type of law is what type of contract are you dealing with? You can divide the contract pie into three big pieces. There's contracts for the sale of real estate, contracts for the sale of services, and contracts for the sale of products, which the law often calls goods. Contracts for the sale of real estate and services follows the distinction we've just discussed. It would either be common law or civil law. So if it's a real estate contract in England or in India, it would be governed by common law principles. But when it gets to products, it becomes a little more complicated because even in a mainly common law country like the United States, there is a code that would be similar to a civil law code. In the United States, we call this code the Uniform Commercial Code. And by uniform, we mean that it has been adopted around the country, although there are variations within individual states. There's another uniform law that applies internationally, and that's the United Nations Convention on Contracts for the International Sale of Goods. So if you're involved in international contracting, and if your country has adopted this convention, then this might be the law that governs your negotiation and your sale. So far, 81 countries, they're hard to read here, but 81 countries have adopted the UN Convention on Contracts for the Sale of Goods, International Sale of Goods. The latest one was the Congo in June 2014. But you have the countries listed here. I included, as a trivia question, one of the flags. I realize it's hard to see, but see if you can identify that flag, which happens to be the very last country on the list, Zambia. So what this means is that if you are a company in, let's say, Brazil, which is one of the adopters, and you're selling goods to a company in the United States, because both of those countries have adopted this convention, your contract would be governed by this international law, unless you said in the contract, we do not want the law to apply, we're going to pick a different law. But generally, it's the default position. So those are the two variables that are important in determining the law that will govern your contract. We're now ready to take a look at the key elements in creating contracts. And this section is especially important because it's going to give you that checklist to stuff into your pocket and keep in mind in your future contract negotiations. And specifically, there are 4 elements on the checklist. First of all, have you reached an agreement? Second, is there consideration? Third, is the agreement legal? And finally, must the deal be in writing? So let's start with this first question. To a large extent, answering this question can be common sense. Did one side make an offer? Did the other side accept the offer? For instance, try your common sense on this scenario. And by the way, this section in general is going to be a test of your analytical ability. I'll try to give you several case examples and see how your logical skills match those of the court making a decision. So here's the scenario. This happens to be based on a Chinese case, not precisely. I've made up a couple of facts, but loosely. So on Monday, a store offers to buy TVs from a manufacturer. Delivery of the TVs are to be made to the store. On Wednesday, the manufacturer accepts the offer, but tells the store, you have to pick up the TVs at our plant. On Friday, the store says, okay, we'll pick up the TVs at the plant. But then, after this series of communications, the price of TVs drops and the store no longer wants to go through with the contract or the agreement, if it is a contract. So that's my question to you. Actually, two questions. If you have a pencil and paper handy, the first question is there a contract here when the manufacturer sues the store? And second, if there is a contract, when was the contract made? Monday, Wednesday, or Friday? So please write down your answer. And again, I don't think you have to have a great knowledge of law to answer a problem like this. I think you can use common sense. The answer is that yes, there is a contract. There was an offer by the store. There was an acceptance by the manufacturer. But then a little bit tougher question is, when did the acceptance occur? Wednesday or Friday? And the answer to that question is Friday, because the Wednesday communication from the manufacturer was not an acceptance because they changed the terms of the offer. So legally, what the manufacturer is calling an acceptance is really a counteroffer back to the store. By counteroffering, the manufacturer has killed the initial offer, and now it's up to the store to accept, which the store did. So the precise analysis is manufacturer makes offer on Wednesday, store accepts on Friday, binding contract. Now, this principle of counteroffer is especially important to any negotiator. When the other side makes an offer to you, you have to remember that if you accept the offer but add additional terms, although there are exceptions, as with any legal rule, but if you add additional terms, then you have killed the original offer and you can no longer accept it after that point. So you have to be very careful in the way you word your acceptance if you don't want to kill that original offer. In another unit, I mentioned this case where a college offered a job to a professor. She replied, granting some of the following provisions would make my decision easier. Let me know what you think. And for example, she asked whether they would consider a higher salary, and she asked for no more than 3 new class preparations per year for the first 3 years. And the college search committee responded by saying, we've decided to withdraw the offer of employment to you. Now, as far as I know, there's no litigation connected with this scenario. But if she had sued them, if, for example, let's add an additional fact, if she then accepted their offer after receiving this latest communication, would there be a contract? And the answer to that would be no, for two possible reasons. Number one, they withdrew the offer, which a person making an offer is allowed to do before acceptance. So that's the end of the offer. But a second possibility would be a court could interpret her language easily as a counteroffer, which would also kill the original offer. Although she worded it in such a way that it's a little bit ambiguous as to whether it's a counteroffer or not. This would make my decision easier. It's not like saying, I want these things, or I accept your offer with the addition of these additional elements. But in any event, clearly because they withdrew the offer, which they're allowed to do, there could be no contract, no acceptance after that point. Here's a letter. In the examples I've given, the analysis is fairly straightforward and common sense. But here's a letter that's a little more complicated and convoluted. This appeared in our student newspaper at the University of Michigan, and allegedly it was written by a student who was rejected by a company after he sought summer employment. And this was his reply to the company in a humorous vein. Dear Company X, thank you for your letter on February 6. After careful consideration, I regret to inform you I am unable to accept your refusal to offer me a summer associate position in your New York office. This year, I have been particularly fortunate in receiving an unusually large number of rejection letters. With such a varied and promising field of candidate firms, it is impossible for me to accept all refusals. Despite your firm's outstanding qualifications and previous experience in rejecting applicants, I find your rejection does not meet my needs at this time. Therefore, I will assume the position of summer associate in your New York office this June. I look forward to seeing you then. Best of luck in rejecting future applicants. Regards, Tom. And of course, this sort of turns offer and acceptance upside down and was written in humor. A more serious issue is that relates to offer and acceptance. Relates to the very common scenario where you've been negotiating with the other side and you've developed what looks like it's going to be a deal. You've looked at positions, you've explored all interests, you've put together the interest, maybe build a larger pie, and now you're on the way to a deal. But the question is, how can you convert those discussions to an actual legal contract? That is a big challenge in any negotiation. And what many people do is to use what's commonly called a framework agreement. You start to put together an agreement, a skeleton agreement, and then gradually you fill in the missing pieces. And these framework agreements go by a variety of names. Sometimes they are pre-printed leases or real estate contracts. They're called memorandum of understanding, letters of intent, agreements in principle, memorandum of agreement, variety of terminology, all of which are examples of framework agreements. These are great negotiating tools to help you move from discussions to a legal commitment. The challenge, however, is that at some point, as you complete this framework agreement, you cross a line from a negotiating tool to an actual binding contract. And a fairly dramatic example of that occurred several years ago, where we have Pennzoil negotiating with Getty Oil to acquire Getty Oil, and they developed a framework agreement called a memorandum of agreement. Now, after they developed this agreement, another oil company, Texaco, decided that it was interested in Getty Oil. So Texaco enters the picture, negotiates with Getty Oil, and is successful in acquiring Getty Oil. Now, at that point, Pennzoil says, wait a minute, Texaco. Our memorandum of agreement was more than just a framework agreement. It was more than just a negotiating tool. It was actually a binding contract. And you interfered with our contract, and therefore you owe us damages. So Pennzoil sued Texaco. Of course, they could have sued Getty Oil too, but Getty Oil was part of Texaco. Won the lawsuit, and Pennzoil was awarded damages of $10.5 billion. At that point, Texaco said, wait a minute, we don't have that much money in our checking account, and Texaco declared bankruptcy. So a misunderstanding about whether this agreement was a negotiating tool or a binding contract resulted in this huge loss to Texaco. In bankruptcy, Texaco was able to reduce its loss to, quote, only $3 billion, but still it was a huge financial hit for Texaco. Pennzoil, in this case, made a fairly unique move. Rather than hiring corporate lawyers to try the case, they hired a famous personal injury lawyer named Joe Jamail. And of course, he was successful in the case, and this is a report on his success. The Pennzoil verdict remains the largest verdict upheld on appeal in legal history. The case later settled for $3.3 billion, and Jamail's personal take was over $400 million. According to Jamail, we celebrated that night at my house by eating hamburgers and drinking beer. I've still got the $3 billion deposit slip on my wall. That year, Jamail made more than Michael Jackson, Steven Spielberg, Bill Cosby, and Eddie Murphy combined. One last question that's very important to this discussion of framework agreements, and that is there a practical tool you can use to avoid the risk that a court will consider what you think is a negotiating tool as a contract? And of course, the answer to that is yes, and it's a very simple solution. When you're using framework agreements as negotiating tools, simply write at the top that this is only a negotiating tool and is not intended as a binding contract until you agree that it is a contract. That way you should be protected from the risk of locking yourself into a contract before you intend to. So that concludes our look at whether an agreement has been formed. We're now ready to discuss the second key element in creating a contract, which is called consideration. And there are technical legal definitions of consideration. Let me just give you a very practical definition, which means that for a deal to be binding, both sides have to give up something. Now, there are different views of consideration in common law and civil law countries. The general rule is in civil law countries, consideration is not necessary. In common law countries, it is necessary. However, given our global economy and the mixture of legal systems in contract negotiation, it's probably a wise thing always to try to include consideration in contracts just to be safe. Let's try an example. Several years ago, the dean of the business school where I teach, the Ross School of Business, called me and told me that he was involved in an interesting negotiation. One of our graduates was considering making a large gift to the business school. And the gift was complicated because there were tax considerations involved. And so the dean was negotiating not only with the donor, but also with his attorneys. And he wanted me to be involved in the negotiation. So I gladly participated in the negotiation. And eventually, the graduate agreed to give the school $30 million, which at that point was the largest gift in history to any business school. And he structured the gift so that rather than writing a check for $30 million, he agreed to make payments over 20 years. He agreed to write a check for $1.5 million each year over a 20-year period. Now, there were no complications with the gift, but let's assume that over the course of the 20-year period, the graduate passed away. And let's assume that his children didn't think that this gift was such a great idea, and so stopped payment. The question that would arise is this a legally enforceable promise by the graduate? Now, in this case, the graduate signed a 5-page written agreement with all the details of his promise to make the gift of $1.5 million a year. Let's assume that if there is a binding contract, death would not change the contractual obligation. So the only question is this a binding gift when somebody promises to make payments of $1.5 million a year over a 20-year period? So think about that for a second. Press pause if you'd like to, and then reach a conclusion. Would this be a binding contract or not? The answer depends, and it depends on whether there is consideration or not. At least in common law countries, it depends on whether there is consideration. Clearly, the graduate gave up something. He gave up $30 million or $1.5 million a year. The consideration question would be, did the business school also give up something in exchange? Now, when you look at the 5-page written agreement, the answer to that question would be yes. The business school promised to start an institute with the name of the graduate. They promised to dedicate rooms at the business school for the institute, to furnish the rooms, to furnish faculty for the rooms, etc. And so in this case, the promise would be enforceable. Even if the children did not want to perform the contract, it would be a legally binding contract because there was consideration on both sides. Our next key element in creating a contract, and again, these are all elements that should be on your negotiation checklist, that should be in your pocket during every negotiation. And the question is the agreement legal? This can be a fairly obvious element. You can think of very clear and simple situations where the agreement is not legal. For example, let's say that I agree to sell you a truckload of cocaine, and you don't deliver. So I sue you in court. And the question is this a legal contract? Well, of course not. We've got an offer and an acceptance. We've got an agreement. Presumably we have consideration. I agree to give you the cocaine. You agree to pay for it. But the court clearly will not enforce that agreement because it is not legal. And in fact, after throwing us out of court, probably the local prosecuting attorney will grab us and arrest us, and we'll end up in criminal proceedings. But in business dealings, the question of whether something is legal or not is not only important, but it's more subtle. So, for example, let's assume that you work for a company, and like many companies, this company asks you to sign a non-compete agreement when you are hired by the company. In other words, you sign an agreement that says that, for example, if you leave the company, you cannot work for a competitor for a certain period of time, let's say 1 year. But let's say that you are an entrepreneur, you want to leave the company and start a competing business or work for a competitor within that 1-year period, then the question is, will a court enforce your non-compete agreement? And this depends. It's a tough decision for a court because no court wants to put you out of work for 1 year in a business where you have developed expertise. So courts look very closely at these agreements around the world. And they ask, for example, well, is this agreement too broad in terms of geographical area covered? Or is it too broad in terms of the interests involved? These agreements must be crafted so that they are designed to protect an employer interest. And if they go beyond that, then the court might say, well, this agreement is not reasonable and throw it out. So generally, these agreements are legal. They do not violate public policy. But if they're crafted too broadly, then a court will say, well, this agreement is not legal. Now, in certain states, notably California, all of these agreements are considered to be illegal and unenforceable. But in most states and in most countries, it would be a question for the court to determine whether they are legal or not. So those are some considerations to think about in terms of legality. Let's now move on to our last element in determining whether there's a valid contract, and that's the very important question of whether the contract must be in writing. This sounds like a fairly simple question, but there are a lot of subtleties related to this question. And fundamentally, the question is, must the agreement be in writing? And there are two basic situations. First of all, there's a situation where it is in writing. And second, there's a situation where it is not in writing. And if it isn't in writing, there are two sub-questions. Is a writing required? And then there's a practical approach I want to talk about to avoid legal complications. So let's start with the top situation where you have an agreement that is written and look at some of the complications that can arise. Here's the deal. Let's say that you live in Mumbai, India, and you have a job offer from a company in New York City. So you negotiate an employment contract with that company in New York City, and you discuss all the details of the contract. Let's say you have quite a bit of furniture, for example, and one of the questions is, will the company pay for shipping your furniture from Mumbai to New York City, which is going to be fairly expensive, let's say $10,000. And the company says to you, no problem, we promise that we will pay to cover your shipping costs. So you negotiate the deal. You then put the deal in writing. However, you forget to include the promise to pay for your shipping costs. So you ship your furniture to New York, you move to New York, you start your job, and then you bring your bill for the shipping costs to the company, your bill for $10,000. And the company says to you, oh, yes, we remember we absolutely made that promise. However, things are a little tight here right now, and we're not going to cover the shipping bill. Now, let's assume that you eventually sued the company for the $10,000 shipping bill. The question is that an enforceable contract or not? Now, remember, the company clearly made the promise, and they'll admit they made it if you sue them in court. So the question is, can you enforce the promise even though it was not in your written contract? Think about that for a second. and then jot down either yes or no. Yes, you can enforce the promise and recover your $10,000, or no, you can't. The answer to that question depends on something called the parole evidence rule. And here's a concise statement of the rule. The rule seeks to preserve the integrity of written agreements by precluding the introduction of evidence about contemporaneous or prior declarations to alter the meaning of written agreements. And what that means in plain English is that once you reduce your contract to writing, then the agreement is limited by the four corners of that writing. Courts, in determining what your obligations are and what the other side's obligations are only going to look at the writing. They're not going to try to unravel the negotiations and what was agreed to or not agreed to during the weeks or months of the negotiations. They're going to focus on that written agreement. Whatever you said prior to that written agreement, whatever you said at the same time as that written agreement aren't going to count. It's just whatever is in the written agreement. Now, when I was in law school, I thought this was one of the most boring rules ever to study as a matter of theory. But when I look at negotiation practice, I think it is one of the most valuable rules because if a court decided to look into what was said during a negotiation, that could be an endless process during every negotiation. You reach certain agreements along the way, then you throw them out. And so it makes very good sense to limit the decision to what you put in writing. And so bottom line, in this case, because you entered into a final written agreement, you intended that to be your complete agreement, the court would not allow you to recover for the promise to pay for the delivery of your furniture. Now, there is a difference, by the way, in the legal rule in certain countries, especially in civil law countries, where the parole evidence rule is not applied, or it is applied in a different way, and I'm not going to get into the technicalities. But the reality is that in virtually every business contract, the parole evidence rule is included as a separate clause. And I think this makes great sense, regardless of whether you're in a civil law country or a common law country. Put in this clause because then it brings the deal to a final conclusion. It prevents the possibility of a court going back and trying to unravel weeks and months of negotiations. Here's an example of this contract clause. We have a contract, this is a little bit hard to read, but we've got a contract between a guy named Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook. And basically, this contract is an agreement to amend an earlier employment agreement. And so I didn't include all the details of Mark's contract with Facebook here, but it covers his compensation, which is $500,000 a year. It covers his benefits. For example, the contract stated he gets 21 days of paid leave per year. This is a strange contract, by the way. Does Mark really care, Mark, the founder of Facebook, whether he's paid $500,000 a year or not, when he is worth over $25 billion as a result of his ownership of Facebook? But anyway, they felt it was necessary to form this contract. But then, so you go through all the details of a typical employment contract, but then you get down to the end, and it says that this letter agreement supersedes and replaces any prior understandings or agreements, whether written or implied, between you, Mark Zuckerberg, and the company regarding the matters described in this letter. So like most business contracts, they have incorporated the parole evidence rule into the contract. And this is something that's done whether you're in a civil law country or a common law country. Now, let's go back to our hypothetical example of you moving to New York. And let me ask you this additional question. Let's say that you're negotiating with the company. So you sign the contract, the company signs the contract. Deal done. But then, after signing the contract, you remember that you forgot to ask them about shipping the furniture. So you send an email to the company and you say to them, look, I forgot to ask, will you pay for shipment of my furniture? It's going to be quite expensive. They send an email back saying, sure, that's our company policy. We will pay for shipment of the furniture. So in this hypothetical, unlike the earlier one, rather than making the promise before or at the same time of the written contract, they made it after the contract was signed. Question: is their promise enforceable legally? Think about that for a second. Write down yes or no. And the answer is no. It's not enforceable legally because even though it does not violate the parole evidence rule, because this was a promise made after the writing rather than before, it does violate another legal principle that we just discussed called consideration. Here, the company has promised to give up something. They've promised to pay you for the shipment of the furniture. You are not giving up anything. You've already committed to work for the company, and you're not giving up anything else. And so that type of promise would not be enforceable as a result of consideration. So that's a look at situations where the agreement is in writing, and I especially want to emphasize the importance of the parole evidence rule and including a parole evidence rule clause in your contract. Now let's look at the other situation where the agreement is not in writing. Then the question is a writing required? Is an agreement enforceable when it is oral? And the bottom line answer to that is yes, oral agreements are enforceable even when they are multi-million-dollar agreements. However, each country has exceptions. Each country says, well, certain types of contracts are so important that they must be in writing. For example, real estate is a fairly scarce asset. It's a very important asset. And so virtually every country around the world says, if you're selling real estate, that agreement must be in writing to be enforceable. Now, I'm not going to go into the gory details of all of these exceptions. The important thing is when you're negotiating in any particular country, it's a question that you want to be sure you're clear about at the outset. Is this the kind of contract that has to be in writing, and therefore I'm going to put it in writing? What I would suggest as a practical matter, forget about the technicalities of the law and always put your agreements in writing. You should always do this, number one, because it simplifies your life. You don't have to worry about technical legal details. But number two, the human memory is very fallible. And so to avoid memory problems, put the deal in writing. There's an old Chinese proverb that I think captures it best. The palest ink is better than the best memory. No matter how good your memory is, it's better to have your contract in writing, even if the ink is very pale. Because even though you are not trying to cheat the other side, even though the other side is not trying to cheat you, the way you remember the deal might be quite different. And keep in mind, when you do put your agreement in writing, it does not have to be a 20-page agreement that says contract at the top. You can be trapped by a written contract that is written on a napkin in a restaurant. The courts aren't going to be too interested in what was used for the writing. As long as it's in writing, it would be enforceable. Here's an example, an American case. We have two people, Mr. Lucy and Mr. Zemer, who are drinking at a restaurant. And after they've had a few drinks, Lucy offers to buy Zemer's 472-acre farm for $50,000. Zemer accepts the offer. Now, so far we have an offer and acceptance. It's oral, not enforceable, because as I mentioned, real estate contracts have to be in writing. But then Zemer writes on a restaurant order form, quote, "We hereby agree to sell to W.O. Lucy the Ferguson farm complete for $50,000, title satisfactory to buyer," end of quote. And then Zemer and his wife signed the writing. And here's what the writing looked like. So later, Zemer changed his mind and he refused to transfer the farm to Lucy. He claimed, number one, he thought Lucy was kidding when he made the offer to buy the farm. And number two, he claimed that he was drunk. He said he was, quote, as high as a Georgia pine, end of quote. And that the negotiation was, quote, just a bunch of two doggone drunks bluffing to see who could talk the biggest. Well, the court decided that he wasn't that drunk, he had capacity to make the contract, and that he had a valid contract. We had the writing as proof, and therefore he had to transfer the farm to Lucy. There's one last very important piece about this writing issue, and that is that even when you put your contract in writing, and this is called the express contract, there are a number of contract terms that are implied by law. And so it's very important that you have a basic understanding of what goes beyond what you've put into writing. In other words, it's important that you not only understand what you've expressly agreed to, but what the law automatically includes in your contract. Here's an example. Let's say we have Sam, who owns a small grocery store, and Clyde walks into the store, buys a large bag of potato chips, which, unknown to either Sam or Clyde, were spoiled. Let's say Clyde becomes seriously ill after eating the chips and sues Sam for breach of warranty. Is Sam liable? We're going to assume here that the nationally known firm that processed and packaged the chips is not named as a defendant. So the only question is whether the owner of the small grocery store is liable or not. Now, let's make certain assumptions here. Let's assume, number one, that it's very clear that Clyde's illness resulted from the spoiled potato chips, no other cause. Let's assume that Sam kept the potato chips in a safe area at a proper room temperature, and there was no sign of tampering with the chips. Let's assume that the chips were sold within the expiration date. Let's also assume that Sam did not spot check the potato chips for quality, but that's probably unreasonable to ask somebody who runs a little grocery store to test the quality of the chips. So here we have a contract. It's a contract that was not negotiated. It's just a standard sale contract, commodity contract. What is your decision? Would Sam, the owner of the small grocery store, be liable or not in this situation? Think about that for a second. Write down either yes, Sam is liable. No, not liable. And the answer to the question is yes, Sam would be liable because there is implied in a sales contract when somebody in business, in this case the business of selling potato chips, sells those chips to a customer, it is implied that there is a warranty that the chips are of fair, average, ordinary quality. And they weren't of good quality in this case because they were spoiled. So even though there's no written agreement where Sam expressly promised high quality chips, the law is going to step in and imply that the goods have to be of good quality. So that's an example of the implied kind of term that the law will add to your written contract. So that concludes our look at the key elements in creating a contract. Again, you have your checklist here. Very important to keep that checklist in mind when you have finished your negotiation and you are closing the deal. And that concludes our look at these key elements. There's one last cluster of issues that I want to explore relating to creating a contract, and that is the tension that arises between business objectives and legal objectives. This tension is inherent in the definition of a contract. Earlier, we defined a contract as an agreement enforceable by law. The agreement part relates to the business deal. The enforceable by law part relates to the legal aspect of a contract. And this creates an inherent tension. The focus of law, the focus of lawyers, is on preventing losses. They want to create a legally perfect contract, whereas the focus of people in business is value creation. They want to create value and they want to achieve their business goals. And this contract tension between the legal aspects and the business aspects lead to two key questions. First of all, how can we refocus our contracts so that the business objectives do not become lost in the legalities of the written agreement? And second, how can we make the legal terms more understandable? So let's start with this first question. How can we refocus contracts so that the business objectives do not become lost in the legalities? As you mentioned earlier, lawyers view contracts from the perspective of trying to create a perfect contract. Here's a definition of a legally perfect contract. The conventional goal, an agreement that is final, binding, and enforceable. The contract documents should thus be as legally perfect as possible. In other words, lawyers view the contract through the eyes of a judge. They're asking, what happens if something goes wrong? What happens if we end up in court? Will the promises made by the other side be enforceable? That's their concept of a legally perfect contract. What's the problem, however, with trying to develop a legally perfect contract, especially if you're not the lawyer, if you're the person in business who must perform the contract? Why don't you press pause for a second and try to think of problems that arise when there's so much emphasis on the legalities of a contract. First of all, you end up with a contract that is long and complex. What used to be handshake deals between people in business now can morph into contracts that are 40, 50, 200 pages long. Another problem, transaction costs. Takes you a lot of time and money to work with lawyers when the contract is drafted, but then because most of us don't understand the legal terms and what they mean and the implications, if there's ever a problem, then you have to go back to the lawyers and ask them, what does this mean? Which results in more time and expense. The contract becomes the focal point when future disagreements arise, rather than business problem solving. Without that legal contract, if there's a problem in business, you and the other side would simply work out the problem. You would use common sense. However, detailed contracts often have procedures that you have agreed to follow in the event of a dispute. And so all of a sudden, your resolution of the problem becomes very legalistic. I recall talking recently with the CEO of a fairly large company that he founded, and we were talking about contracts, and he said, in my opinion, all that contracts do is give you a right to sue, and I ignore them. When I have a problem with a customer, we work it out and try to do what makes sense in business terms, not according to the contract. There are big problems when you're negotiating a cross-cultural contract, because in certain cultures, the focus is more on relationships than it is on a legal document. In some cultures, rather than being the end of a negotiation, signing the contract is the beginning of a negotiation. And the focus is on finding partners in business who you trust and who you can work with and continue to negotiate, realizing that circumstances change over the course of a contractual relationship. And finally, contracts tend to focus on the negatives rather than positive business opportunities. So lots of problems with trying to develop a perfect contract. Here's a quote from a recent report conducted by an organization called IACCM, stands for International Association for Contract and Commercial Management. It's the largest network of negotiators, contract negotiators in the world. They have around 28,000 members. The members are from around 160 countries. And so they conducted a worldwide survey, and this was their conclusion of the way business is conducted today. Most business-to-business negotiations are dominated by discussions over financial issues such as price and risk allocation. That's the legalities, such as limitation of liability and indemnification. They do not contribute to the win-win approach that negotiators claim they prefer. In other words, what's going on in the world today is that these prominent negotiators who belong to IACCM are claiming that this is where we spend our time, but these are not the issues that are most important. So let's look at an alternative to the way that business is done today. There's a group of lawyers who work for a beer company in Scotland who have developed what I call a lean contracting approach. And their philosophy is that contracts should emphasize free market economics rather than legalities. They have a minimalist approach where they've decided all your contract should include is what are the goods and services that are being sold and what's their price. They do have a clause covering intellectual property rights, but the rest of the contract includes in terms that are implied by law. We mentioned earlier that the law over the centuries has developed certain implied terms that are a part of a contract. And these have been tested in court. They make good sense. So why renegotiate terms that are already implied by the law? So here's a clause from the Scottish contract. We've agreed on the essential elements of the contract. Rather than incur time and expense negotiating and recording in writing other non-essential terms and conditions, we have agreed to allow the general law to regulate such matters, implying such terms as it may. And then another clause from the contract. There's no minimum duration for this agreement. We'll simply continue to do business with each other for so long as it remains mutually beneficial to do so. In other words, why treat the contract as a club, a legal club, to force the other side to do something they don't want to? Why not use this free market economics approach? If it doesn't make sense to continue doing business together, then walk away. So let's compare their approach with the approach that's used elsewhere in the world. Here's another beer contract that I pulled off the internet. This is a contract between Coors Brewing Company and one of its bottle suppliers. This contract, which I would say is fairly typical, 23 pages long with another around 8 pages of exhibits. So compare that to the Scottish contract with one of its suppliers. 1-page contract, 1-page attachment. Now, does this lean contracting approach make sense in every scenario? No, I don't think so. And in fact, even with a supply contract, this might be too minimalist. So I think what you have to decide is, if you're in a business-to-business kind of situation, are you in a situation involving a snapshot transaction, a one-time transaction, let's say a loan agreement, share transaction, you're selling some real estate, in which case you probably do want a more detailed contract, as opposed to a long-term relationship where you have a certain trust in the other party. In that case, you can minimize your legal terms and you can rely on what the Scottish lawyers call commercial affinity, which means staying together for as long as it makes sense. In the long-term relationship, then you can rely more heavily on trusting the other side. When I present these concepts to lawyers, as you might expect, many lawyers are upset. They say, well, you need page upon page of legal protection. We need these protections for our client. We need a legally perfect contract. We need contracts that are 40, 50, 200 pages. But then I ask the attorneys, when you enter into a contract with your clients, how long are those contracts? Usually there's a long pause, because when they enter into contracts with their clients, often they don't even put the contract in writing. Often it's a handshake agreement, or at most a 1-page agreement that specifies what they're going to do for the client and what the client is going to pay. So in other words, many attorneys do not practice what they preach. And bottom line, if you are in these long-term relationships, trust can go a long way toward focusing on the business deal. Earlier in this course, we mentioned this example of Warren Buffett deciding to buy a $23 million company from Walmart. Usually, this kind of transaction would cost millions of dollars and would be delayed for months for legal and accounting due diligence. But here, because there was trust, even with a snapshot transaction like this, because there was trust, there was a 2-hour meeting and a handshake. According to Buffett, we did no due diligence. We knew everything would be exactly as Walmart said it would be, and it was. So when you're dealing with somebody you trust, then I think the lean contracting approach can be beneficial and can also be very economical. So let's now turn to our second question. And again, we're looking at the tension between the legally perfect contract and a contract that makes sense from a business perspective. And this question is, how can we make the legal terms more understandable? And the answer to that question is developing as a result of research done by people in Europe and the US and elsewhere There's a movement called visualization, which basically means how can we visualize these complex legal terms. I've written a couple of books with a co-author, Helena Hapio, who is one of the leaders of the visualization movement. She's a contracts expert based in Finland. So here's an example. This is what a typical contract clause might look like. The agreement shall be valid for an initial period of 3 years from the date of signing, unless either party gives notice of termination at least 6 months before the expiry of the 3-month period. It shall remain in force until further notice with a notice period of at least 3 months. Notice shall be given in writing. Now, when you look at that, that causes a bit of head scratching as you try to absorb what these words mean. The alternative is to try to visualize it. If you press pause and try to visualize it, you could probably come up with some interesting possibilities. Here's one possibility, where you have a timeline that shows the date of the signing on the left. It shows that the date of termination and the requirement for 6 months between the 2 red arrows. And if the contract is not terminated, then the second 2 red arrows indicate that it can be terminated at any time on 3 months' notice. So I apologize, this is so small, but basically with one line, you've captured visually what all those words intended to say. My co-author got me involved in a visualization effort recently in San Francisco. There was what we called a legal design jam, which brought together a small group of attorneys with a group of designers. And this was at the invitation of Wikipedia. Wikipedia wanted us to look at their trademark policy to determine whether it could be improved as a result of visualization. So this is what their trademark policy looked before we began work on it. As you can see, it's very densely worded. It would take a lot of time to read and absorb and try to understand what that means. As a result of our design effort, we came up with a much simpler policy that is color-coded in greens, yellows, and reds. The greens basically means you have free use of Wikipedia. The reds mean you cannot use Wikipedia, and the yellow says you can use the Wikipedia content with permission. And so it simplifies your use of the trademark policy. It's very clear what you can do, what you can't do, and where permission is required. And we also developed this in a variety of languages, and in early 2014, Wikipedia adopted this visualized approach as their trademark policy. So that concludes our look at this tension between legal and business objectives, and it also concludes our look at the unit on creating a contract. We're now ready to begin Unit 4 on contract performance and evaluation. This is basically the end game of the contracting process. And we're going to be dealing quite a bit with the way you resolve disputes in completing performance of the contract. If you don't have disputes, then there are really no great issues to discuss. And that's the case with many contracts. You negotiate, you sign a contract, you perform, and that's the end of it. So nothing to discuss there. But if you go down the alternative path where there are problems with payment, with delivery, with quality, etc., then you need some clear processes for dispute resolution. And we introduced dispute resolution earlier with what we called ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution. And ADR is especially important for non-lawyers for a number of reasons. First of all, with almost every business contract today, you're going to be negotiating ADR contract clauses. And it's amazing how many business people will negotiate a mediation clause or an arbitration clause without really understanding what they're agreeing to. So as a result of our discussion during this unit, I want you to walk away from this unit with a clear understanding of what you're negotiating and whether you should be negotiating it at all. Second, ADR is important because you're going to be a participant in ADR processes if you become involved in a business dispute. If there is a performance problem, you'll be involved in an ADR process of one sort or another. Therefore, it's important to understand what these processes are. And finally, it's important to understand ADR because often you will be the third party in resolving a dispute. You will be the arbitrator. You will be the mediator in resolving everyday disputes, whether they're family disputes between your children, for example, or whether you're working as a manager in a business and you're resolving disputes between people working in the business. So this coverage is especially important for a variety of reasons. And yet another reason is that often attorneys are not all that enthusiastic about ADR. Here's a very almost shocking statistic that 1/3 of lawyers surveyed in some recent research never advised their clients to try mediation or arbitration. So often the burden will be on you to suggest this. I'm not exactly sure why more attorneys don't advise ADR, but part of it might be economics. Here's a clip from an article in the Wall Street Journal about a law firm who is having revenue problems. And it mentions that they had a big problem with revenue because 3 of their cases settled, and as a result, they lost $35 million in revenue. So I'm not saying that they were against the settlement, but yet the economic motivations of lawyers might lean more toward continuing litigation as opposed to settling. So in discussing the end game, we're going to start by looking at dispute prevention, which actually peels the onion back a little bit further than ADR. We're saying that before you even get to a dispute, are there ways that you can use to prevent the dispute from arising at all? And then we'll look at ADR concepts very generally. I then want to give you some management tools, very practical tools that you can use for resolving disputes. And then we're going to look at the 2 cornerstones of ADR in a little more detail. We're going to look at arbitration and mediation. And finally, I have some suggestions for what you should do after you finish performing a contract in terms of reviewing it, reviewing what happened, and evaluating. So let's move to dispute prevention. And dispute prevention or preventive law is something that's been kicked around for years, but only within the last few years has a clear definition been developed. And basically it means that it's more important to predict what people will do than to predict what a court will do. Winning a lawsuit can be ruinous. In the past, the emphasis was on, well, if they sue us, will we win or lose in court? That was the traditional question. The preventive law question is not, will we win in court, but what is driving people to court? And this preventive law philosophy was well captured by the philosopher Voltaire. I was ruined twice in my life, once when I lost a lawsuit and once when I won one. In other words, even winning a lawsuit can have disastrous consequences, not only in terms of the legal cost of the proceedings, not only in terms of any damages you have to pay, but also in terms of destroying business relationships. So let me give you an example, a personal example of a company that I think does a great job with preventive law, and that's Marriott Corporation. Marriott Corporation has been written up in books like In Search of Excellence about how responsive they are to customers. And I had a personal experience a number of years ago. I was invited by a corporation in Texas to give a one-day legal briefing. So I flew to Dallas and checked into my hotel, and I called the front desk and asked for an early morning wake-up call. Well, the call never came. Now, being a very risk-averse person, I had set 2 backup alarms, so I woke up at 6 a.m. as scheduled and got to my briefing on time, no problems. But when I checked out, I thought I would test the Marriott dispute prevention system. I filled out one of the little cards that they leave in your hotel room asking, how was your stay? And basically I said, I had a great stay, enjoyed the stay. The problem is I never received my wake-up call. Well, after returning home 2 weeks later, I received this letter from the president of the Marriott Corporation, J. Willard Marriott. Let me read what he said. He says in this letter, "Dear Mr. Seidel," now he misspelled my name, but that's not a big deal. Everybody does. "It was truly disappointing to learn about the problem you had with our wake-up service. Please accept my sincere apologies. I have forwarded your comments to our Dallas-Fort Worth Airport Marriott and have asked our general manager to give prompt attention to the matter. Thank you for taking the time to write. I hope you will allow us another opportunity to serve you soon so that we may regain your complete confidence. Sincerely, signed, Bill Marriott." Now, this may have been Bill's computer speaking. I'm not sure. It may have been an automated response, but it gave me a good feeling about my stay at the hotel. Now, compare this dispute prevention approach with another situation involving another hotel. We have a prominent entertainer by the name of Connie Francis. Back in the 1960s, she was an international star. She had many hit recordings. Had a very tragic situation in the 1970s. She was staying at a Howard Johnson hotel, and somebody broke into her room and raped her. And this was her response to what happened. I never received so much as a note from Howard Johnson's saying, "We're sorry it happened." After being shocked, I was very angry. Now, let's try to guess what happened in this situation. And my guess is, after she was raped, of course, the news would reach Howard Johnson's headquarters. And so the company leaders, probably the board of directors, probably met with their attorneys. And they said, what should we do here? Should we apologize to Connie Francis? And my guess is probably the lawyers would follow the traditional approach. They would say, well, number one, if she goes to court, she's probably not going to win. This was not a result of our actions. This was a result of an independent third party, a criminal, and therefore we should not be liable. In other words, probably they took a traditional approach. What happens if somebody goes to court? And then they probably also said, whatever you do, don't communicate with her, don't do anything that might indicate that we are liable, such as an apology. Well, what happens? They don't apologize for what happened. Connie Francis is shocked, she's angry. She then goes to a lawyer. The lawyer sues Howard Johnson's. There are years of very negative publicity as this case works its way through the court system. And at the end of the day, Howard Johnson's has to write a check to Connie Francis for $2.5 million. And perhaps all of this could have been avoided with a dispute prevention philosophy. Now, I did read about another hotel recently, or actually somebody told me this story, that tried a dispute prevention philosophy but failed. Apparently, a large company scheduled a corporate retreat at the hotel, and they had major problems with cockroaches in the hotel. So the person who organized the retreat sent a very nasty letter to the hotel manager complaining about the cockroaches. And almost immediately, he received a detailed 4-page letter apologizing and going into great detail about what the hotel was going to do to eliminate the cockroaches. And this corporate manager was very impressed until he got to the last page of the letter, and a little yellow Post-it note floated out from the last page. He picked it up, and it said, "Sarah, send the son of a bitch the bug letter." So sometimes companies have trouble implementing a dispute prevention philosophy. Let me give you some data and another example of dispute prevention. This happens to be a local example involving the University of Michigan health system. The traditional approach when doctors were sued was you don't apologize. You don't talk about what happened. Much as in the Connie Francis case, doctors were advised, don't apologize to patients, don't talk to them because we don't want to do anything that would create liability. Well, the Michigan hospital system decided to take the opposite approach. They adopted what they call the Michigan Claims Management Model, and it's based on disclosure. We're going to disclose what happened to our patients. We're going to apologize if we've done something wrong, and we're going to offer a settlement. And the 3 principles underlying this model is we want to compensate patients quickly and fairly if there's been unreasonable care. If the care was reasonable, then we want to support our hospital staff, and we want to learn from patients' experiences. We want to improve our processes, which often didn't happen under the traditional model where hospitals refused to acknowledge that something was wrong. So what's the result? The lawsuit rate at the Michigan hospital system dropped from 2.13 per 1,000 patients to 0.75. The median resolution time dropped from 1.36 years to less than a year. And they accomplished the real goal, which is to improve patient safety and to do what is right. Social media provides a lot of opportunity to engage in dispute prevention. And here's one of the pioneering social media efforts. We've got a person who's called Comcast Twitter Man. When Twitter first started to become popular way back in 2008, one of their customer service managers, Frank Eliason, realized how powerful this could be. So beginning in early 2008, he began searching Twitter for the word Comcast, or he also searched for Comcrap, to discover what people were saying about the company. And by the end of the year, he had handled 22,000 tweets, and he was able to respond to the customer concerns. So for example, we've got this person, Technophile, who posts this tweet. "We have the Comcast service guy out, and he tries to charge us for new cable. Then he leaves, and not only is our cable out, but also the internet." So Frank looks into the situation, contacts the guy, gets details, and discovers the problem is probably the exterior of the building, sends a technician, and now the customer is friendly. So through social media, he has used a dispute prevention philosophy. But even with social media, problems might arise. Here's a recent situation. Somebody posted on Facebook, a Domino's pizza customer, "Hey, this is the best pizza ever. Keep up the good work, guys." Domino's response, "So sorry about that. Please share additional information with us. Please reference this number so we can have it addressed." So you have to be careful about sending standardized responses to social media comments. So that concludes our look at dispute prevention. We're now going to move on to discuss ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution, concepts. This is a general introduction and look at concepts, and then later on we're going to look more in depth at the two key building blocks of ADR, which are arbitration and mediation. So in this segment, I first of all want to give you an example of a form of mediation, and then we'll look at an example of a form of arbitration. But the basic message here is that you can start with the two building blocks that we'll explore later on, but you can be as creative as you want to be in developing variations on the two basic themes. So let's start with mediation, and the example I'd like to give you is called a mini trial. But again, there are a lot of variations on the basic mediation theme. So here's the example. Let's take a look at an actual mini trial. This was one of the very first mini trials ever. It involved an intellectual property dispute between Telecredit and TRW. And this case is typical of a lot of litigation. The two parties fought over intellectual property. There was a $6 million claim. The parties spent $500,000 in the early years of the litigation. They exchanged 100,000 documents. The case sat in court for 3 years. Nothing was happening. And so finally, the executive vice president of TRW and the president of Telecredit got on the phone and basically asked, why have we outsourced this dispute to the court system? Why have we outsourced it to lawyers? We deal with business problems all the time. Why don't we get together and just resolve this dispute? And so they came up with a structured negotiation, which later came to be known as a mini trial. And fundamentally, there were 5 people at this structured negotiation. There was the executive vice president of TRW, the president of Telecredit. They each brought an attorney, and then there was a neutral party, an expert on intellectual property, who could answer any technical questions that arose during this negotiation. So they began on day one with the attorney, one of the attorneys, let's say the attorney for Telecredit, standing up in front of the two executives and explaining her case. And then the executives asked her questions. If there are technical issues, they referred them to the intellectual property expert, and that attorney sat down. And then let's say the attorney for TRW got up and again had about a half day to present the case, answer questions, technical questions go to the expert. That person sits down. The two executives then go off into a room by themselves for 1/2 hour and settle the dispute. Estimated savings in legal fees, $1 million. But think about the benefits beyond those dollar savings. For one, this procedure gave each executive a chance to hear the case as described by the opposing attorney. And that description might sound quite a bit different from the story that they get from their own attorney. Second, they're able to come up with a resolution of the case that makes sense from a business perspective. When you're in court, litigation is a zero-sum game. One person's going to win $6 million, one person's going to lose $6 million. But when you negotiate a settlement as somebody in business, then you can come up with something that preserves the business relationship. So that's a quick example of a form of mediation. Again, you can come up with as many varieties as you want. Let's now move on to arbitration and an example of a variation on the arbitration theme. This example is called rent a judge. Now, this is not the same as the buy a judge program that has been used in Chicago and other emerging economies for many years. Just kidding. With rent a judge, you actually hire a retired judge to hear the case. And so, an example. We've got a couple of former roommates who are involved in a dispute, Brad and Jennifer. Jennifer is especially upset because Brad now has a new roommate called Anjali. So they're involved in litigation, Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston. And rather than go to court, they use the rent-a-judge procedure. They hire a retired judge to hear the dispute. Now, what are the advantages for Brad and Jennifer in using this retired judge? And what would be the advantages for you if you're involved in a business dispute? Think about that for a second. Hit pause if you want. Write down the advantages that you can think of in using this form of arbitration or other forms of arbitration. Here are some items that might be on your list of advantages. Number one, it might be a lot quicker than sitting for years in the court system waiting for your case to arise. Number two, it might be cheaper, although we're going to discuss that issue later. Number three, and this is a big one for Brad and Jennifer, but also for your business. You want to keep the dispute out of the newspapers. You want to keep this private. One way to think about arbitration is that it is a type of litigation, but it's private litigation. And finally, unlike the regular court system, you get to pick the judge. When you're in the regular court system, the selection of the judge is pretty random. You might end up with a judge who has never handled a business case, who has no idea what's going on in the type of business dispute that you're involved with. With rent-a-judge, you can pick somebody who's an expert in the particular area that is in dispute. So lots of advantages to using that form of ADR. One additional point, and this is something we talked about earlier when we had the brief introduction to ADR at the beginning of the course, and that is the ADR processes, which are arbitration, mediation, and negotiation, can be used not only for dispute resolution, but also for doing deals. And this has been a dramatic change over the last 10 years or so, where many more third parties are involved not only in resolving disputes, but also in making deals. Here are some results of a recent survey of mediators. 40% of the mediators were involved in deal making. The deals they were involved in range from 100,000 to 26 million. And here you have some examples of the types of deals that where the negotiators brought in third parties. You can use not only mediation, of course, but also arbitration. One area in the United States where arbitration has been used for several years is in professional sports, especially baseball. So here's an example of baseball arbitration. We've got a pitcher by the name of Roger Clemens who retired, and then he came out of retirement to pitch for Houston, and they paid him $5 million. Well, as it turned out, he had a great year. He was named the best pitcher in the league, won the Cy Young Award. So when it came time to negotiate his salary for the next year, Houston asked Roger, well, what do you want to be paid? And he wanted something a little bit higher than $5 million. he basically looked at the number on his uniform and that said 22. So he said, well, I want 22 million. Houston countered with an offer of 13.5. Now, this is the kind of dispute that often goes to arbitration. This is the kind of negotiation that often goes to arbitration, although in this case they settled. But in baseball, they use a unique form of arbitration that you could also use, and that is, rather than having the arbitrator select the salary, each side privately submits a number to the arbitrator. And then the arbitrator has to pick one of those two numbers. So, for example, if you were working for the Houston Baseball Club, what number would you submit? Again, privately to the arbitrator. Think about that for a second. What number would you submit? Logically, you should have picked a number that was larger than 13.5. You want to pick a number that you hope will be reasonable to the arbitrator, which will be somewhere between 22 and 13.5. You don't want to lock in on 13.5 because if Roger budges, if he, say, changes from 22 to 20, then the arbitrator might select that number. So you want to pick a reasonable number that the arbitrator will select. And so it's going to force both parties to come in with numbers that are closer to the middle and more reasonable. So that concludes our look at ADR concepts. We're now going to discuss some alternative dispute resolution tools, some very practical ADR tools that you can use in resolving disputes. And specifically, we're going to look at these 4 tools. First of all, the corporate pledge, then we'll look at screens, and then contract clauses, and finally, online dispute resolutions. The corporate pledge is a pledge that you can adopt, or your company can adopt, as a matter of corporate policy. This pledge has become very popular. It's been adopted by over 4,000 operating companies as a matter of corporate policy, probably adopted at the board of directors level. And this document is a little bit difficult to read, but the key language in the document reads as follows. In the event of a business dispute between our company and another company which has made or will then make a similar statement, we are prepared to explore with that other party resolution of the dispute through negotiation or ADR techniques before pursuing full-scale litigation. One especially useful feature of this pledge is that I think it helps avoid the psychological trap that we discussed earlier in the course called reactive devaluation. If you're in the middle of a dispute and you come to the other side and you say, well, let's try going to mediation to resolve the dispute. Your proposal might be devalued by the other side simply because you're making it, and they might view this as a sign of weakness. But instead, if you go to the other side and say, look, this is our long-established corporate policy. Our board of directors has adopted this pledge as a matter of policy. Will you consider also adopting a similar approach so that we can proceed to mediation? Then I think your proposal will carry more weight and perhaps avoid the reactive devaluation trap. So let's take a look at screens. Screens are basically a list of questions designed for people in business, non-lawyers, and based on the answers to those questions, the screen will advise you, for example, whether to use a binding ADR process or a non-binding process. Now, quick question. you should be able to answer this by now in the course. What do we mean by binding processes, and what do we mean by non-binding processes? Hit pause or just take a second to write down your answer. What is a binding process and what is a non-binding process? The non-binding processes are negotiation and mediation. When you enter into those processes, you're not bound to anything, as opposed to litigation and arbitration, which are binding processes. So basically, the way screens are used, you first of all will answer these questions, and then the screen will advise you to use either the binding process or the non-binding process. And if it advises you to use a binding process, then you use another screen that will advise you whether to use litigation or arbitration. So, very useful tool for managers. Contract clauses are very important. And in determining whether to use an ADR clause, there are two basic scenarios. The first scenario is where you include the clause in a business contract. And I've never seen empirical studies, but I think that this by far is the most common use of ADR contract clauses. The second possibility is not to include the clause in a contract and wait until a dispute arises. This is a little more dicey because once you're in the middle of a dispute, it's going to be more difficult to persuade the other side to agree to mediation or arbitration. So it's better, I think, to bake it into the original business contract. And there are a variety of clauses that you can use. You can find these easily on the internet. One possibility is to simply state in the contract, we agree to go to mediation in the event of a contract dispute. Second possibility is simply we agree to go to arbitration. But then you can have an escalation clause where basically you say, we agree to go to mediation first, and if the mediation fails, then we will move to arbitration. Or you can have a three-part escalation clause. We're going to start with negotiation. If that fails, we'll move to mediation, and if that fails, then we will move to arbitration. So lots of possibilities, and again, you can find many examples on the internet. Finally, there's increasing use of online negotiation and dispute resolution. There's been a pile of research on whether using online resolution is effective or not. I've got a huge stack of research studies. I've tried to summarize the pros and cons of using online negotiation and dispute resolution. And you can see here some of the basic conclusions, a lot of reasons on the left-hand side to use online negotiation and dispute resolution, a lot of reasons on the right-hand side not to use it. I think these are fairly self-explanatory, but I think the bottom line on the right-hand side is that online negotiation and dispute resolution is less effective. However, the bottom line on the left-hand side is it's cheaper and more convenient. It's a lot cheaper to use online than flying to various locations and having face-to-face meetings. One compromise that you might consider is that one of the reasons why online negotiations are not as effective is that it's more difficult to build rapport. That's the very first item under con, hard to build rapport. Earlier in the course, we emphasized how important it is to try to get to know the other side before you dive into the details of a deal. So one possibility to think about is there some way that you can develop rapport at the beginning of a negotiation, especially through the use of a face-to-face meeting, and then you can move to the online negotiation and dispute resolution after developing a relationship with the other side. Here are some examples of online dispute resolution. Some of these involve everyday situations. Landlord bills me and my roommates for damages we didn't cause, broken window, broken screen. We live in a bad neighborhood. The landlord insists we caused the damage and that it had to be us. So we've got basically a dispute between landlord and tenant. Another online dispute is a little more exotic. Person wants a Harley Davidson tattoo on his left bicep. Problem is the tattoo artist misspelled Harley Davidson. According to this person in filing this complaint, this is a permanent typo. I either take a belt sander to my arm, wear long sleeve shirts for the rest of my life, or this person has to pay to have the thing lasered off now. So that's the tattoo dispute. And then some of these disputes are fairly romantic. Here's an example. For the last year, my boyfriend of 3 years and I have been having sex using only the pill for contraception. I want him to pay half the cost. He refuses. I'm asking the jury to resolve this before it becomes ugly. We agreed to let you decide. I'm suing him for $11.75 per month for as long as we are sexually active. So examples of online dispute resolution. And that concludes our look at ADR tools. We're now ready to begin our look at the two building blocks for all of ADR, arbitration and then mediation. So let's start with a question. Have you ever been involved in an arbitration? Or more specifically, the question is, have you ever signed an arbitration agreement? Think about that for a second. Answer yes or no. If you answered no, that means that you have probably never purchased auto insurance. That means you've probably never used a credit card. That means you've probably never used eBay, never used Amazon, never purchased anything on Amazon. Because if you've done any of these things, you have signed an arbitration agreement. In other words, arbitration is embedded in a lot of our everyday transactions. That's the fine print that you and I never read when we sign up for a service. Here, for example, is the Amazon agreement that you agreed to if you use Amazon. What is actually involved in an arbitration? I think the best way to look at that and analyze it is to look at a video of an arbitration. This is a 15-minute video. It's going to be a little complicated at the beginning, so let me give you a very quick briefing. What we have here is a dispute between the owner of some real estate and a contractor. The owner hired the contractor to build a building. Problem is, after the construction started, the owner made some design changes. And as a result, the contractor is claiming an additional $55,000. Also, there's a subcontractor involved who did some plumbing work hired by the contractor who also had to make changes, and these cost an additional $95,000. So the owner has refused to pay, and this matter is now in arbitration. As you look at the video, please keep these questions in mind, which I want to address after the video. First of all, if you were the arbitrator, how would you decide the case? Second, are there any surprises in the arbitration? Is this what you expected from an arbitration? Third, does the arbitrator have to be a lawyer? Fourth, do the parties or would you have to be represented by a lawyer in arbitration? And finally, is litigation procedure followed in arbitration? So please think of those questions as you watch this video.
Didn't you tell me that the arbitrator is a lawyer? Mm-hmm. I'm concerned that he won't be able to understand what I'm trying to say in there. And that could jeopardize the whole arbitration.
Yeah. And what I understand is that you want to make sure that we have an arbitrator who's knowledgeable about construction.
Yeah.
I agree. Mr. Halbrand, though, he's well qualified in that regard. He was educated and he worked as a construction engineer before he ever became a lawyer, and his law practice has been concentrated in construction, and he is an experienced arbitrator. So that's why we put him #1 on the list of potential arbitrators that the AAA gave us.
Well, as long as he understands construction, I feel comfortable.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Steve Van Leer, the American Arbitration Association's tribunal administrator on this case. It's nice to meet you all face-to-face after talking so many times on the telephone. You've all met David Heilbronn, the arbitrator, so at this point I'll turn it over to him. Mr. Heilbronn?
Thanks very much, Steve, and good morning to everybody. I understand that the subcontractor has a claim against the contractor, and the contractor has a claim over against the owner. I've read each of the claims and the answers to them, so I'm generally familiar with where we're all starting from. I also understand that the subcontractor has a contract with the contractor has a contract with the owner, and that each contract has in it an arbitration agreement, but that since all claims arise out of the same set of facts, everybody's agreed to arbitrate both claims together. So thanks for that, and we are ready to go. As you know, this is an informal proceeding. The formal rules of evidence do not apply, and the basic rule is just common sense. So you should stick to the point and the facts that count, so we get to the meat of it all quickly and we move along. And I know you'll all do that. Now, I understand last that each of you has an opening statement that tells your view of the case, and that'll be very helpful. So Ms. Crittenden, for the subcontractor, if you'll start first, the claimant, and then the contractor, Mr. Madison, and finally the owner. We're ready. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Halbron. As you know, I represent Mead Mechanical, the plumbing subcontractor in connection with this project. Mead Mechanical had a contract with the general contractor to install all of the plumbing fixtures in the building. We received a work schedule from the general contractor and were well underway in performing under the contract when we received a stop work notice from the owner as a result of design changes proposed by the owner. At that point, we got our crews off the project, got them into other jobs, and waited for the design changes to be delivered. Once we received those, it was apparent that we had to go back in and redo a lot of the work that had already been done. The cost of this additional work totaled approximately $95,000. Nevertheless, we went back in, we got the work done in accordance with the new plans and on time, and submitted our bill to the general contractor. From that point forward, we have received nothing but delays. We have not been paid. Apparently, the owner is taking the position that he is not responsible for these charges because none of the work would have had to have been redone if the original work schedule had been complied with. For his part, the general contractor tells us that he had the right to vary that work schedule and in fact had the right to be ahead of schedule if that was necessary, and that he also discussed all of this with the owner before the design modifications were actually implemented. We don't really know or care whose position is correct. We simply want to be paid for the work which we have already done, and that is why we've initiated these proceedings.
Thank you, Ms. Crittenden. Mr. Madison, will you please call your first witness?
Yes. As our first witness, I'd like to call my client, Mike London of London Construction.
Mr. London, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Madison, please proceed.
Mr. London, would you please explain to the arbitrator the substance of your agreement with the owner, Mr. Baker?
Yes, it was not a complicated project. I agreed to build Mr. Baker's building for him. It was an office building for a lump sum price. My price was based on the plans and specifications that he furnished us prior to bid.
Did you begin the work?
Well, yes, we were given a notice to proceed and we started on the project right away with the foundations. Our subcontractor, Mead Mechanical, was also doing some of their preliminary work and their pipe chases, which are in the foundation.
How did the work progress?
Well, we were well into the subcontract and submittal phase, and we were in good shape with respect to our schedule.
Did any delay occur in the work?
Well, we gave the owner our schedule, and we were beating the milestones on that schedule when Mr. Baker called us on the telephone and told us to stop work because he was redesigning some of the work.
Mike, this is Bill Baker calling. I wanted to let you know that I've decided to make some structural changes on our building, and we'll need to stop work for a while till we get it straightened out.
Bill, you know that we've started on the foundations, and the mechanical subcontractor has got some completed work out there as well. I think based on our job walk last week, Meade has about 35% of their rough-in done, and we're forming and pouring the first half of the grade beams. Anyway, I know that if any of your changed work affects the work already completed, it's going to mean some extra costs, and it's going to have to be for your account.
Well, Mike, the changes really shouldn't affect the work in place if it was done as the schedule shows. But in any event, if there's a problem, you let me know what the cost will be.
Oh, I will, but I'm concerned that if the redesign takes any length of time at all, it's going to mean a delay and extra costs. I've scheduled some heavy mechanical equipment to be delivered, and my labor agreements are coming up in June.
Well, I really don't think that we'll be held up too long, but in any event, you let me know, okay?
Okay, I will. It was almost 4 months since my conversation with Mr. Baker that we received the revised drawings and structural changes. Of course, we took the revised drawings and forwarded them to our subcontractor, Meade Mechanical. But the structural changes required a substantial amount of the plumbing and mechanical work, which had already been done, to be ripped out and redone. For instance, it required changes in the locations of the blockouts, grade beams, and so forth. It was almost 6 months since the owner told us to stop work that he ordered us to resume work. In addition to our subcontractor's claim, we incurred extra costs in the area of extra supervision and coordination of the work.
Well, would you please tell the arbitrator the costs that you incurred as a result of the 6-month delay and the changes that were made in the work?
I've prepared a record of our labor and material costs. It itemizes and breaks down our extra costs in the area of extra supervision, remobilization, and escalation. Not including Meade Mechanical's claim, our claim and extra costs amounts to $55,000.
Mr. Halbrin, as the contractor's next exhibit, I'd like to submit this summary of the costs that were incurred in connection with the delay and the changed work. I've already given a copy to Mr. Hogan, the owner's lawyer.
And I would simply like to note that this is only a record of claim costs and has no bearing on my client's liability.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm sure we all do. And of course, you can cross-examine to the extent you want with respect to the costs. Now, Mr. Madison, do you have any more questions?
I have no more questions of this witness.
Fine. Mr. Hogan, please proceed with cross-examination.
Mr. London, after you had begun work on this project, you were aware, were you not, that structural redesign was being considered by the owner?
Well, I seem to recall hearing something like that, but never anything from Mr. Baker.
Well, regardless of the source of these rumors, you were aware that redesign was being considered, correct?
Well, as I said, I heard rumors, but it was a long time after I first heard them that Mr. Baker said anything to me. In fact, I'm sure it was not Mr. Baker who first told me about the structural redesign.
Wouldn't it have been easy for you, sir, to call Mr. Baker and find out whether or not the rumors were true?
I suppose so.
Don't you think that you, as a prudent general contractor, had a responsibility to call the owner and find out whether redesign was being considered?
Well, I am a prudent general contractor, but I'm not an architect or an engineer. I simply build the project according to the plans and the specifications that the owner gives us, and it's up to him to make any changes that he wants to.
The work schedule that you have in front of you, sir, that is the one that you prepared and submitted to the owner in connection with this project, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is the schedule that was submitted pursuant to the agreement between you and the owner for the construction of this office building, correct?
Well, that's what you say, but as far as I'm concerned, we were ahead of schedule.
You knew, did you not, sir, that the owner was concerned about the schedule and the time when the project would be completed?
Well, I knew that he wanted the building completed on time so he could start leasing the space and turning a profit.
Isn't it true, sir, that if this schedule had been followed, none of the work done by Meade Mechanical would have had to be redone?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Mr. Madison, do you have any further witnesses to put on for the contractor?
No, Mr. Halbrin, that's all we have at this time.
Thank you. And Mr. Hogan, are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Then please put on your first witness and put on the owner's case.
Mr. Baker, please tell us about the reasons for the structural redesign work.
Well, the construction had barely gotten underway. I had a conversation with my architect who suggested some changes to the front entrance of the building which would have involved relocation of the public lounge areas. I liked the idea. It would have improved the attractiveness of the building, so I told him to work up a design. When he did, I liked it and I decided to proceed. I immediately called the contractor to let him know what was in the works. Hello, Mike. This is Bill Baker calling. We've decided that we're going to change the front entrance to our building, which may require moving the public lounge areas. Looks like you'll have to hold up any further work till we decide exactly what we're going to do.
Well, Bill, when we were out at the job last Friday, you saw that we had the foundations and some of the mechanical in place. I think that's ahead of my schedule that I gave to you. If you're going to start moving things around at this point, you know there's going to be some extra costs, and I'll have to submit them to you.
Well, I can see what you're saying, but as I read the work schedule, which of course you submitted, the work that you've completed so far, in accordance with the schedule, shouldn't have to be changed, and there really shouldn't be any extras.
Well, Bill, I'll have to take a look at it, and I'll let you know as soon as I can.
Well, okay, Mike, you check it, and if you think there are going to be any extras, you let me know right away, because it may change the way I go on this.
Well, I'll take a look at it, Bill. All right.
Did you ever authorize any extra work?
Absolutely not.
I have nothing further, Mr. Halpern.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Mr. Madison, would you like to cross-examine?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Halloran. Mr. Baker, you understood in connection with this contract that you had the responsibility to notify the contractor if you were going to make any changes in the work or stop the work. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I understood that.
And you understood, did you not, that the contractor had the responsibility for coordinating the work on the project?
Well, I knew he was in charge of the construction.
You expected the contractor, did you not, to organize the work to finish the job as quickly as possible?
Well, I don't know that. All I know is that I approved the schedule which he submitted.
Wasn't it important to you to have the work done on time?
Yes.
Indeed, wouldn't you have benefited if this building had been finished ahead of time?
Well, certainly not the way it turned out.
There was nothing in the contract to preclude the contractor from finishing ahead of time, was there?
Well, not that I know of.
That's all that I have.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
And this witness concludes the testimony on behalf of the owner.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. I understand that each of you has now put in all of the evidence orally and in writing that you want to put in, and that each of you rests. And accordingly, we'll take a break for a few minutes, and then after the break, you can all come back, and each of you can give a closing argument.
Thank you.
Mr. Halbrun, we believe the evidence in these proceedings demonstrates the following. At the early stages of this construction project, the owner began to consider structural redesign. Indeed, this was while foundation work was just beginning. This fact was known to the general contractor. Pursuant to the agreement between the owner and the general contractor, a construction schedule was prepared by the contractor and approved by the owner. Had this schedule been followed, the structural redesign would have had no impact whatsoever on this project. That is, none of Meade Mechanical's work would have had to be redone. During the discussion between the owner and the general contractor concerning the job shutdown while this redesign work was finalized, the owner requested the general contractor to advise if any extra costs would be incurred. The general contractor never advised the owner of any extra costs, and indeed none were ever authorized. Since the contractor did not advise of any extra costs, any extra work done by Meade Mechanical or the general contractor should be for the general contractor's account. The owner should not be liable for any extra work done by either Meade Mechanical or the general contractor. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Halbrun, you've heard Mike London testify that he and the mechanical subcontractor had started work and were proceeding in accordance with the contract documents when Mr. Baker stopped the project. Unfortunately, the stop work order came so late that it impacted work already in place and was impossible to avoid extra costs. Yes, the contractor was ahead of schedule, but time was of the essence. And it's a central feature of a lump sum contract that the contractor have the freedom to reorganize the work as necessary in order to achieve maximum cost savings. This is what gives the contractor the incentive to give the owner the lowest possible bid in the first place.
Mr. Baker's position is totally without merit. He gave clear oral instructions to stop the work. He expected those instructions to be complied with. On previous occasions, when he had made oral changes, those were paid for. He had an obligation to notify the contractor of changes in the work in a timely fashion. He was at the job on a regular basis and could see the progress of the work. And Mr. London told him that extra costs would be involved in the changes in the work and the delays. Mr. London has correctly interpreted his obligations under the contract, and both he and the mechanical contractor should be paid for the extra costs incurred.
Okay, you've made your positions very clear, all of you, and I'm very grateful for that. I think I have them well in mind. I've taken a lot of notes here, as you've all seen. I'd like a chance to review them, and of course I want to think about it. But as to the time of the award, the AAA rules do require that an award be issued within 30 days, and it will be, and I'll try hard to do it before then. So the hearing is now closed, and thank you all very much.
So that concludes our look at an arbitration, and in the next segment we're going to explore the questions I raised earlier along with some additional questions. Let's analyze the questions that we asked during the last segment. First of all, how would you decide this case? When I ask this question in my class, there's usually a lot of debate, sometimes heated debate, and often the class is divided into three parts. Some people say, well, clearly the contractor and subcontractor should be allowed to recover from the owner. The owner made the changes. The owner knew that the changes were being made. The contractor has the right to complete the work ahead of schedule. A second third of the class say that clearly the owner wins because the owner never approved the additional expenses. And then a third group tries to split the bill. For instance, they might say, well, the contractor can recover $55,000 from the owner, but the contractor is liable to the subcontractor. So strong differences of opinion. Any surprises? The most surprise that people usually express is that they are surprised how legalistic an arbitration is. For instance, swearing in the witnesses, testifying under oath, the examination of the witnesses, the use of attorneys. That's why I like to refer to arbitration as private litigation. It's similar in many ways to litigation, although it is out of the public eye. Must the arbitrator be a lawyer? Well, this was covered at the very beginning of the video, and the answer to that question is no. One of the lawyers was explaining to his client that they were lucky in this case because the arbitrator was both an expert on construction law and a lawyer, but you could have either one. You are qualified to be an arbitrator if you want to. You do not have to be a lawyer. Must the parties be represented by a lawyer? The answer to that is no. You're free to go into an arbitration on your own. However, given the fact that this is a legalistic procedure, you might want to bring in a lawyer if the other side is bringing in a lawyer. And finally, is litigation procedure followed in arbitration? No, not necessarily. As this arbitrator pointed out near the beginning, the formal legal rules of evidence are not going to apply, and he would use common sense instead of those traditional rules. Here's an additional question. Is arbitration more expensive than litigation? Let's assume that we have a $600,000 construction dispute, and these cost estimates come from experts in Texas, Florida, and Pennsylvania. And my question to you is, in the $600,000 construction dispute, what cost more for filing the case and for the hearing and trial including legal fees for the hearing and trial, but not other legal fees. Which costs more, arbitration or litigation? Please think about that for a second. You may want to write down your answer. Does arbitration or litigation cost more for this construction dispute? Here are the results. Cost $300 in these states to file the case in court, and cost $8,500 to file the arbitration claim. Legal fees would be higher in litigation than arbitration, but the cost of the arbitrator would be higher by almost $17,000. So the total cost for the filing, for the hearing, and for the arbitrator would be $49,000 as opposed to $36,000 in litigation, substantially higher in arbitration. Now, why is that? Well, it's because when you use the court system, generally you get free public goods. You virtually get a free judge, you get a free courtroom, and you get a free flag. Whereas in arbitration, you have to pay for these. Where the difference is, if you look at the total cost, litigation does cost more. And my guess is that that results mainly from discovery. Discovery is more elaborate, takes up more time legally in litigation than in arbitration. You can control discovery through your arbitration agreement. So keep these figures in mind when you're negotiating an arbitration clause in a business deal. One other very important point regarding arbitration is illustrated by this case. We've got a guy named Cam who threatens to shoot another worker, Bingham, and also other workers where he works in Palo Alto. These threats are considered a joke. Cam tells Bingham, "I can kill a man at 600 yards. Cam owns 18 rifles and pistols. He has a personalized license plate. Shoot." And one day, Cam and Bingham get involved in a workplace dispute, and Cam says, "I'm going to shoot you, I'm going to shoot your wife, and I'm going to shoot your baby." So Palo Alto, the city of Palo Alto, fires Cam. Case goes to arbitration, and the arbitrator says, "Look, this threat is just everyday boy talk," and reinstated Cam with back pay. Now, my question for you is that a final decision, or will a court interfere with that decision? Final or not? The answer generally is that is a final decision. According to the court, an arbitrator's decision is not generally reviewable for errors of fact or law, even when it causes substantial injustice. Now, Palo Alto said, "But wait a minute, public policy requires us to have a safe workplace." But the judge said, "Well, that's true, but that doesn't mean you have to fire your employees." There was a happy ending here in that even though the arbitrator's decision was valid, there were separate reasons that resulted in a reversal. There was a separate injunction against Cam that came into play. But generally, the rule to keep in mind is that arbitrators' decisions are generally not reviewable for errors of fact or law. In other words, the arbitrator's decision, the arbitrator acts as the judge, as the jury, and as the Court of Appeals. And so there have been some major cases where this rule has come into play. Years ago, there used to be a firm called Arthur Andersen, which has since disappeared. And they had a consulting arm called Andersen Consulting, which is now known as Accenture. And Andersen Consulting broke away. And the question is, when they broke away, what did they owe Arthur Andersen? Arthur Andersen was fairly confident that they were going to recover around $14 billion in compensation from what came to be known as Accenture. But the arbitrator's decision was only $1 billion, and as this article notes, it cannot be appealed. That's final, even though it was way short of what Arthur Andersen thought it should get. Despite this finality of arbitration awards, according to this study, a significant majority of companies in Asia, Europe, and the Americas prefer international arbitration to resolve cross-border disputes. Corporations overwhelmingly favor the finality of arbitration awards. Although I sense there's increasing dissatisfaction with arbitration for other reasons, especially because it has become such a legalistic process. And as a result, many companies now favor mediation even more than arbitration. And in the next segment, we're going to look at mediation. We're now ready to look at the second key building block for ADR, which is called mediation. And I'd like to start with a couple of very short clips that will give you a taste of what mediation is like. And then we'll look at a longer clip that will allow us to analyze a business type mediation. So here is the first short clip.
I want you to cut down your horrible trees. I can't suntan anymore. Ugh, I just can't communicate with him.
Allow me. I speak argue.
Excuse me?
And here is the second short clip illustrating another mediation situation.
Hi. I'm your mediator.
I'm really glad we can be adults about this.
Now, we're going to turn in a minute to a longer mediation, again involving a contract dispute. And as you watch this mediation, I'd like you to consider these questions. First of all, how does mediation differ from negotiation? Second, what type of mediation is involved in this film clip? Is it evaluative, facilitative, or transformative? And finally, how would you rate the mediator on a scale of 1 to 10? Does she do a good job or not, and why? Before we start the clip, just a few words of background on the types of mediation. Traditionally, mediation was considered a problem-solving process, and there were two fundamental types of mediation, facilitative and evaluative. With facilitative, the goal of the mediator was to facilitate conversation, discussion, and negotiation between the two sides to reach a settlement. With evaluative mediation, the mediator would do the same thing, except also would be asked to give an evaluation of the mediation to provide certain expertise. What has happened in more recent years is the addition of another type of mediation called transformative. And the goal of transformative is not necessarily to solve a specific problem, although that might be one of the results, but it's also to transform the relationship between the parties, to give especially one party who might lack power, might lack a voice, more of a chance to express his or her feelings. Here's an example of the use of transformative mediation. Huge organization, the U.S. Postal Service, at this time had 800,000 employees, and in 1997 they had 14,000 formal complaints with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. So in 1998 they started to use transformative mediation for these complaints. And these are the results over the first roughly 2 years. They resolved over 17,000 informal disputes. They had a 30% drop in formal complaints. They saved millions of dollars in legal costs and improved productivity. And the disputants, to a large extent, 90%, were satisfied with the process. Now, one of the problems with these studies is that it never gives you real-life stories about how this process might work. So I sent an email to one of the leading researchers on transformative mediation in the country, and I asked her to give me some flesh and blood examples of transformative mediation. And this is one of the examples she sent me. This is one of the postal cases. We've got a female employee, small, she's a letter carrier, files a sexual harassment complaint against her supervisor, claiming that he addresses her by her route number instead of by her name. When they get involved in transformative mediation and she's allowed to express her feelings, the parties realize that he addresses every letter carrier by route number. And he had no clue that people found this dehumanizing or offensive. He had no idea until the mediation that this was the reason for the sexual harassment complaint. He started greeting people personally, apologized for the past conduct, and the employee withdrew the complaint. So now we're ready to look at the video, and let me give you a little bit of background information about the video. This is a dispute between a company called Compuplast and PM Limited. Basically, Compuplast has agreed to provide robotic software to PM Limited. However, it looks like the delivery date will be delayed. And PM Limited is very upset because PM Limited produces door handles for the auto industry, and if they don't get this robotic software, they're going to lose a lot of business. So they cancel their contract with Compuplast, and both sides have threatened to sue. It's a very emotional, hostile environment for the mediation. One challenge that you have in watching this mediation, for those of you from the United States, is that the mediation is in a foreign language. It's in English. So try to do what you can to understand this British mediation. So again, these are the questions. How does the mediation process differ from negotiation? What type of mediation is this? Evaluative, facilitative, and transformative? And how do you rate the mediator and why? And with regard to that last question, remember that many of you will be serving as mediators and resolving disputes on the job or perhaps even in your family. So watch the techniques used by the mediator. I think there's some great learning watching her in action. So this is our mediation video.
And what about this headache? Let me introduce you to a robot. Its job is to make plastic door handles for cars. There's just one snag. The latest computer software needed to make the robot work hasn't arrived at the factory, PM Limited. The software designers and suppliers, Compuplast, have failed to meet a deadline, and their failure is leading to enormous financial difficulties, both for PM Limited and for the car company, which needs the door handles. Indeed, Compuplast themselves have a lot to lose. Once again, it looks like a dispute heading for court, thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of pounds in litigation costs, and the breakdown of a hitherto friendly and profitable business relationship. But does it have to be like this? Even as the lawyers are treading their expensive path up the courtroom steps, they know that there's a chance that the matter will be settled out of court. But in the meantime, costs to their clients have risen, sometimes frighteningly so, and that is no good to anyone. A financially undermined client is never a happy one. If you're a lawyer, then you might think, well, my client has contractual rights that need to be upheld, and if that means going to court, so be it. After all, costs might be recoverable down the line. But increasingly, that attitude is not being accepted by clients. They want to know if there are other ways of ensuring that they don't lose out, and if there's a way of keeping a business relationship going, rather than find relationships so soured by the litigation experience that a previously happy business partner now finds himself permanently at daggers drawn. This, ladies and gentlemen, is where ADR comes in. Let's consider the dispute involving a robot, a plastics manufacturer, PM Limited, a computer software firm, Compuplast, and a car company. Because of the delayed arrival of software, this robot isn't able to produce enough car door handles to satisfy the contractual arrangements entered into by PM Limited. They promised to supply the handles within a week. Because of Compuplast's failure, PM has cancelled a £500,000 order for more software from Compuplast, a move which could mean the end of the company.
I'd like to thank you all for coming this morning to help to try to resolve this dispute. My name is Elizabeth.
Compuplast has asked the mediator, Elizabeth Rivers, to see if there's an alternative solution to this dispute, one that won't lead to enormous litigation costs, and one which will help all parties reach a satisfactory solution. While their decision has led to round-table talks between PM and Compuplast, both of whom have brought along their lawyers. By watching this mediation process, you'll see exactly how ADR works. Elizabeth, a London lawyer, is a trained mediator. Her brief is simply to try to enable the two sides to reach a solution. The two sets of lawyers have been asked along to ensure that neither PM nor Compuplast make a legal fool of themselves. Let's follow the action.
Now, I understand that your lawyers have sent to CEDA the signed mediation agreement. I'd like just to clarify what my role is here today. Firstly, I want to stress that I'm not here to impose any sort of solution upon you, and I have no authority to make any sort of binding ruling. This is your dispute. I'm simply here to help you to try and arrive at your own solution and to facilitate communication between you. The process is entirely voluntary. You can leave at any time if you're not happy, and it's non-binding unless and until an agreement is reached. I'd like to explain a little bit about the procedure which we'll adopt this morning. Firstly, each party will have the opportunity to make a statement of their position, and they're permitted to do that without any interruption from the other side. And I'd like to ask you to hear one another out and not interrupt while the opening statements are being made. At the end of those statements, I will then attempt to summarise what you've said to me. After that, we'll break up into private meetings where I'll see you each individually with your legal representatives. And those meetings are an opportunity for you to speak to me as frankly as possible and in confidence about your concerns about this dispute.
Shortly, the two sides will speak separately to the mediator in so-called caucus meetings, which are entirely confidential. But first, the opening statements.
As Compuplast have called me in as mediator, I suggest that Miss Carter make the first opening presentation.
Okay. Right, well, Compuplast is a small computer company. We produce computer software in the plastic moulding industry. Last year, we were approached by PM, Mr. James, and asked to design a program of software to enable him and his company to speed up the robot-controlled plastic moulding system. And at considerable expense to us, we did design a range of software that could do this, and it seems set to revolutionise the industry. On the strength of this success, PM have come back to us and asked to design more new computer software. But they also came back and asked us to modify the original software, which we agreed to do. They set us a deadline, which unfortunately, due to unforeseen business circumstances, we can't reach. Now PM have threatened to withdraw their orders for the software. Should they do that, we've got no option but to sue. Our investment was based on their orders. We think we'll succeed in an action against PM. We know that we can provide the modified software they want, but we need more time. Because PM asked for those modifications, it's their fault there's a delay and not ours. We think that it's all PM's fault.
Mr. James, would you like to make your presentation now?
Yes, certainly. We're a plastic moulding company producing parts for the automotive industry. Quite recently we won a very large contract to supply a major car producer with outside door handles. We gave a contract to Compuplast to design the software for this system. They totally failed to meet the deadline. This means we cannot supply parts to our customer. The result of all of this is the fact that, first of all, we'll certainly lose the current contract. It's doubtful we'll ever get a contract again from our customer. And thirdly, the worst case, they will probably take us to court and sue us. This is a result totally of CompuPlast's incompetence and inability to meet the deadline. Our position is quite clear. We've cancelled orders for software from CompuPlast. There's no guarantee they're going to meet future deadlines. Furthermore, we'll take CompuPlast to court on the basis they're in clear breach of contract. They must know the position they're in. It's quite serious, and their abject failures place us in an intolerable position.
Thank you for those presentations. I'd now like to have a caucus with CompuPlast. So perhaps Mr. James and your lawyer, Mr. Barra, could step outside and wait in the adjoining room.
The mediator has heard CompuPlast's public position. She understands that posture, but how privately do they assess their position?
In your opening presentation, you said that you would be able to provide the software, but simply that you couldn't provide it within the deadline set by PM.
Right.
Realistically, how quickly do you think you can provide the software?
Well, probably within 10 days of the deadline, I would think.
Right.
We could probably produce it within the deadline if we had some more help, if we could employ more staff.
But I also must counsel you that really we have to be cautious about tying deadlines until we're quite sure of the work involved.
You know, we feel that we've gone out of our way to help them. And if they want us to meet this new deadline they've issued us with, then they've got to help us.
Yes, I think we haven't actually reached that deadline yet, and really, Miss Carter's been very good by advising them of the problems before they actually take place. And we'd hoped that we might get a better hearing and a little bit more tolerance.
Yes,
I thought Mr. James was very emotive, you know, in his approach, and that was a little bit distressing.
Yes, certainly we didn't expect them to automatically threaten to sue us. It was very, you know, I think they went completely over the top.
Yes, I mean, we hoped that he would actually help us help him.
Right, well, I'm pleased to hear that you think you can meet the deadline. You mentioned that you would need assistance from PM. Can you be more specific about precisely what you would need?
Well, I've talked to you about this, Nick. I mean, really, our problem is, and I would prefer that you didn't disclose this to them, is that we actually need money to employ someone. We just haven't got sufficient money to hand to be able to employ the sort of person that we need at such short notice. We just haven't got it. So if we're going to be able to meet this deadline, then we need some help financially to employ the quality of staff needed to produce this software. We might even need 2 people. So we're talking at least 25,000, I would think.
Right, I see. So to summarise, without any extra assistance, you think you could provide the software, but it would be 10 days after the deadline which has currently been set. However, if you were able to employ additional staff, you think you could still meet the deadline. But you don't have the funds, if I'm correct in saying you don't actually have the funds at the moment to employ additional staff, so you would need some sort of injection of cash to do that, and you'd be looking in the region of £25,000. Right. Is there any way that PM could help you with your cash flow, for example, by making some sort of accelerated payment?
Well, I think, yes, they certainly could. If they could give us 25,000 now, then we'd be happy with that, and then the remaining payment at the end of the at the deadline. Yeah.
Right. Can I confirm with you that I'm authorised to disclose that to PM?
Yes, I don't think that would prejudice our position.
Thank you. I'd now like to talk to PM privately.
The mediator's probings have identified the potential for a settlement, but will this match PM's aspirations?
Well, the way I feel at the moment is they created this problem, and I'm prepared to go all the way to the courts to sort it out. I don't feel like compromising at all.
I see. I've no doubt that you've discussed with Mr. Barra, your solicitor, what the likely outcome would be if you went to litigation.
The mediator has a difficult job on her hands. At this point, PM and their legal advisors discuss the reality of a complex court case.
You said in your opening presentation that if you don't meet the deadline for your car supplier, that you will lose that contract, future orders, and possibly also be sued by the car manufacturer.
Yes.
Now, realistically, do you think there is any flexibility with that deadline?
I don't think there's any flexibility with the deadline at all now.
Right, so it is crucial that deadline
Absolutely.
is met. Right, I see. What Compuplast have said to me is that they could meet the deadline, but that they need extra staff to do that. Now, it seems to me that it's probably in your interests, whatever the rights and the wrongs legally in this case is, to try and work together with Compuplast to meet the deadline if possible.
Well, I think if they need more staff, that's really their problem. They committed to a deadline. It's their problem how they achieve that deadline, not PM's.
Certainly I can see that as a matter of contract law that's the case, but I think given the knock-on effect of their inability, it seems, to meet the deadline at the moment, effectively it becomes your problem as well. So I think the spirit really of mediation is that everybody tries to work together to arrive at a solution to this problem.
I share your concerns as well. I mean, here we have a company, in fact, that contracted to deliver a product at a particular time, and time of the essence was made plain in that particular contract.
Okay. What sort of figure are they talking about?
Well, what they've said to me is that in order to meet the deadline, they need to take on some additional staff. And they're looking at a figure in the region, say, of £25,000.
It would concern me, actually, if we've already contracted for them to deliver a product and they haven't been able to meet the deadline, and yet they want another £25,000 from my client.
I can see, obviously, that you do feel very strongly about this, and I can see that this has caused you a very serious problem for your business. And,
certainly has.
The loss of goodwill with the car company is obviously very serious. So I do see that.
Okay,
yes.
we'll give it some consideration then.
Right. So you will check the contract and see what payments are outstanding.
Yes.
Several hours have gone by. The mediator has established that PM owes Compuplast £18,000. That could be released immediately. A range of other possibilities are also discussed. What was a legal argument has become a commercial negotiation. Through shuttle diplomacy and direct bargaining, an imaginative solution is reached, one which avoids the court.
I've called you all back together because I think we've now been able to reach an agreement. I'd like to summarise the terms which have been agreed. Firstly, PM will make an immediate payment to Compuplast of £18,000 in respect of its unpaid invoices. Secondly, there will be a meeting in 1 week's time between PM and Compuplast to monitor the progress of the development of the software. If PM are satisfied that the deadline will be met, then they will release a further £7,000. In addition, PM's software license from Compuplast is to be extended for a further 2 years at no extra cost. And finally, if PM place any further orders in the future with Compuplast, they will have a 10% discount. Does everybody agree that I've accurately summarised the terms of the agreement?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll now write those terms out, and I'll ask you all to sign it, signifying your agreement.
Okay. Can we agree a meeting now?
Certainly, yes. If you want to fix a date now, yes, that's fine.
So that's the way the system works.
In the next segment, we'll look at the questions I described earlier, as well as some other matters relating to mediation. Let's now look at the questions we posed regarding the mediation video. And the first question is, how does the mediation process differ from any other negotiation? What was your answer to that question? When you look at the mediation process as illustrated by the video, it opened with the mediator stating the ground rules. Then we had opening statements by the parties. We had a search for interests and options, in other words, trying to get beneath positions to underlying interests, and then we had closure. So in many ways, that looks like the basic process for a negotiation. However, there is one major difference, and that is in the mediation, the mediator uses a caucus where she met privately and confidentially with each party to find out whether they had any private concerns or private interests they did not want to express to the other party. Think of how powerful that is. Because the mediator can talk privately with each side, in a typical negotiation, she can ask them, what's your reservation price? She can look at what they think is reasonable. She can do an analysis and, in effect, construct a zone of potential agreement between the two parties that's impossible to do without a mediator. And in some cases, the mediator might say right at the outset, well, look, there's no way you two will ever reach an agreement. Let's go home and forget about it. In other ways, she might find, in other mediations, she might find there's a large zone of potential agreement and work to construct a settlement or an agreement. So the use of a caucus is an especially powerful tool. Of course, the other main difference is you've got a third party there to mediate and to try to control the emotions of the parties. Our other two questions: what type of mediation is this? Evaluative, facilitative, transformative. What did you answer? What type? Well, it's not a mediation that's focused on transforming a relationship. It is a mediation that's focusing on solving a specific problem. So it's not transformative. It's either evaluative or facilitative. Was the mediator asked to provide evaluation of the results? No. And therefore, this is a facilitative mediation where she's trying to encourage the parties to work together to come up with a constructive solution. Just as an aside, if you do decide on an evaluative mediation, obviously that will affect your choice of mediator because you want somebody who has the expertise to conduct the evaluation. And then finally, how would you rate the mediator in this situation on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is the highest value? Normally, when I ask my students this question, they give the mediator a very high rating for a number of reasons. The mediator, for example, was very good at what's called active listening. She not only listened, but she was able to reframe what the parties said. She was also very good in suggesting options for the parties to consider. And finally, she was very good at something called reality testing. When one of the parties talked about going to court, we've got a great case, we're just going to sue. And she used active listening and said, yes, I understand what you're saying. You could go to court. You have perhaps a good case, but think of what that's going to cost you. And think about whether that will solve your problem, which is getting the robotic software. In effect, the other side's problem is also your problem. Why don't we work on solving that problem rather than going to court? So very good on reality testing. So overall, I agree with my students. I think this mediator did a great job. And by watching her, I think you can develop some techniques that you can use when acting in a third-party role, trying to resolve disputes among employees or among family members. I belong to a listserv of mediators. And what I've found over the years is that mediators are very much like this mediator. They're very friendly. They're very open to problem solving. However, a while ago, one of the mediators on this listserv lobbed a hand grenade into the listserv. This is what this person's message said: "Get me off the effing list." Now, for those of you outside the United States, I'm not sure if you understand the word effing, but it's not a polite word to use. So when she lobbed this hand grenade into the listserv, I was curious as to how people were going to respond. And the first response was sort of what I expected. What I hear you saying is that you wish to leave the list, you've misplaced your information about how to do so, you're a tad frustrated and would appreciate somebody's help. But the next message went on the attack. Other approaches are preferable to you profanely demanding that others make up for your lack of diligence, skill, or wit. Thanks much. The next person went on the attack against women in general. The obscene language used by women constitutes one of the double standards men must endure today as the price for collectively having oppressed women in the past. Women today have complete discretion over whether to use colorful language. If men use it in the presence of women, this constitutes sexual harassment. And then finally, the last mediator brought it to a close, came full circle back to what I expected from mediators. I ask and urge all of us to let this go. As I mentioned earlier, many lawyers are not enthusiastic about ADR. They're not enthusiastic about mediation. Here's an example. This is Joe Jamail. I don't know if you remember that name from our earlier discussions in this course. Joe Jamail was the person who won the $3 billion award for Pennzoil against Texaco. He had a lawyer's fee of $400 million in that case. This is his view. I'm a trial lawyer. I try cases. There's some lawyers who do nothing but this mediation bull blip. For those of you from outside the U.S., you can probably guess what that is. Do you know what the root of mediation is? Mediocrity. So you do run into this view from lawyers. By the way, there's sort of a private joke that in law firms, ADR, instead of standing for alternative dispute resolution, stands for alarming drop in revenue. But here's the view from another lawyer. And I'm going to ask you a trivia question. Can you guess who this lawyer is? My joy was boundless. I had learned the true practice of law. I had learned to find out the better side of human nature and to enter men's hearts. I realized that the true function of a lawyer was to unite parties. The lesson was so indelibly burnt into me that a large part of my time during the last 20 years of my practice as a lawyer was occupied in bringing about private compromises of hundreds of cases. I lost nothing thereby, not even money, and certainly not my soul. So trivia question, can you guess the name of this lawyer who, especially during the last 20 years of his law practice, spent a lot of time with mediation? I'll give you a big clue. I think he would be probably on everybody's list as perhaps one of the top 5 leaders in the 20th century, one of the top 5 human beings of the 20th century. Any guesses on the name of this lawyer? His name is Gandhi. So that concludes our look at mediation, and in the final segment we'll look at how you can review the success of your contract performance and evaluate that success. We're now ready for the last segment in the unit on performance and evaluation. As mentioned earlier, if performance goes well, there's really nothing to discuss. So our focus is on where there is a problem with performance, and we started by looking at how to prevent disputes relating to contract performance. And then we looked at concepts and tools that relate to alternative dispute resolution, along with a deep focus on the 2 foundations, arbitration and mediation. So we're now ready for the last step, which is a look at reviewing your performance and evaluating the performance. Let me start with a quick story relating to review of contract performance. Several years ago, an international consulting firm contacted me, and they told me that they were having major problems with contract performance. What basically happened is that one team from this consulting firm would negotiate contracts, and then another team would enter the scene and work on performance. And because of the performance issues, the so-called engagement team had to do a lot of contract renegotiation. And so the consulting firm asked me to come to Paris to meet with their consultants and to conduct a seminar on contract renegotiation. Well, when they contacted me, I heard the word Paris, I heard the word springtime, and I quickly said yes before I thought deeply about what I was going to teach, because fundamentally a contract renegotiation involves the same issues as a contract negotiation. And so I wondered if I would be stuck with simply repeating concepts related to contract negotiation. As I thought about this more deeply, I decided to contact the leaders of the consulting firm. So I sent email messages to the leaders who are based around the world. And I asked them to tell me what they thought the problem was, why there was so much renegotiation. And this is typical of the response that I received. This is from one of the emails. More often than desirable, the persons responsible for original contract negotiations are only responsible for obtaining the contract and not for its implementation. The incentives are more linked to closure of the negotiation than to ongoing implementation. So I discovered through these emails that there's a fundamental tension between creating a contract and then performing it. And so with this analysis, I was able to focus on how to deal with this tension when you review a contract. And I found an outstanding article by Danny Ertel, who discusses this issue. The article's called Getting Past Yes. It's in the Harvard Business Review. And in the article, he talks about the deal-making mindset versus the implementation mindset. Deal makers use surprise to gain advantage, whereas folks focusing on implementation would like to raise all issues as soon as possible to allow a thoughtful response. Deal makers hold back information. Implementers share information to increase trust. Deal makers use tactics such as false deadlines to close deals, whereas implementers spend as much time as necessary to develop an agreement that works. Deal makers try to protect themselves with penalty clauses. Implementers focus on developing commitments that are realistic. And so this article and this summary, I think, provides a great tool for situations where there's a conflict between the deal makers and the implementers. It's a great way to review performance and ask, are we in a deal maker mindset or an implementation mindset? Now, in fact, even when there aren't two separate teams, all of us have two mindsets when we negotiate. The left-hand side is basically the positional mindset that we talked about earlier. The right-hand side is more of an interest-based mindset. So this is a great tool even when you don't have two separate teams. Now, beyond this question of the conflict between the teams, there's a more general question of stepping back from any negotiation and doing an evaluation. And Ertel wrote another very useful article, again in the Harvard Business Review, in which he contrasted negotiations that focus on deals, a deal focus, versus a larger picture focus. And here again, you can see that on the left-hand side, the focus is more position-based, on the right-hand side, more interest-based. So the deal focus would focus on things like price discounts, whereas a big picture focus would look at the total cost of ownership, including reducing defects, supplier efficiency, and developing new products. A deal focus would look at the number of sales. A big picture focus would focus more on the length of customer relationships, referral business from the customer, innovations from the customer. The deal focus adopts the mentality, well, we've never lost a customer, where the big picture focus would instead look at the deal that was made and contrast it with your BATNA. And the deal focus would only review deals sporadically, whereas the big picture focus would have a systematic review and improvement of process. So again, another great tool for evaluating your negotiations when you've finished. Did you use a deal focus or a big picture focus? One last point here, and that relates to systematic review and improvement of the process. There are a number of management tools that enable you to do this. Let me just give you one example. At Becton Dickinson, the attorneys used a Six Sigma process for improving contracting. It started with definition, a process map showing the steps in their negotiations. And then they did measurements. How many hours did it take to complete negotiations? How many hours for each step? And then they did an analysis. And what they discovered in the analysis is that if the entire Becton Dickinson team was involved, then the negotiations were shorter. The problem was that members of the team were working on side negotiations along the way that delayed the process. And then finally, they did some improvements. They charted responsibilities for each stage of the process. And the results were fairly dramatic. They reduced negotiation periods by about 65%, and they concluded that a large company like this could quickly arrive at productivity improvement equal to millions of dollars. So these are some considerations when your business is reviewing negotiations, but I strongly recommend that you also do a personal performance review whenever you're involved in any major negotiation. And in that personal performance review, simply ask yourself, what did I do well? And how can I improve? I also recommend that you develop a negotiation diary where you chart your results in various negotiations. That will help you identify areas for improvement down the road. Here are some questions to ask in your self-assessment. Did I work hard at establishing a relationship at the beginning? Did I search for underlying interests? Did I ask questions and listen carefully to the answers? Did I find out very early on in the negotiation whether the other side had authority to do a deal? Did I use an effective first price strategy, as we discussed earlier in this course? Did I look at the negotiation from the other side, that element that separates great negotiators from good negotiators? Did I use reciprocity when trading interests? And did I keep a big picture perspective? So that concludes our look at performance and evaluation, the end game. I want to leave you with one last thought that I think is very important. And this thought originated a few years ago when I gave a talk at the annual meeting of the American Bar Association in San Francisco. And I felt very honored that they paired me with another speaker by the name of John Wade, who I think is probably the best mediator in the world. He's a practicing mediator, but his writings are also fantastic. And during his talk, John mentioned a life goal analysis that he uses for dispute resolution. And let me give you an example. This is a situation that he used. We've got a battle between a husband and wife that are going through a divorce. They're members of the Chinese community in, I think he said, Sydney, Australia. John is from Australia. So the husband, 45 years old, the wife, 36. The husband has a large income and lots of assets. The wife has small income and relatively few assets. The husband is a prominent physician. The wife runs a small shop. The husband has many supporters in the Chinese community while the wife is isolated within the community. So they go through very emotional, positional negotiations, and they divide up their property, and they're down to the last 40,000 Australian dollars. And they just can't seem to reach an agreement after this very hostile negotiation. So they brought in John as a mediator, and he asked them both to step back and think of this negotiation in terms of their life goals. The wife agreed to do this exercise. The husband refused. So what I'd like you to do is put yourself in the position of the husband. If you were the husband here, what life goals might you think about to try to put this specific negotiation in context? Please press pause for a second and write down what you think the life goals of this physician might be. Well, when I did this exercise during John's talk, I thought of a number of goals. I thought, well, he wants to increase his assets. He wants to increase his position in the medical community, maybe head a medical center, maybe be named to a professorship in medicine, maybe head a medical society. Perhaps he wants to develop a new relationship with somebody else. Perhaps he wants to enjoy life as he becomes older and has worked hard throughout his life. You can think of a number of life goals that he might have adopted. What happened here, as I mentioned, he did not do that. Eventually, the husband and wife ended up splitting the 40,000 Australian dollars, and it came time for their court hearing. Picture the courtroom. We have the wife sitting on one side with a couple of her friends. She was, again, isolated in the community. We have the husband on the other side with a large group of his friends. Some of them ridicule the wife, ready to celebrate, ready to go out to a fancy dinner after the divorce is finalized. So the judge finalizes the divorce. The husband and all of his friends leave in a very jubilant mood. They go out of the courtroom, turn right, and head down to a fancy restaurant. The wife walks out of the courtroom by herself, and as she walks out, she turns to the husband's attorney and says, "Now it is time to get even." She walked out of the courtroom, turned left, and walked down to the offices of the medical society. She walked in and asked, "Is this the place where I can file a complaint against a physician?" And they said yes. She said, "I'd like to file a complaint against," and then she named her husband. And she said, "Number one, he performed an illegal abortion on me. And number two, he has been sending drugs illegally to his relatives back in China." She filed the complaint, and that destroyed the husband's career. So when you think about this dispute within the context of your life goals, a relatively minor dispute in light of those much bigger goals, it gives you a perspective. Probably would have been a good exercise for the husband to complete, and he didn't hear. You're going to have finally a chance to practice what we've talked about in the course. You will be negotiating an exercise called the House on Elm Street. And here is the common information from that exercise. This involves negotiations between Tracy and Pat. One of you will be Tracy, your counterpart will be Pat, for the sale of a beautiful old Victorian house on a large lot in a residential neighborhood. The house needs expensive repairs. The seller and neighbors have a strong interest in preserving the house and the neighborhood. The last sale in the neighborhood was 6 years ago, when a similar house sold for $135,000. The house was similar, but it was well maintained. Property values have appreciated considerably since then. and the property has a tax assessment of $140,000. But tax assessments are usually well below market value. So I want you to find somebody to negotiate with. Select one role, the other person will select the other role. Only read your own role. Do not read the role of the other side. Make sure you understand the facts in detail. There are only 2 pages, but there's a lot of detail on those 2 pages, so make sure you understand the facts. And you'll have 1/2 hour for the negotiation. Please limit yourself strictly to the half hour. You'll see some other instructions on the front page of the 2 roles. For example, negotiate as you would in real life. This is a real life scenario. Do not say something like, well, the role says that I'm supposed to say this. Just say it. Do not change any facts in your roles. Stick strictly to the facts. And if you're able to reach a result, then be sure you note your results. Not all of you will be able to successfully resolve the negotiation, and that's fine. Just stop after 30 minutes. After we debrief, you will have a chance to, number one, do your own negotiation performance review, your self-assessment. But unlike real life, you will also have a chance to assess the other side. In real life, when you negotiate, nobody ever says to you, gosh, you did a great job in this negotiation, but you could have taken a lot more of my money if you would have done X, Y, and Z. A good negotiator instead will say, oh, you did a great job in this negotiation. You really ate my lunch. You're the greatest negotiator ever. They'll never tell you how to improve. So this is your one chance to get honest, candid feedback from the other side. Please take advantage of this. And by the same token, please give honest, candid feedback to the other side. What did they do well? How can they improve? I use this approach in my class, and it's an especially valuable feature of the class. I receive many emails from former students who talk about it. Let me give you a couple of examples. Negotiation is a fundamental skill that we need to learn how to use. I was a bit hesitant to join the class initially, as I thought I had excellent negotiation skills. However, when I was put in a class with better negotiators, things were put into perspective and made me realize there was a lot to learn. The key difference is that in class I got feedback and know what I did right and wrong, while in real life I don't know if I could have done better. For example, as a management consultant, I negotiated a 55% raise 6 months before my review. My boss never told me whether I could have pushed for 60%, 70%, even 100% raise. Maybe I did fine, but I will never know whether I did right or wrong or if I had maximized my raise. The class also gave me a scientific, conceptual framework which provided a significant level of discipline into what is stereotyped as an artistic skill. This is a critical tool that MBAs need to learn, not just to negotiate, but also to diffuse stressful situations. I've actually had former students who also bring this into the workplace. One of my students was the president of a car company in a specific country. It happened to be Mexico. He was president of blank company of Mexico. And he later was promoted and became the head of labor relations for the entire company worldwide. And he told me that he liked this model so much that when they planned their union negotiations, every Friday his team would meet, they would do a negotiation, and then they would use this kind of assessment to evaluate the results. One final point, if you're negotiating with somebody who hasn't taken the class, give them a briefing of the kinds of questions they should think about in preparing for the negotiation and the kind of tactics they can use during the negotiation. I think research shows that the way we really learn a topic is when we teach it to somebody else. And so not only will you be helping them, but it will help you internalize the concepts that we've been talking about. We're now ready to begin the last part of the course, very important part of the course, because this is a chance for you to apply what you've learned in the course. And as we debrief the negotiation that you've just concluded, the house on Elm Street, we'll review the concepts covered throughout the course. So before you proceed further, make sure that you have completed the negotiation. I prepped this at the end of Unit 4. As I mentioned then, you should limit your negotiation to 30 minutes. You should pick a negotiation partner. And if you're negotiating with somebody who has not taken the course, please give them a quick review of the kinds of things they should focus on in preparing for negotiation and the tactics that they should use during a negotiation. This will not only help them do better in the negotiation, but it will help you internalize the material. After our debrief, you will have a chance to assess your performance, but please do not complete the assessment until we're finished with the debrief. That way you'll have a basis for the assessment. So, assuming that you have completed the negotiation, again, do not proceed further unless you've completed the negotiation. Otherwise, you'll miss a lot of valuable learning from this session. So let's start with the common information in the negotiation roles. And here again, as mentioned in Unit 4, the common information to both Tracy and Pat is that they are negotiating for the sale of a beautiful old Victorian house on a large lot in a residential neighborhood. The house needs expensive repairs. The seller, who happens to be the uncle of Tracy, and the neighbors have a strong interest in preserving both the house and the neighborhood. The last sale in the neighborhood took place 6 years ago when a similar house was sold for $135,000. That house, however, was well maintained. Since that time, property values have appreciated considerably. And the property has a tax assessment of $140,000, but tax assessments are usually well below market value. So that's the information that both of you had, whether you were in the Tracy role or the Pat role. However, each of you also had some confidential information. So let's review the confidential information. Here is the seller's confidential information, Tracy's information. The seller is elderly and has health problems. The seller needs at least $150,000 so that he can buy a senior apartment. Tracy wants the house but can't afford it. The seller, the uncle, wants to keep possession of the house for 3 months in order to clean out the house. There are no other purchasers, and the seller wants at least a 15% down payment, wants a piece of tile artwork from the kitchen, and a promise not to install plastic siding in the house. The seller feels strongly about preserving the character of the house. Okay, here's the buyer's confidential information. The buyer is an Indian-based company which is building its U.S. headquarters. The buyer will pay up to $250,000 and can pay cash. Pat is representing the buyer as a secret agent. Pat works for a local bank, doesn't make a lot of money, and would love a job offer from this company. So Pat has a lot of incentive to do a good job. The company needs possession in 1 month. If the company is unsuccessful, it will buy another house on Main Street for $265,000. Now note that this is more than what it's willing to pay for the uncle's house, but this house is on Main Street, it's in a better location, and it's also well maintained. The company needs at least 1/3 for a parking lot. So its plans are tear down the house, build a parking lot, and add attractive landscaping. And the company, by the way, is in the business of building senior apartments, but sales are slow right now. Now, after I wrote this negotiation initially and used it a few times in my classes, the World Bank asked for permission to use it in some of their training. And here are the results when the World Bank used this exercise in Vienna. The range of results was a price of a low range of 158,000 to a high range of 220,000. So very significant spread. The median price was 165,000 and the average price was 182,000. So these results from the World Bank generally parallel the results in my negotiation courses when I teach in Ann Arbor or in other parts of the world. Sometimes when I've taught in Italy, a few of the participants in my course come back and they say, well, we were successful. The seller received $140,000 for the house. And I say, well, wait a minute. The seller's role says you have to obtain $150,000. And the participants say, well, yes, we did obtain $150,000. I said, well, but you just told me you got $140,000 for the house. Yes, that's true. Well, I go back and forth, and finally I discovered that the official sales price was $140,000, and the rest was paid under the table. And this is something that's done not only in Italy, it's done around the world, where people try to sell property for close to the tax assessment so that it doesn't increase taxes and figure out other ways to pay the rest. I'm not saying that this is an ethical practice, I'm just saying that it is done around the world. So with that background on the facts, let's now go through the elements that we've talked about in the course and apply them to this negotiation. So element number one is planning your negotiation strategy. And you'll remember we looked at various questions you should ask when planning your negotiation strategy. Very important preliminary question is, should I negotiate at all? And in this case, we have an obvious answer. You don't have a choice because that's part of the exercise. But if you did have a choice, as we discussed earlier, then you'd have to consider your feelings about the negotiation as well as the potential risks and rewards. And we looked at some case examples of how that works. Your next question is a very important one to always ask near the beginning of any preparation for negotiation. Is this a position-based negotiation or an interest-based negotiation? What do you think in this case? In this case, we basically have a buyer who's bringing a large bag of money into the negotiation. The bag of money contains $250,000. And fundamentally, the question is, how much of that money goes to the seller and how much does the buyer get to keep? So we talked about the fundamental differences between the two basic types of negotiation. We have the dividing the pizza negotiation and enlarging the pizza. We looked at all the words associated with them. Buying the pizza is called by academics distributive versus integrative, cooperative versus competitive, win-lose versus win-win, zero-sum, non-zero-sum, adversarial, problem-solving, position-based, interest-based, and claiming value versus creating value. We're not going to go through those again in detail, but the fundamental question here is, when you did your preparation for negotiation, what was your bottom line conclusion? Is this basically a dividing the pizza type negotiation or where the emphasis is a little more on positional bargaining, or is it building a larger pizza type negotiation where the interests of the parties are more important? If you didn't answer that question during your preparation, please answer it now. Does this basically fall on the left-hand side or the right-hand side? So write down your answer, and we'll return to this later in our debrief of this negotiation. But also remember that even where it appears to be a position-based negotiation, you should always search for underlying interests in an attempt to build a larger pie. Where it's true positional negotiation, you're probably not going to spend as much time searching for interest because it might be futile, but at least try to find those interests. And also remember that even with an interest-based negotiation, after you build the larger pie, you're still going to return to positional bargaining. Okay, next question. Are you trying to resolve a dispute with this negotiation or make a deal? We distinguish the two by looking at the Janus-like quality of negotiations. Dispute resolution type negotiations tend to be more position-based, deal-making more interest-based, and there are other differences as well. We don't have to worry about that too much here because clearly this is a deal-making negotiation. They're not trying to resolve a dispute. So that covers several key questions that you should ask in preparing for a negotiation. And in the next segment, we'll look at the remaining questions. We're now ready to look at the next element in planning your negotiation strategy, which relates to how you should analyze a negotiation. This lies at the heart of any negotiation, this negotiation or any other deal-making or dispute resolution negotiation. So let's start with just a reminder of what the confidential interests of the parties are. Here are the seller's confidential information, and here are the elements of the buyer's confidential information that we reviewed earlier. So let's start with the analysis from the seller's side. Now, if you're the seller, if you're Tracy, preparing for this negotiation, the very first question you always ask and always focus on is, what is my BATNA? Because BATNA is what gives you leverage. BATNA is what gives you power. So in preparing for this negotiation, you should have asked that as your initial question. And how did you answer that question? If you're the seller, if you're Tracy, what is your best alternative to a negotiated agreement? Think about that for a second. You might want to press pause, write down your answer. Again, that's the most important question. And then you would add the other elements of an analysis as we discussed. What's your reservation price? Looking at these facts, what is your reservation price? And then what is your most likely price and what's your stretch goal? Most likely isn't quite as obvious from these facts, although you could construct a most likely based on sales price of the other house, based on tax assessment. And stretch goal is even more fuzzier. Remember, you want a stretch goal that is large, but not so large that you lose credibility. So you might want to try to draw out this analysis showing your BATNA, reservation price, most likely, and stretch goal. And this is what it would look like. Your reservation price is $150. I picked a random most likely of $160 and a stretch goal of $190. Your BATNA here is that the uncle, the elderly uncle who has health problems, would be stuck in a house, an old house that needs maintenance. And that's your BATNA because you have no other buyers. So if this deal does not go through, then your BATNA is a bad one. That's why if you are Tracy, and if you can even get $150,000, you can grab it because that enables you to put the uncle in a senior apartment. So that's the analysis from the seller's side. Now, what about the analysis from the buyer's side? Again, look at these facts. And if you're the buyer, what is your BATNA? What is your reservation price, your most likely, and your stretch goal? And here you can see your reservation price is $250,000. You're willing to pay up to that amount to buy the property. Your BATNA is buying another house on Main Street, a well-maintained house in a better location for $265,000. And then you would have to come up with some figures representing your most likely and your stretch goal. And so as the buyer, this is a depiction of your analysis. And then the final question, very important question, what is the ZOPA? What is the zone of potential agreement? Looking at these two analyses, what's your conclusion? The deal can take place between what price and what price. And remember from our earlier discussion, it can take place between the reservation price of the seller, that's the lowest amount the seller will take, and the reservation price of the buyer, which is the highest price that the buyer is willing to pay. And so this would be the zone of potential agreement. We have an especially large zone of potential agreement here. The two parties should be able to reach an agreement, at least on price, because of this large ZOPA. Okay, next question in your preparation for a negotiation is this a cross-cultural negotiation? I don't know the answer to that because it depends who you selected as your negotiation counterpart. If you selected somebody from another part of the world, then this becomes a relevant question. And as we discussed earlier, you'll want to use the assessment that we talked about. And what you want to do is to complete the assessment yourself and then try to predict where the other side falls on each of these 10 dimensions, and then do a gap analysis. Look at where there's a gap between your style and the other side's style, and be prepared to address that gap during your negotiations. Next question, how should I handle ethical issues? Now think about this one for a second. If you were Tracy, were there any ethical issues that concerned you from your side? And same question for Pat. Any ethical issues in this negotiation that concerned you? Well, here are a couple of examples. Tracy, you think that the basement in the house might have a leak. Would you tell the buyer about this potential problem? Also, you've heard rumors that a fast food restaurant or a convenience store might move in next door to the house. You think the buyer is buying the house for his family, and the value of the property might be reduced if it's next to a fast food restaurant. Do you tell the buyer about these rumors? From the buyer's perspective, there's a big ethical question, and that is, you are acting as a secret agent. Tracy has no idea that you're representing a large company. You want to keep that secret so that you can increase the price of the property. How do you feel about that? Would you disclose that to the seller? What standards would you use in making that decision? Well, we talked about the standards earlier in the course, and we said there are two categories of standards. One category is the list of law-based standards, and we looked at 3 of these. One is fraud. Did either side commit fraud by failing to disclose the information? Well, when you look at the definition of fraud, it is a false representation. And neither side made a false representation. In other words, Tracy didn't say to Pat, well, there are no problems with the basement. that might be considered fraud. And Pat didn't say to Tracy, by the way, I don't represent a company, I don't represent a principal in these negotiations. I'm not a secret agent. That would be fraud. That would be a false representation. So that didn't appear here. However, this would be the result in the United States, not necessarily true around the world. In some countries, there might be a duty to disclose, let's say, a leaky basement. And even in the United States, there often are specific statutes that require disclosure in a real estate contract when you know that there's a problem. But under the general definition of fraud here, no fraud. There is no fiduciary duty. Pat and Tracy are dealing at arm's length. There's no special relationship between the seller and buyer that would create this high duty of trust and loyalty. And also no evidence of unconscionability. Remember, unconscionability arises when there's an absence of choice. One party is a lot more powerful than the other. That's absent here. And no evidence that the contract or the agreement that they might reach contains unreasonable terms. So probably when you look at the legal standards, there are no problems, but you still have to decide beyond the law whether you're going to make disclosure to the other side. And here's where the general ethical standards come into play. As I recommended earlier in the course, you might want to select one or more of these standards to use in guiding you through your future negotiations. And it's probably better to select the standards now rather than waiting until you're in the middle of a negotiation when it becomes tougher to select an independent, objective standard. Okay, so next question, and the last question that relates to preparing for a negotiation. Should I use an agent to negotiate for me? Well, this question has already been answered. We know that the uncle is negotiating through Agent Tracy, and the company is negotiating through Agent Pat. And we also know that in this case, Pat is a secret agent, and the company wants to work through a secret agent because if the other side, if Tracy knows that the agent is representing a large multinational company, then the price of the real estate is going to skyrocket. So there are business considerations for using a secret agent. There's one key issue that arises in any contract involving agents. And as we discussed earlier, this is the way business is conducted, through agents. So let me ask that question. If you are, this goes back to one of our earlier slides, if you are Pat here, representing the company, what's the very first question you ask in any negotiation before you go further? The very first question. This is a review question. And did you do this during your negotiation? The answer, as you may recall, is, does the other side have authority? Now, if you look closely at Tracy's role, the answer to that question is probably no. Tracy probably has authority to discuss the purchase with Pat, but not to actually sign a contract. And so because of that lack of authority, then you technically do not have a contract. If you're unhappy with the results from your negotiation, you can continue negotiation for as long as you'd like, because legally you would not have a deal given the lack of authority. So that concludes our look at the issues relating to preparing and planning your negotiation strategy in this particular case. Let's now move on to the tactics that you can use during the face-to-face negotiations. In this segment, we're going to focus on the key tactics that you can use for success. And earlier in the course, we talked about 3 key tactics. Number 1, getting to know the other side. Second, understanding your power. And finally, using psychological tools and avoiding psychological traps. Getting to know the other side is something that is very useful in any negotiation. In this particular negotiation, you may have picked a friend as a counterpart for the negotiation, in which case you could probably skip this step since you already know that person. But if you picked somebody who you didn't know before, then it always makes sense in any negotiation, dispute resolution or deal making, to spend some time getting to know the other side before you start talking about the actual details of the negotiation. As we discussed earlier, this is more difficult in some cultures than in others, but it's a very worthwhile exercise. Okay, second piece of this is understanding your power. And as we discussed in the course, there are a couple of elements of power. One element is the ability to ask questions and to listen carefully to the answers. And so in this case, in this negotiation, did you ask questions? And did you listen carefully and gather information? Because in a general sense, information is what gives you power in a negotiation. It's not talking, it's not trying to persuade the other side, it's listening carefully and gathering that information. For example, if you were Pat in this case, did you ask Tracy about the uncle? What's the name of your uncle? How old is your uncle? How long has your uncle been in the house? Why is the uncle selling? If you ask this type of question, then you can quickly put together a picture showing old person, bad health, rundown house, needs to sell. And that's going to be very useful information in your negotiation, especially when you move to the next aspect of power, and perhaps the most important aspect, and that's your BATNA strategy. Because the piece of information that specifically gives you power relates to BATNA. And so in this case, first of all, were you able to find out what their BATNA was and how powerful they are? And then second, once you find their BATNA, were you able to weaken their power? So, for example, let's say you're Tracy in this negotiation, and you learn that there's a company involved, and that if the company doesn't buy your property, they're going to buy another piece of property on Main Street for $265,000. Now, think of how you can play with that information to weaken their power. If you're Tracy, you're going to say to Pat, now, let me see if I have this straight. You're a large multinational company. You're coming into our little community. And the very first thing you do to build your corporate headquarters is buy a beautiful, well-maintained house on Main Street in a residential area, and you're going to flatten that house and cover the lot with asphalt and turn it into a parking lot. Can you imagine how outraged the people in this community are going to be? There are going to be protests. You're going to lose any goodwill right off the bat. It's going to destroy your business opportunities. That's how you play with their sense of their BATNA. That's how you play with their power, how you weaken their power. And then the final piece of BATNA strategy is improving your own power. So in this case, as we discussed earlier, the seller, the uncle, really has an awful BATNA. We have an elderly man, bad health, rundown house, no other buyers. So what you should do to improve your BATNA is obviously find other buyers. So number one, if I were the uncle or if I were Tracy, I'd start by touching up the house. I'd buy some cans of paint and paint the house, do it myself if I had to try to make the house look better. Number two, I would actively search for other buyers. It sounds like the owner, the seller, has been very relaxed about finding other buyers. So I would start by putting an ad in the paper or elsewhere saying the home is for sale by owner, or taking it a step further, obviously, hiring a broker who could generate interest in the house and bring in other buyers, which then improves my power and strengthens my BATNA. So that's your power strategy. That's specifically your BATNA strategy in this negotiation. The final element that relates to your actual negotiation deals with the psychological tools that you can use and the traps that you want to avoid. And during the course, we talked about 9 of these tools and traps. The first one, mythical fixed pie assumption, was the assumption that our interests conflict with the interests of the other side. This is perhaps the most important element that relates to the house on Elm Street, and I'm going to save it until the end. So let's go through some of the other ones. First, anchoring. As we defined it earlier, we tend to anchor on an initial value when trying to evaluate an item that has an uncertain value. So question here, the big question with anchoring is who should throw out the first price? And how did you deal with that question here? During your negotiation, think back, did you throw out the first price or did the other side throw out the first price? Think of the advice we talked about when talking about anchoring. The fundamental conclusion was, when you're dealing with an item that has an uncertain value, let the other side throw out the first price, because that's a way for you to gather information about that value. Whereas if you're fairly confident of the value, then you throw out the first price and try to anchor them to your price. So what's our situation here? Certain value, uncertain value. In my opinion, this is a case involving property with a very uncertain value because I gave you very few facts about the value of the house. You know what the tax assessment is, you know the value of a house that was sold 6 years ago, but apart from that, very uncertain value. So if I were the negotiator here, I would try to get the other side to throw out the first price. And I noticed over the years that the people in this negotiation who do throw out the first price often get destroyed. So you have a situation where, for example, the buyer will walk into the negotiation thinking, well, I'm probably going to have to pay around $200,000 for this house. And then the seller throws out the first price, which might be, let's say, $170,000. And right away, the buyer is $30,000 ahead of what they thought the price would be. And immediately, the great negotiators immediately recalibrate and they act very sad. They act very upset by that price of $170 and try to negotiate it down further. The negotiators who aren't as good might accept that offer of $170 right away. Now, if you're the seller here and you throw out the first price of $170 and the other side accepts immediately, are you happy about that? Probably most of us would be very upset with that because we suddenly realize, hey, we picked a price that was much too low. They accepted it too quickly. I should have selected another price. So if you ever want to make somebody upset in a negotiation, accept their offer immediately. Even when they're making a great offer, you'll make them feel better if it's a bit of a struggle and if you negotiate over what they're offering. So those are the considerations regarding anchoring and first price. overconfidence is not a huge issue in this case, but let me give you an illustration of how it might come into play. If I had asked you, let's say you're Tracy here, the seller. If I had asked you to estimate the ZOPA, the zone of potential agreement, before you started the negotiation, what would your range be in estimating that ZOPA? My guess is that very few of you would have selected a range as large as 150 to 250,000. Most people would select a much narrower range, which illustrates overconfidence. But if you were able to overcome overconfidence and select a larger ZOPA, then it expands your thinking about the case. If you realized, for instance, that the buyer would be willing to pay as much as $250,000, then you begin to think, well, what's behind this buyer? What is the buyer interested in? And then all of a sudden you start to look at the facts a little bit differently. You realize, well, wait a minute, no sales in this neighborhood for 6 years. And now all of a sudden, house behind me has just sold. Somebody is negotiating to buy the house next to that. And now somebody is negotiating to buy my property. Looks like these aren't individuals. Looks like it's a company trying to assemble land. And then, of course, you ratchet up your price. So overconfidence can have an impact on the success of a negotiation. Framing. Another issue that looks like it's not directly related to this negotiation. It's hard to imagine how you could frame choices that might affect decisions. We'll turn to the remaining psychological tools and traps in our next segment. Let's take a look at some other psychological tools and traps that might arise in a negotiation like the house on Elm Street. First, the principle of availability, which means that we make decisions on the basis of information that is easy to retrieve. It's hard to determine from these facts where availability might apply, but just for example, when Tracy and Pat are thinking about the values of the house, I think it's easy for them to rely on some information that's very easy to retrieve, such as the tax assessment on the house and the value of the most recent sale in the neighborhood. And by doing that, perhaps they overlook some other information, such as the appreciation in real estate values. The facts state in both roles that there has been substantial appreciation in real estate over the past few years. So whether this is availability or anchoring, there are other explanations, but I imagine there's a tendency for you and I to rely on the numbers that are easily available, the tax assessment and the prior sales price. Escalation is another psychological tool or trap. And our basic takeaway from our discussion from escalation was that as negotiators, we should try to look at negotiations from the perspective of the other side. This is what separates good negotiators from great negotiators. And so, for example, if you are Pat, try to look at the real estate sale from the perspective of the uncle. If you have asked the right questions earlier, you know that the uncle is old, in poor health. You know that the house has not been well maintained. And so looking at it from his perspective, you realize that probably he wants a sale as soon as possible. Another principle is reciprocation, or also known as reciprocity, which means that if you give something to the other side, they feel a need to repay you. Now, reciprocity in a negotiation like this often arises when there are multiple issues, and some of these issues mean more to one side than to the other, which gives you a chance to give something to the other side and perhaps get something in return. So, for example, in this negotiation, the uncle wants a piece of tile from the kitchen. Unknown to the uncle, giving the tile means nothing to Pat because the house is going to be knocked down in any event. As far as Pat is concerned, the uncle can have the entire kitchen if he wants to. But of course, Pat is not going to mention that. And so what Pat could do is to mull over the request, make it sound as though it's a difficult request, and then maybe offer the uncle not only the tile, but something else from the kitchen. Maybe there are other tiles in the kitchen. And so Pat could say to the uncle, look, it appears that this tile means a lot to you. What if I gave you the whole set of tiles? So Pat would be giving something to the uncle, and then the uncle, with given human nature, might feel the need to reciprocate, to give something back to Pat. So when it comes time to negotiate something that's important to Pat, such as the date of transfer of possession, the uncle might be more willing to budge. So that's how reciprocity plays out in a multiple issue negotiation like this. We have the contrast principle, where items look quite different when presented in sequence, and that principle probably is not relevant in this particular negotiation. The final psychological tool or trap is the big picture perspective, which is basically saying don't get lost in the details. This is another very important perspective, and I want to save that along with the fixed pi assumption for our concluding look at this negotiation. So I'm going to put that on the shelf for a few minutes. So those are the 9 psychological tools and traps and how they apply to this negotiation. We're now ready to take a look at the 3rd and 4th stages in the negotiation process and how they apply to the house on Elm Street. The 3rd piece is closing the deal and creating a contract, and then finally there's the performance aspect. When we looked at contract creation, we mentioned that there are 4 key issues that you should stuff into your pocket for future negotiations. These are the key elements involved in contract creation. So let's go through these elements quickly and look at how they apply to the house on Elm Street. First of all, is there an agreement? Well, I'm assuming that if you and the other side did reach an agreement, if you were successful in your negotiation, there was an offer and an acceptance and an agreement. Was there consideration? That's a pretty easy one in this case. One side, the uncle, is transferring property, is giving up something. The other side, the company, is making payment, giving up something, and therefore consideration is present. Is the agreement legal? Well, of course, yeah, transfer of a house is legal, no problem there. Must the deal be in writing? Now, here's a stumbling block that my guess is many of you encountered. When we looked at writing, we said that either the agreement is in writing or it isn't. And if it is in writing, then there are a cluster of issues relating to a technicality called the parole evidence rule, which basically means that what you put in your final written agreement governs over any agreements you made before or at the same time as that written agreement. The issue in this case is the risk that you did not put your agreement in writing. When we talked about the writing requirements, we mentioned that generally oral contracts are enforceable, even contracts for millions of dollars. However, there are certain exceptions, there are certain rules in every country around the world that says that certain contracts must be in writing. And the example I used was the real estate contract. And so the question here is, when you negotiated your deal, did you put the agreement in writing and did you sign the agreement? As we discussed, this doesn't have to be on parchment, it doesn't have to be on fancy paper, it doesn't have to say contract at the top, it could be jotted out on a napkin. Any writing qualifies as long as it contains the right contents, the subject matter, etc., and is signed. And so if you did that, then you have a deal. If you did not do that, then you can continue negotiating. You don't yet have a deal. Just to conclude that, as a reminder of what we talked about, we talked about whether a writing is required, and here the answer to that question is yes. And then second, we said as a practical approach, you should always put your contracts in writing because the human memory is often weak, and because then if you put your agreements in writing, you don't have to worry about the subtleties of the law deciding whether it's the contract that has to be in writing or not, because you have met that requirement. So in addition to the writing requirement, there is the question of performance of the contract. And we mentioned that if there is performance, there's no problem. If there isn't performance, then hopefully you have established a dispute resolution process so that you don't have to go to court, sit around in court for years, spend a lot of money. And we specifically discussed ADR, alternative dispute resolution. So in addition to putting your contract in writing, an additional question is, did you include in the writing an ADR contract clause? This is not required, but many people, especially in business, value highly ADR clauses because it does avoid litigation. And so we talked about the different types of ADR clauses. There's the possibility of mediation alone, there's a possibility of arbitration alone, or you can link mediation and arbitration with an escalation clause that provides that you start with mediation, and then if mediation fails, you can move on to arbitration, and you can add an additional link. You can provide that you start with a negotiation unassisted by a third party. Then if that fails, you bring in a third party mediator, and if that fails, you bring in a third party arbitrator. So that concludes our look at how you develop the contract. The especially important issue here, did you put your contract in writing? And the performance question, have you included a dispute resolution clause? We're now ready to move on to our last part of the debrief, where we will ask whether the mythical fixed pi assumption might change the results that you reached in your negotiation. As we finish our debrief of the House on Elm Street, let's return to the two psychological tools and traps we put on the shelf during our earlier discussion. The first is the mythical fixed pi assumption, the assumption that our interests conflict with the interests of the other side. And the second is the big picture perspective. Don't get lost in the details. And let's look at how these two in combination might change the results in your negotiation. Remember that we started with this bag of money that the buyer brings into the negotiation, $250,000. And one of the fundamental questions in the negotiation is how much of that money goes to the seller and how much does the buyer get to keep? And so with that perspective in mind, I asked you earlier, is this a dividing the pizza type negotiation or an enlarging the pizza negotiation? And of course, we've gone through these various words that are used to describe each type of negotiation. And I think the basic conclusion earlier was this is a dividing the pizza type negotiation. This is a distributive negotiation, competitive, win-lose, zero-sum, adversarial, position-based, and a negotiation where you want to claim as much value as possible. So with positional negotiation, you still, as we pointed out earlier, want to try to find underlying interests and to build a larger pie. And we combine that with the mythical fixed pie assumption, which is when we identify those interests, can we also identify interests where the seller's interests do not conflict with the buyer's interest? This creates especially a chance to build a larger pie. So another way to view this is we started with that bag of money containing $250,000, and let's assume that the result of the negotiation was a common result is that the seller sells the property for $170,000, which means that the buyer, the buying company, gets to keep $80,000. And the question is, can we build a larger pie? Can we, in effect, build a larger bag of money so that the seller walks away with $200,000 rather than $170,000, and the buyer gets to keep $200,000 instead of $80,000? In other words, how can the two parties take $400,000 worth of value out of a bag of money that initially contained only $250,000? To answer that question, we have to do an interests analysis, try to find the interests of of each side. So let's go back to our interests slide. We went through earlier these various interests of the two parties. So for example, when the uncle's position is, I need $150,000, the why question would lead to a search for the reason why the uncle needs the $150,000, and that is he needs it for a senior apartment. That's the interest that underlies the position. So as you look at these interests that you would develop with an interest analysis, then the question is, do you see any interests that are not in conflict? So, obviously the seller wants as much money as possible. The buyer wants to keep as much money as possible. That looks like a conflict. The seller wants to keep possession for 3 months. The company needs possession in 1 month. That's a conflict, etc. So where are the interests in conflict and where are they not in conflict? Can you identify especially an interest on each side that is not in conflict, that represents the key to developing a larger pie? Think about that for a second. Press pause if you want to. Okay, let's go back to the interests slide one more time. And what we see here in red is that a key underlying interest of the uncle, and that's the reason why he's selling his house, is he needs a senior apartment. He can no longer maintain this big old Victorian house. And the company has this business interest. This is why the company is doing business in the United States. The company builds senior apartments, and sales are slow. The buyer's role mentions that the company has a very large inventory of empty apartments. So when you think about that, think about how you can connect the dots to create a larger pie. There are a number of possibilities. Let me explain one possibility. So we start with the initial contract. The seller is selling the house to the company for $170,000. But what would happen if, instead of paying the seller $170,000, the company gave the seller, the uncle, one of its senior apartments, one of its many empty senior apartments? They're on the market for $200,000. So the uncle, instead of ending up with $170,000, ends up with a $200,000 senior apartment. Furthermore, according to the buyer's role, it only costs the company $150,000 to build the apartments, so you could say that the company has saved the difference between the $200,000 and the $150,000 that it cost to build. That reduces the buyer's cost to $150,000. And then remember, the company does not need the entire lot. They just need the back third of the lot. So what the company could then do is to transfer the house and the front 2/3 of the lot to Tracy, the relative of the uncle who really wanted the house but couldn't afford it. The company could sell it to Tracy for, let's say, $100,000. The company could finance the purchase. The buyer's role states that they've arranged financing with the bank. And so this reduces the company's cost by another $100,000, which brings their net cost down to $50,000, and which means that they get to keep $200,000 from that bag of money, in effect. So you look at this solution and look at the interests that it satisfies. The seller's interests are met, plus the seller has made another $30,000 by getting the $200,000 condo instead of the $170,000 in cash. Tracy's interests are met. Tracy got the house he or she wanted. The company's interests are met. They got the land they need for a parking lot. They have achieved additional shareholder value by keeping $200,000 out of that bag of money, and they've maintained their community reputation. They're not tearing down one of these beautiful old homes in a residential neighborhood. And Pat, hopefully, will get the job with the company. So what this takes, and what it takes in many negotiations, is the ability to not get lost in the details, but to step back and look at the big picture. Not get lost in the details. Well, how much will the company pay for the house? What's the purpose? What's the purchase price? But step back and ask, looking at a big picture, what kind of business is the company in? And how might their interests match the interests of the uncle? Find situations where the interests aren't in conflict. I hope that you had a chance to look at the basketball video that I assigned earlier. As you noted from that video, when you count the number of passes made by the players wearing white shirts, you get so lost in the details that you miss the large gorilla who walks out to the center of the video and pounds its chest before walking off. It's easy to miss even a large gorilla when you focus too much on the details. So bottom line, this is the way in which you can start with a bag of money containing $250,000 that is split 170 versus 80 and build a larger pie so that each side benefits by walking away with $200,000. So this negotiation has given us a chance to look at the big picture of the course, to bring all of the elements together. We've just gone through the 4-stage negotiation process as it applies to this negotiation. Now, the important final step for you is to finish the end game by doing an evaluation. And so you should do a self-assessment. What did you do well? How can you improve in future negotiations? And then, very important, give assessments to each other. Be very candid and honest. What did the other side do well? How can they improve? Because this course provides virtually the only opportunity to get that type of candid feedback. And as you do your self-assessment and as you assess the other side, remember this list of assessment questions that we reviewed before. So that pretty much wraps up our course. We've covered a lot of material in a short amount of time. And I want to thank you. I want to thank those of you from the United States and those of you from around the world for participating in this course. And I'd like to leave you with a blessing. In my courses at Michigan, I do a cross-cultural negotiation that involves the negotiation between a financial services company and a Native American tribe. And this particular Native American tribe has a blessing that I'd like to share with you, which is may you walk in beauty. And by that they mean, may you achieve balance and harmony in life. And I hope that by taking this course that you have had a chance to consider some strategies and some skills that might enable you to achieve balance in both your business life and your personal life. Good luck.